There it is! Oh, okay. No. Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to thank our patrons, the real sponsors of our show. Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahe, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reighard, Kyle Eder, Malfunct, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
All right, everybody, welcome to just another regular show of CoCoTALK, where we are bringing you the first ever virtual 29th annual Last Chicago CoCoFEST.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello out there in Coco Land. I'm Steve Strowbridge, and this is a CoCoTALK editorial. Today, we'll be airing a very special CoCoTALK that's been dubbed just a regular show. And no truer words have ever been spoken, because every week, any regular episode of CoCoTALK brings you the greatest Coco infotainment in the world. Every week, we bring you the world's largest virtual club meeting, where people gather, exchange ideas, preview hardware and software projects, socially interact, and we have fun while we're doing it.
Absolutely.
Every week, we celebrate CoCoFEST, which was the inspiration for starting this show. And our passion and commitment to the Coco community have allowed us to grow to become the greatest CoCoTALK show in the world. Every week, on any regular episode of CoCoTALK, we have a mini virtual CoCoFEST. But this week, we're celebrating what would have been the 29th annual Last Chicago CoCoFEST and the 40th anniversary of the color computer. We would have been in Chicago in person right now, but in lieu of that, we're bringing you the first ever 29th annual virtual CoCoFEST. Glenside Color Computer Club has kept the spirit of Rainbow Fest alive for 29 years. And for the past 3 of those, CoCoTALK's been helping to carry that torch. So I humbly invite you to share with us today a very regular episode of CoCoTALK. Coco forever, people. All right.
Amen.
Hey. We are here. We are here. We are live.
Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. You're too
Steve,
kind. Thank you.
That's all I have to say is wow.
Wow. Well, we're here. We got nothing to
Stevie,
talk
you're
about
muted,
today.
buddy.
Am I muted?
Anything
you.
can
You're
happen.
too kind.
I'm not muted, am I? Am I muted?
Stevie can't get his microphone back on.
Stevie's become a G host.
All right. Am I muted? Can you guys hear me?
Now we can hear you.
All right. We're here, guys. We're live. We are here to celebrate the virtual CoCoFest. This is it, folks. We got a great show, a very special show in store for you today. We've got a lot of people who have been able to present for us today. We've spared no expense to bring you quality infotainment today.
No expense.
And at the beginning of all CoCoFest, if you've never been to a CoCoFest before, CoCoFest usually start off with the national anthem. So there's an opening ceremony with the national anthems. And so what we're going to have for you right now is nobody better to sing the American national anthem than a Canadian. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy De Bruce Moore for the opening ceremonies.
Greetings, all you 2020 virtual CoCoFesters. I invite you all to rise, take off your hats, and join with me in singing our national anthems. Are you getting up? Just because we can't see you doesn't mean you shouldn't stand up. Okay, true patriots, please stand. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. CoCo forever!
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
Woo! What a way to start.
All right.
What a way to start a regular show. Welcome, everybody.
We should apologize to Bruce for the American anthem being so hard to sing. We're sorry.
We're sorry. We're sorry. All right, well, listen, we've got a jam-packed show. We're just going to jump right into it. We've got a schedule. We've got presenters ready to present. The first presentation we're going to show off today is from a gentleman from Australia, Darren Ottery. Welcome. Thank you for being here for the first ever virtual CoCoFest. So last week, Darren was showing us his project where he's been working on a cover of the New Order song Blue Monday. This is being sequenced on CoCos, being played through MIDI via CoCos, and then performed in his studio. So we are going to debut that video right now. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Yes,
All
we are.
right, so I'm going to put you all on mute, and then we're going to go ahead and crank this thing out.
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome!
Wow.
It's just too cool. That way too cool.
I have
Nice.
I have one word to say about that, and that would be,
Oh, crikey.
oh man. So
Yeah, baby.
there were a lot of questions in the live chat while that was playing, like how much of that was being played on the CoCo. So Darren, you want to tell us a little bit about the project and what you did and how you did it and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, sure. Some of the guys had, I did a little bit of a sneak peek preview of that project. I wanted to create a project where the CoCo was what I would have liked to have done back in the day, if I had a CoCo with a MIDI interface and, some cool software. So now we've gone back to CoCo MIDI Pro and used that as the beginnings of the project. CoCo MIDI Pro, for those who don't know, is a multi-track sequencer. So basically, the way that works is that I record each track from my MIDI keyboards and my drum machine into the CoCo MIDI Pro sequencer, and then we can play that back. It can play back all of it, so all of the drums, all of the bass, all of the little sequence lines, they all come out of the CoCo as as MIDI data, which then triggers the instruments in a live way. What I've done in that particular video is the drums and the bass and quite a few of the sequence parts are actually coming out of the CoCo live, and that's what my wife was mixing that together on the mixing board. I was then playing some parts over the top so that it looked like that I would have something to do in the clip, and singing the vocal over the top. And that project was, it was just so rewarding to do. It was a lot of fun. I'll also put together a behind the scenes video, sort of showing how that all works, and so people can see that. I'll pop that up on my YouTube channel. So I think we'll put a link up after the talk, and people can go and have a look at that.
Excellent. We'll be sure to share that. Well, that's awesome. Does anybody have any questions for Darren about his music, his instruments, anything like that?
Mixing board?
Yeah, it's so there's a mixing board there. It's a Allen and Heath GL 3300 analog.
3300.
Yeah.
I guess 38. Yeah.
Very close. Yeah, I love that. I love that old gear. It's amazing, and it all kind of gels with the. I mean, this is 1986 technology, 1990s technology, and some modern technology all mixed together.
In a CoCo.
Yeah.
I've used a GL 3800 32 channel before, so look.
They're a great board.
I have a quick question. How many synths were you controlling with the CoCo at that time?
So what you heard was six tracks. So a drum track. What happens with the drums, even though there's lots of different drum sounds there, they all end up on one track. So there's one drum machine, and then there are 5 other synthesizer parts playing, when you were listening there, and then there were others that I was playing over the top.
Wow, that's a lot. So 6 on the CoCo plus a handful that you were playing. So we're looking at least eight instruments going off at all times.
Yeah, but in reality, if I wanted to, I could have just made a video of the CoCo playing back 10 tracks. But that would be boring. So,
This is a performance piece, man.
Yeah.
It's like one of the best pop songs from the 80s too. So.
Yeah. What MIDI interface are you using there, Darren?
So look, I think it would be called a CoCo MIDI pack. Is that what the it was? It's something that a guy named Jason, who I don't know if he's on the group anymore. He built that based on the original.
He's from Perth.
Spec. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Jason Leister.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, and one of John Sproul's cases.
Excellent.
Yeah, right.
Excellent.
Cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of Easter eggs in that video clip too. There's a lot of Ed Snyder in there. There's a lot of there's some Nick Marentes. you know, if you have a close look, it's all there. It's probably about 15 Easter eggs that you can have a look at.
Yeah, there's like, I mean, you see Gunstar and sitting on the thing, and there's the TRS-80 in the background too, and there's a lot of Tandy Easter eggs in that video. I have to watch that again. That was really cool.
I really like the way you got. I love the way you got the titles running on the Model 4 in the background. Old print, you know, the old print line, print Blue Monday, go to 10 sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a little text program I wrote. Very simple. I wanted to push the Model 4 to its its limits. So yeah, that's.
You should maybe next time you should try living on video by Transix.
Yeah, sure. I'm always open to suggestions for sure. And actually, the next thing I want to do is I want to write some original music and put that up. And out of that project, I'd like to share some of that.
I have a couple of Yamaha DX7 in my basement, and I have some Yamaha MSX music machines as well. So
lovely.
I'm just looking forward to taking it out and maybe working with the Transix composition.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, and that's the best thing. I mean, you know, if there's a silver lining to this whole lockdown madness, this studio was not together 3 weeks ago. It was in bits and pieces, and I've just had a whole heap of fun putting it all together.
Wow.
With your Model 4, you gave me an idea about using this one.
Yeah, do it. That's the way.
All right, well, we've got a jam-packed show today. So just to let you guys know, we've got over 24 people that have that we've coordinated with to give presentations. And I put a call out this week, and everybody needed to RSVP by Friday to get on the show. And so if you had not reserved to get your slot in here, unfortunately, we can't let any more people on the call right now. We've already got about at least a good 5-hour show for you. Well, the goodness of it's to be determined, but I'm pretty sure it's going to continue to rock. So we're going to keep on going. We now have our next presentation, and this is a guy we met at VCF Midwest last year. Where the heck are you now? I've got so many people on my screen. There you are, Nathan.
Can you see me?
I see you. Yeah, I'm gonna make you full screen. I'm gonna stop sharing because you might want to screen share too. So up next on our presentation roster is Nathan Byrd. Welcome to Virtual CoCoFest, Nathan Byrd. So what do you have to show for us today? What's your presentation?
Thank you very much, and it's going to be really hard to follow that. That was amazing, just so you know. Yeah, my name is Nathan Byrd. I started using a CoCo when I was 8 years old, and it kind of stuck. So I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. My brother and I started using it and programming, and that became my career. So this was just a little project that I did to try to give back a little bit. One of my favorite games growing up was the game, you could probably see it behind me, Dungeons of Daggorath. It was a classic game, 1982, written by Dynamicro, and it had a lot of unique features and it's super advanced for the time, super advanced for the CoCo. Honestly, I think they sold a lot of CoCos based on Dungeons of Daggorath, and so I'm sure a lot of people here are very familiar with it. So I love that game, and even into adulthood, and I went to go look for available versions, and there was some PC ports. There was a PlayStation port at one time.
Wow, I didn't know
that I don't think is there anymore. But a lot of different great versions of Dungeons of Daggorath. But one thing you could not do was play it online. So I went to fix that. So this is kind of an announcement today. As of today, you can go to Daggorath.online and play Dungeons of Daggorath from anywhere, from your desktop, from your mobile phone. It's installable, runs on almost every web browser, installable on your mobile device or on your PC.
No way.
That's cool. So yeah, thank you. So this is basically I've been working on this for some time, but I can't claim to have done anything really special. This is like a lot of things we do, standing on shoulders of giants, right? The original source code was released by Dynamicro. Then the PC port was created. A PC port was created and was open sourced. Then an SDL port, which is a graphics library, an SDL port was created. And then I took that and I made it, and I used a programming language called WebAssembly in order to put it online. So let me just go ahead and jump into it. Oh, one other thing I should mention is this is totally open source. There is a link on Daggorath.online to the repository. So this is available for everybody. Let me go ahead and try. Of course, online demos are really fun, but I'm going to try to do a screen share here and show you a little bit of Daggorath online. Okay, and if somebody could just give me an indication whether you could see that.
Yeah, we see it.
Fantastic. Okay, so this is the site. There's other information, the GitHub, how to play, some information, that sort of thing. But let's just jump right into it. So we're going to play some Dungeons of Daggorath on my web browser. So it just comes up. I don't
think you're sharing sound, are you?
Start a game. I did. I turned the volume down. Let me turn the volume
you turn
back
it up
a little
notch
bit.
a little bit.
Let's see if that. Can you guys hear that now?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, perfect. So, and this is just Dungeons of Daggorath. And we can go and play the game. I won't show you my terrible Dungeons of Daggorath skills. One funny thing is I did a port of this. I have never actually beaten this game. So somebody's going to have to beat this just to tell me that it all works. But I've gotten pretty far, but I haven't beaten it. So this is Dungeons of Daggorath, running in a web browser, running in a way that we can install it on the computer. So let me go ahead and one other thing to point out is I do have mobile controls as well, because if you remember the Dungeons of Daggorath, everything in Dungeons of Daggorath is done with commands, typing commands, and that doesn't work very well on a mobile phone. So I also implemented some commands where I can either pull
left
item.
Oh, look at that.
And use it, or do attack, various things like that. Probably gonna die here in a second because this guy's here. Let's attack him a little bit. So that's the game.
Oh, that's cool.
So it is. Yeah, there I go. So if anybody can get farther than me, jump on Daggorath.
You set the bar pretty low, so I think that's
jump on Daggorath online and give it a try. I definitely am looking for some. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm definitely looking for some help in a couple of areas. So besides going out there, check it out, share it with people, please. Also, I'm looking for help in a couple of areas. One is I'm looking for somebody who has information about how the artifact colors worked on the high-res 2 color that could help with some enlightenment for me, because I'd love to get this in the artifact colors like I've got on the original CoCo version running behind me, but it's a little bit beyond me right now, so I'd love to get some help with that.
If I could throw in 2 cents there, well,
Sure.
I think that's great if you want to learn how to do it. I'd say, go, by all means, learn how to do it. I think this game benefits from no artifacting. It just looks much better monochrome, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was designed as a 2-color game.
So
yeah, absolutely, as an option.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So you could turn it on and off. Yeah, that would be cool.
Right. Yeah. And then also, just in general, check it out. Check out some of the technologies used. I think digital preservation is really important, and not just in keeping the devices like we all have, the original devices, but also taking and making some of these things accessible to newer generations where we can hopefully get some kids playing, get some kids learning these, implementing it in their own, implementing it for taking these ideas, putting in their own projects.
Yeah, absolutely. How long have you been working on this?
I've been working on this off and on for probably about 6 months now. But really, just like everybody else, we've all had a lot of time recently, so that's helped out a lot.
Absolutely, that's very cool.
I noticed you have zload and zsave commands. Is that local to the current web session, or can you actually save it somewhere where you can pick up the game later?
You can actually save it, and you can pick it up later as long as you're running in the same web browser. It saves it in the web browser itself.
Okay.
Also, something I mentioned briefly, but I didn't touch on, is you can actually save it if you go to Dungeons of Daggorath or Daggorath.online with your phone or computer. It'll have one of the options will be to install, and you can actually install a local version of that as well. And so that will run locally and allow you to run it if you save and load there. Of course, that's your local copy too.
Cool. That's impressive. That's super cool. So Jason the Coco Man, are you here? I'm not sure if he's unmuted, but so we saw you at VCF Midwest, and you had the coolest line. So what was that line you said when you ran into us at VCF Midwest last year?
Oh, I think I said that. What was it? Now I'm trying to remember, but it was about using the switcheroo and how everybody should have a switcheroo.
Switcheroo is a good, absolutely. And I thought that
that's
great.
what's running behind me. I absolutely love the things.
You came up to Jason like, oh, you're the guy who made the switcheroo, and this is the greatest thing. Everybody should have a switch. Everybody who's got a CoCo 3 should have a switcheroo. I'm like,
you're the switcheroo guy. I remember you. Yeah, you're the switcheroo guy.
That's my original CoCo from when I was a kid running in the background, and it's running with the switcheroo to get it back up and running. So thank you very much.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to see people enjoying these little silly things I put together at home.
Absolutely,
it's great.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any other questions for Norm about his project about Daggorath Online? Anyone?
And if you do have questions afterwards, please go to Daggorath.online. There's a link to either just send me an email, or there's a link to the my GitHub page, and you can always throw in an issue if you have any problems, or chat on there as well.
Okay. And in the live chat, Robert Murphy says, Nathan, I have to say you did manage to come up with a good follow-up to the Blue Monday video. Daggorath scores pretty high.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. I had a lot of fun working on it.
Okay, this is an exhibition, not a competition. Please, no wagering.
All right. So the next thing that we're going to talk about right now, this came up on Facebook this week, and the timing is perfect, but Norm Lamoureux on Facebook, he posted a video, I'm assuming that he took himself, of Rainbow Fest from 1989, and a lot of comments have come up for that. People have recognized either themselves or other legendary CoCo community members. So I thought we would just play this video, and then you guys can tell me to pause, because I have never been to a Rainbow Fest. You guys can tell me to pause the video at any given time, or rewind, or whatever you need me to do. So let's just go ahead and get it started, and then just you guys chime in at any time when you need me to pause, rewind, whatever. Okay. Pause. That's the wrong file. Okay. So VLC has decided to remember the last thing I played versus what I want it to do. That's the joy of doing it live, right? So hold on just 1 second here. Here we go. Here's the video. I was like, man, that sounded weird.
You need to share? So I'm going to go in now. And...
Oh, no, hear nothing.
Oh, you guys can't hear it. Hold on.
Or see it.
Yeah, it's on YouTube though. So technical difficulties. There you go.
The Ford Taurus.
Okay. So I'm gonna go now. So see you later.
The Hyatt Regency. It said grand opening. Was that a brand new hotel opening?
No, it had been opened. I think they did some remodeling.
Oh, okay.
I was still in high school in 1989.
Wow. Yeah.
Remembering I was wishing I could be there.
Right.
There's James Jones.
Right. Oh, right there.
Registering. Yep.
Wow.
Okay. Hey, James.
Look at that. They have like the sign-up booths that you have at all the conferences.
Yeah, and those are all Rainbow Magazine staff manning the booth.
I wonder if they had accepted PayPal prepays at this event.
Are they using a TP10 printer to print the receipts? I don't see any line. Registration line.
Look at the stacks of technology there.
Obsolete technology.
I noticed a lot of people wearing ties and looking very formal.
Yeah, that's usually the booth representatives, especially the Radio Shack booths and Computer Shack and stuff.
Now, see, I thought that mullet sighting right there was Curtis Boyle. So, Curtis, can you confirm or deny if this mullet belongs
I don't think
to
that
you?
one was me.
No?
I usually wore the actual Fest shirts when I was there. I'd buy
Okay.
the shirt first and then go. So.
All right, I could have sworn I
If
saw...
anybody sees the lovely Tamara, let us know.
Okay, right there. It's hard to pause, but you
Yeah,
get the
yeah.
idea. I thought that mullet person
So-
might have been... if you can name that mullet in 3 tunes, then... So you guys tell me when to pause if there's anything, because I don't know anybody.
Well, just the sheer size of it compared to CoCoFest
Oh, yeah.
nowadays, yeah. And this is not the biggest ones. This has actually already started tapering off.
Coco Cat's over here.
Here.
That's Lonnie Fox. So there's Rick Adams.
Where? Go back.
Right
Sitting
there
down,
in the
yeah,
blue
on the
shirt.
blue shirt.
John
Right here.
Strong?
Where's John Strong?
No, that's not John.
No, previous.
Yeah, just sitting there with the black hair, sitting in front of the computer with the screen. That's Rick at the Delphi booth.
Oh,
showing
that's
you how
Rick
to
right
run
there?
Delphi. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wow. You look slightly different.
A little bit more hair.
A little shorter.
Darker hair. There's Rick, ladies and gentlemen, Rick Adams. Thank you. You're too kind. All right.
That's Lonnie Fox's voice too.
Okay, Lonnie on the
Oh, yeah.
megaphone. What James is saying.
Rick, was
Look
that
at
your
this. Look
machine?
at this. The stacks of new in box stuff. You know.
Well, Radio Shack used to exhibit there, and they used to bring
Yeah.
a ton of stuff from the local Radio Shacks in the area, and they would just sell tons of them. They'd run back to the store for the next day and bring more.
Is that guy wearing an "I'm a Coconut" T-shirt? I think he is right there. That's available on our swag shop too, by the way. So
Not possible.
Very prescient.
we've got time travel proof right here. So
Maybe D. Bruce had something to do with it.
Yeah, I didn't know Stevie had a mustache back then.
Delphi. Is that
There's the
Rick
back
right
of
there?
Rick.
That's
Yeah.
Rick right there.
Yep.
Yeah, that looks
That's
like you,
me.
Rick. I recognize you
Lots
now.
more hair. I got a little bit of a mullet going on. Look
Do you
at
know
that.
who was next to you there, looking over your shoulder? Is this a random passerby?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Pick in your pocket.
That's Lonnie.
That's Lonnie Falk right there.
Yeah.
Look at- looks like a tall man, huh? And
Yeah,
there's
he
the-
was about 6'4". He was tall.
Yeah. Here's the Coco Cat right here. Taking pictures. Instamatic.
Okay, that's not creepy or anything.
No, no. Let me sit on a
Back then
random,
it wasn't.
random stranger's lap. Yes, so.
Obviously not, observing social distancing, but
No.
It was a different time back then.
Yeah.
it's a different time and place.
Yeah. That's Lonnie still, huh?
Yeah.
We have a Lonnie.
He was very active. He was the main announcer, and
Yeah, and he's head and shoulders over most of the people in the room, so it's kind of hard to miss, huh? Or at least a forehead above most. Is that Train in this video, or is that somebody on the panel?
It's on the panel.
It's on the panel.
Whoever's got the train, mute yourself, please. Okay, so is Lonnie signing autographs, or is he just like lining up more film in his Instamatic camera or something there? Okay.
Could be either back then.
Talking to the kids. Here you go, kid. Here's a goodie bag. Now get out of here.
Yeah, he used to be a professional reporter there, and then he hit a rainbow, and then he ended up being the mayor of Prospect. So.
Wow. I have no idea who is inside that Coco Cat costume.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea.
So obviously we got a lot of footage of Lonnie here. He would have been the big star at this event, huh?
Yeah. After creating Rainbow on his kitchen table with a line printer 7, I think it was.
Chuck Allison saying that's David Ladd in the cat costume. The Coco Cat's identity has been revealed.
I think the cat would have been much more enthusiastic.
Are you excited? Oh, look at that. Sundog. Sundog right there.
That's Glenn.
Hello, kids. Are you excited about being at Rainbow Fest? I know I am.
I thought the court had ordered those documents sealed.
What are we talking about?
Oh.
Creeping me out a bit here.
This is the one that I was the keynote speaker for.
Oh, wow. There. Hey, Coco Cat. Everybody wave at the Coco Cat.
I had to force Lonnie to pay my way.
I'm sitting on my knee, Joe.
Sundog.
What do you mean?
Was that Burke and Burke beside Sundog?
Yeah, and that's Chris Burke there in the white shirt.
The plaque that I show off at CoCoFEST came from this one.
Is that Burke and Burke right there? All the hardware? What is that right there?
Off to the right.
What does this say here? Something soft, hard to read.
Gimme Soft.
Gimme Soft. Who's Gimme Soft?
Oh, they did various software like Max Sound and a few other things. I'm trying to remember.
I think that's Samuel's brother or father.
Oh, Samuel Gimes. Gimesoft, huh? Yeah. And so Alexander Wallace, our friend from Mexico, Viva la Mexico, Alexander. He says, for the record, I'm a big fan of David Ladd.
Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff.
Yes, he is. Okay, so we have Gimme Soft here. You got a screaming kid in the background. Well, Sir Comp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Window Master and the.
You recognize that guy who just waved at us there?
I can't see the booth name there, and I don't recognize him off the top of my head.
Video's a little blurry, but we're talking about an analog video over the years that's been, digitized. There's Lonnie. All right.
Just think how much this camera probably cost back in 89.
Yeah. Lonnie Falk has given Chris Hawk a run for his money with the number of buttons on his jacket back then, right? So.
Well, he has the appropriate amount of flair.
Yeah. See, you see all the ties? You see all the guys with ties? There's a lot of guys in ties.
Yeah, that's usually the Radio Shack booth.
Yeah, this is 1989, Alan Hubman.
Thin ties.
Look at that. CM8, that was a CM8 monitor stand he was selling for $1.95 while supplies last. Can you imagine that? $2 for,
and that could have been either Computer Shack or Radio Shack, because they both sold all the Radio Shack stuff. They usually dressed up in ties, and they usually had tons and tons of stuff for sale.
Wow. Look at the ties. I got a tie. I got a pocket protector. I'm ready for Rainbow Fest. Ladies, look out.
There's Malcolm.
I don't know Malcolm.
He's passed away, but he used to be a regular at CoCo and Rainbow Fest.
That's Lonnie Falk again, I'm assuming.
OS9-1 in disc or OS9-2 in disc together, book and disc.
Now, was that Cray Augustberg? I can't remember what he looked like.
Do you recognize this guy here? That's legendary game designer Steve Bjork, I believe, right?
Also in a suit and tie.
In a suit and tie, looking very corporate.
This is Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Don't worry
I was just
about
going
me,
to say,
go ahead.
when this camera pans down here, I think you're actually going to see Rascan on sale, because this would have been the booth that was selling it on behalf of Nick in North America.
Is that it right there?
Yeah, that I think is Rascan running.
Okay.
The little box beside it you can see on the left.
Yeah.
That's the actual Rascan version 2, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
Steve Bjork talking about something. He's talking about how he's going to be on CoCoTALK the following weekend. Probably. So.
How come he never dresses in a suit for us? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, check the hair.
Yeah, look at that fro.
That's a great Black Power hair.
Yeah. Rainbow Fest. Those were good times when even white guys could have afros.
Well, we're all
Oh,
heading
we're
there now.
presenting we're presenting a Coco cat. Who gets the Coco cat? And the lucky winner is that guy in the
Steve
suit.
Bjork?
No, that's not Steve Bjork there.
No.
Another guy in a suit. Yeah.
Is that Newman from Seinfeld?
That's what I was gonna say.
Hello, Jerry.
All right, so that was some highlights from the Rainbow Fest from 1989. Was anybody here on the panel at that event? I know a few people in the live chat were there. Alan Huffman says he was there. James Jones is in the live chat. He was there. I have never been to
Rick
a
Adams,
Rainbow
obviously,
Fest. Rick Adams was there. So
I
anything?
think this is the one year I missed because between 86 to 91, I made all but one. And there was one where some emergency thing happened at work and I couldn't go. And I think this is the one I wasn't able to make it to.
So yeah. Anybody else have any memories of that event if you were there? And comparisons from a Rainbow Fest to a CoCoFest?
Well, like I said before, this Rainbow Fest is in the later part of it when it was already starting to wind down. Like the one I went to in 86 was probably 2 to 3 times the size of that one.
Okay.
To give you an idea of how many people used to show up.
All right.
Apparently Rick Adams has something to say.
Rick Adams, you want to unmute
he was
yourself?
Keynote speaker. You must remember
Well,
something.
I have a lot of memories of it, but what can I say? Yeah, I was the keynote speaker that year. Lonnie wanted me to come out to be keynote speaker, and I said, well, I'd love to go, but I have no money to do such a thing. And he says, oh, no problem. We'll pay for your hotel. And I said, no, I'm sorry. When I said I have no money to do this thing, I have no money to do this thing. And he says, oh, all right, we'll pay to fly you out then. Okay, fine. So I got the worst seat on the plane. It was like in the dead middle in the very back row.
In the cargo bin? With the livestock?
Hard to hold on to the wing.
If there was any livestock back there, I think I could have talked to it. But and I think that was the one where I'm all lined up to, for registration, right? And so it's like, I'm just going to be one of the regular people. I'm lined up for registration. It's a big old long line, and I'm not going to be, some special dude just because I'm the keynote speaker. I'm not going to hey guys, I'm here. I'm just going to be a regular guy, right? Yeah. Do you know who I am? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody that doesn't know who he is. Can we help him? So I'm in line about 2/3 back, about quarter of a mile back, and Marty Goodman shows up and says, "You with me," and he grabs me and just takes me past the line. I'm like, "Bye, guys. I guess I'm going with Marty Goodman." Okay. And there was something he wanted to show me. And it's like, "Oh, you don't have to register. You're fine." So, and then the keynote was that was my first foray into public speaking, and I was real nervous about it, but did okay, and I tried to make it funny, and everybody laughed, so that was good. And then at the end, I made some offhand joke about Radio Shack, and then who was it? Somebody from Radio Shack said, "Yeah, Rick, we got to give Rick another project so we can stop him from making terrible jokes like that."
Right.
So that's about all I remember.
Okay, I'm going to need to ask everybody, if you're not speaking, to please mute yourself, or I'm going to have to force muting on the entire room. I'm hearing a lot of background noise right now. So everybody, if you're not speaking, mute. Yeah.
You could get them from your other store.
Where is that coming from right now?
We don't own that one.
That's Ken.
It works for laundry, not the sink.
All right, Ken Reighard, you have been muted. All right, so we're getting a little peek into the family life of Ken Reighard and company there. All right, so let me go ahead and unmute. Well, I can't do that. So Brendan Donahe, you're going to need to unmute yourself. Are you still there? Because you're going to be next, sir. Brendan Donahe.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Brendan and Morgan are here. All right, so what we're going to do right now, thank you, Rick Adams. we are going to take a commercial break, and then when we come back, we are going to start segueing into more presentations that are going to be feeding into the CoCoVGA. And so I'll be showing off a little project I've been working on that takes advantage of the CoCoVGA. And then Brendan Donahe and his lovely daughter Morgan will be here to answer any questions you may have about the CoCoVGA upgrade you have for your CoCo. So we'll be back. This is your time for potty breaks if you need them. So we'll be back in about 3 minutes, boys and girls. And the first ever 29th annual virtual CoCoFEST is happening. And we'll be back in 3 minutes, everybody.
And now this message.
Hi, it's Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCo talk show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marentes, author of such colour computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation Nitrous 9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual. And yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Hi, this is Max Jackson live from CoCoFEST. And listen to the real game, Steve Strowbridge.
We're traveling through a dimension both of sound and ideas. We're at a place where the mind can comprehend and devise a solar radio, a wireless transmitter, measure time and light. 65 electronic projects brought to reality with this science fair kit. Astonishing? Perhaps. But you can find it for Christmas for $17.95 in a place that's known as Radio Shack.
Radios, stereos, recorders, everything in sound.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hi, this is Sean Wheatley, and you're listening to CoCoTALK with the original gamer, Stevie Strowbridge.
That's the end of that segment right there. So we are back, everybody. Brendan Donahe, are you still with us?
Yep, sure am.
All right. So what we're going to do next is there's a project that I've been working on. I showed it off a little bit tail end of last year. I got inspired by Morgan, who created a very cool game for the CoCoVGA that I saw last year at CoCoFEST. She created a very cool game where you had to catch bombs. And I said, you know what? I'm inspired by that. I think I'd like to make one too. And so I started working on it, and typical me, I usually run out of interest and I get distracted by a shiny object and I start a project and I never finish it. But I did say to myself, you know what? I want to present it this year at CoCoFest. I want to have at least a playable demo this year at CoCoFest. And so since we've had nothing better to do lately, I went ahead and I was able to get some more work done on it. So what I'm going to show for you right now is a little short, about 3.5 minute video, kind of showing you the latest version of this game I've been working on and telling you some of the future plans for it. So without any further ado, this is now the world premiere of Ka BOMB. Ka BOMB is a game for the color computer written in BASIC. It's designed exclusively for the CoCoVGA. I've customized the fonts, replacing the inverse with bold letters, fine-tuned the standard letters, tweaked punctuation marks, and changed the numerals to LCD digits. I've tried to use as few of the original CoCo's 8 colors as possible, replacing them with custom color palettes. Ka BOMB is inspired by Activision's Ka BOMB for the Atari 2600. The story is simple. Villains are dropping bombs, and it's your job to catch them in a barrel. If you miss a bomb, you lose a life. The backstory is a little insider humor. You start off on the title screen and can choose from 3 controller types: analog, digital, or keyboard, and the game begins looking very similar to Ka BOMB, albeit a little bit slower. But Ka BOMB has a twist. Occasionally you'll get mystery drops. What can mystery drops do for you? I'm glad you asked. One possibility is an extra life, extending your gameplay experience. Bomb Blast will clear all of the bombs on the screen, awarding points for each. There's a risk that your mystery prize may be a loss of life, so catch these when you can afford to. A fun prize is the flashlight, which will cause the bomber to freeze and stop dropping new bombs, allowing you time to catch the ones already in play. One of the coolest features I've yet to implement is the ability to catch the bombers. If your mystery prize is an alarm, it will call the police, they will catch the bomber, and put him behind bars. The game was designed with the idea of catching each criminal to move on to the next round, with a new criminal, bomb type, and set of colors. There are 32 different villain characters to cycle through, each uniquely drawn and colored along with a variety of different bomb types and colors. A perfect game would end after you caught all 32 criminals and won the game. If you miss a bomb, it explodes on the ground and you lose a life. When you've run out of lives, you'll return to the title screen seeing your score and the high score. The title screen will cycle between itself and the story screen every minute or so in an attract mode fashion. The game was started in October of 2019, and after about a month or so of initial progress, it was put on hiatus. The original plan was to have a playable demo at the 2020 Chicago CoCoFest in person, and the next best thing is to show it to you all today during our virtual CoCoFest. This concludes, and I hope you've enjoyed, this presentation. There you have it, everybody. That was the world premiere of Ka BOMB.
That's cool.
It's no Nightmare Highway. It doesn't have a road.
Thank God for that.
It doesn't have a road. It doesn't have a car. But it's got bombs. And I was thinking about this as a limerick. It's got bombs. It's got a bucket. If you die too many times, you might just say, all right. So
man from Nantucket.
That's awesome.
So ...
Looks
good.
Yeah, I think it looks great.
Thank
As
you.
autocorrect says, duck it.
Duck
And
it.
so the joys of programming in interpreted basic, wishing this is now I'm back to where when I was when I kid, where I said when I grow up I want to learn assembly language so I can make games like Rick Adams and Steve Bjork did, and and I still haven't learned assembly language, so I'm still sucking in slow basic, but yeah, baby steps, right? So
well, you've made it when this is redone on the MC10.
Yes, exactly. So that is now going to segue over to the creator of the CoCoVGA project, who I first met at my first CoCoFest in 2016 when the CoCoVGA was still just a twinkle in his eye. But Brendan Donahe and Morgan Donahe are here. Thanks for joining us today on our virtual CoCoFest. Glad you could be here.
Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, it turns out actually that was my first CoCoFest as well. I don't know if you knew that already, Stevie. So yeah, I think the game looks great. I think you've taken great advantage of the features in CoCoVGA, and I think it looks awesome.
Thanks. You were very helpful in helping me figure out how to use your tools to create fonts and set palettes, and you really helped me a lot getting me set up to just be able to make my game do what I want it to do. So
Steve, what machine did you do that on?
I did that on my white CoCo 1. Well, I actually started off on a TDP 100, and it turns out the audio wasn't working, so I had to move it myself, and it was really easy to move. I've got a white CoCo 1 with an F board, and you just pick it out of the socket and pop it in, and I even soldered in the audio connection all by myself. And so I've done my own CoCoVGA transplant, and I'm not even a hardware guy. So it's in a white CoCo 1, and it's running at the blistering speed of 0.89 megahertz. Does anybody have any questions for Brendan about the CoCoVGA product, and anything you want to ask me or ask Brendan about what this device can do for us?
Do you have any new features coming up with software upgrades, firmware upgrades?
Right now, I don't. I've been a little bit busy with work, but I've got plenty of ideas of things I'd like to try yet. Lately, it's been mostly trying to keep up with shipping out boards. So as of yesterday, we've shipped out 139 CoCoVGA boards.
Nice.
So
yeah.
So anyway, that's mostly what I've been up to. I don't have any significant updates other than that.
And are there any versions of it that you're still planning on doing, like for the different models of CoCo 1s and 2s and Dragons, et cetera, to get it to fit properly?
So ideally, we'll get there. One of the stopgap measures that I've been toying with doing is basically a adapter board, kind of similar to one of the ones that Ed provided David. I think he's on the call today. David O'Connor, to make it so that some of these CoCoVGA boards can fit in Rev D or E CoCo 1s. So I have some requests for that, and also have some requests from some folks, including Simon Jonason, for trying to get some of these boards to fit in some PAL CoCo 2s. So that's been a little bit of a challenge for us. I will say my most recent shipment from Ed included a few of the SAM accelerators that let you run your CoCo 1 or 2 at full double speed all the time and still get video out. Because if you run full double speed, it generally scrambles the video on a CoCo 1 or 2, unlike a CoCo 3. So anyway, I have a couple of those available. I haven't posted on Facebook, just trying to keep my head above water and all. But
yeah.
Anyway, those are becoming available. If
excellent. Morgan, what did you think of my tribute to your bomb game?
I liked it.
Yeah. Have you seen it? I've been giving your dad copies of the disc image. Have you had a chance to try the game?
No.
Yeah,
okay.
we tried it. You tried it? No.
Okay.
Let me.
You can... All right. And we have a question from the live audience from Morgan saying, "What is your favorite game?" I'm assuming he means on the CoCo.
I don't know.
Well, is it one of the
Dungeons and Daggorath is a great option, by the way.
When you wrote, is it? Come on, you played.
Have you written anything new, Morgan? Have you written any new CoCo games?
No.
Okay. Excellent. I do have a quick question for you, Brendan. I got the upgrade flasher thing that you sent me, and I now have time to actually use it. So I'm hoping it's going to be an easy process to do the firmware upgrade myself, and maybe I'll get with you offline on that.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in the SAM doubling too, because my game needs like SAM quintupling or whatever the word is. So, but we'll have to start with doubling.
Yeah. So yeah, doing the upgrade is reasonably straightforward. I think the hardest part is just downloading and installing the Quartus software that does the programming for you.
Okay.
So once you have that, it's fairly straightforward. I mean,
is that free?
Yeah, that is free. The programmer is free. Okay. So anyway, but I can help you with that. I can help you walk you through that. Whatever you want. Yeah.
All right. Well,
I got that here too. Myself. Actually, I got one of the flash updaters for the CoCoVGAs, but I need to get a the small connector. The one I've got here's got the large connectors on the end of the ribbon cable.
Yeah.
I don't actually.
I can ship you one of those. Let me take a note to do that.
Oh, and
that'd be fantastic.
Did you see the message I sent you, Brendan, asking about a custom output from it where I could have the VGA and audio output in the back, but the two buttons in the front, like to separate those two into two different boxes? I think I'd sent you a message about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't been on Discord very much lately, so I may have missed that.
Yeah.
But I'll check on that.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's your audio and video out in the back, you don't need to mess with those, but every now and then you need to press those buttons to change the artifact colors and to not have to reach. So what I've done right now is I've got sticky tape and I've got it sitting on the hood of my CoCo so I can do it from the top. But I'd love to have buttons like above the keyboard, like where the little the CoCo badge is.
Yeah.
Right on that little curvy part above the badge, if I could have a couple buttons there that I could just click right above the keyboard, that would be a cool feature.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Also, another question. You said the SAM accelerators are starting to actually ship.
Yeah. I've got.
What's the price for those?
I think Ed and I had agreed on like $40 or something like that, US.
And I could put an order in for one of them.
That's
too,
like 9,000 Canadian, just so you know, Curtis. So.
or 20,
it's about 15,000 Australian.
Say that.
Hey, Brendan. the VG6 player viewer is what I got on right next to me here, and it works excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember seeing your posting on Facebook.
Yeah.
I got a real laugh at the Radio Shack face mask.
It's on a TDP 100, Model 1 CoCo.
Ah, that's awesome.
And it's a picture. It's
That's
awesome.
Yeah. I never get tired of VG6 pictures. I love those. I think they're great.
It's awesome. Do we have any other questions for Brendan about CoCoVGA, or just comments, or telling him he's doing an awesome job, anything like that?
Definitely doing an awesome job. No doubt about that. So must have as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, great job, Stevie. The game looks awesome as well.
Yeah. If somebody would like to be in my beta testing on this, just let me know. Shoot me a message on Discord and I can add you to a group. I've got a group that I'm sharing disk images with as I come up with new versions. Cool. And so if you'd like to be in on the beta testing on that, play testing, just let me know. It will be free of charge. So when it's done, I'm going to give it to Brendan to put on the website. So right now there's 130 potential people who could very slowly and painstakingly spend hours trying to catch 4 bombs by the time they reach the bottom of the screen. So, but I've got a market of 130 people now for my free game. I'm competing with Nightmare Highway is what I'm doing here. I'm undercutting the competition. So
a hit single.
The hit single, yeah.
Awesome.
Well, Brendan, I can't thank you enough. Not only is it just an awesome product for what it does, but you have been so helpful with everyone who has needed help getting it installed, or for me, helping me tweak my development process and everything else. So I want to say bravo to you and Ed Snyder, and to your other buddy. It was Steven Spiller? Spiller? Yeah, so for everybody on that project, thanks for just another great new piece of hardware for the CoCo.
And great support for it, like you said. That's key.
I appreciate the really warm reception from the CoCo community. It's been a real blast, getting to help people get started with it and ship kits all around the world and stuff like that. It's been really cool.
Yeah, and when I did my double back video this week, I was playing double back on my CoCo with the CoCoVGA, and the red and blues look amazing, and it's on a real CoCo coming through on a modern PC. So it's awesome, right? It's kind of like the switcheroo of the CoCo 1 and 2,
Stevie Strick had a question on YouTube. I don't know if you noticed that.
Okay, what's that? Strickyak requires removable of the 6847 from. He looks like he's quoting. Can we clip a piggyback on the VDG?
If you prefer to piggyback it on top of the VDG, you can go right ahead. In fact, that's how I initially prototyped it. Was I soldered a socket on the top of the 6847 to make life easy for me.
Where does one order one of these?
You can go to CoCoVGA.com and just click on the contact link and just drop me a note. And then I'm a little bit old school. I'm not as up to date with modern technology.
Forget it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. No. There's no PayPal link and shopping cart and checkout link. I don't want to know you.
No. So I want to know your life history before I send you one of these. So
Yeah.
I think I have a question. With the CoCoVGA, what is the known longest time for someone buying one and not yet installing it in their CoCo?
Oh, I don't know. I'd say probably a couple of years. So I don't think you have the high score on that, Jason.
Okay, because I got mine at the Tandy assembly, the second Tandy assembly, and it's still sitting over here as a future project. Which now Stevie has that game. I'm going to have to do it.
Right.
How can you possibly resist not putting a CoCoVGA in your computer when you got it there?
Well, when you have all these switcheroos and stuff to build, and then the emails to answer, and exactly when I do get an email from someone, I want a switcheroo for my CoCo 1 or 2. I'm like, go get a CoCoVGA. This won't work, but that's what you need.
It's kind of funny because I get the same kind of question. Where can I get this for the CoCo 3? Well, you can talk to Jason, or you can wait a little longer and look for Give Me X or something like that. So, anyway, yeah. And I also want to say thanks to Mikey too. I saw the announcement that he just sent out about the ANSI mode that can optionally employ CoCoVGA in 64 column text mode. So. That's great. Thanks, Mikey.
No problem. I had fun doing it.
Nice.
Awesome.
Good. Quick question. So can you do that on can you use the CoCoVGA in an emulator? Can you emulate a CoCoVGA?
That is actually one of the things that is near the top of my list to work on. That's been a request by a number of people, including Ron Klein for quite a long time, so that, it is a little bit easier to do debug in an emulator than it is. I think Simon has actually asked for this as well. So it's on my list. I need to, get MAME downloaded and get it built, and then see if I can figure out how to do that. So it's on my list. Not yet.
All right. Cool. Thank you. Very, very cool. Ken Reighard, are you there?
I am here.
And what about the rest of the family? Are they with us too? Is everything good in the marital bliss area?
I'll take that as no comment.
No, I mean swimmingly well.
Everything is fine here. I just feel stupid because I turned off the video and forgot to turn off the audio.
That's quite all right. Listen, Grant Leedy has urinated on the show, so it's you haven't done.
Well, I got a ways to go then.
You got a ways to go. All right.
That's not an invitation to try.
Well,
I'll accepted.
We have another treat for you. Nightmare Highway is the gift that keeps on giving. It starts off with damage to vehicles. It then gets into psychological trauma, which then feeds into a video game, which fed into a song, and that song has now fed this. So another world premiere for you on a very regular episode of CoCoTALK for you. Enjoy Nightmare Highway, the music video.
Got some time to kill, might play a little Zaxxon. Might double back to play a little Temple of Rum. Dungeons of Daggorath, color baseball. But none can hold a candle to the greatest of them all. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Sure, I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to come back to Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road, and it's got a car. Dodge the furniture, and you'll be a pop star.
Okay.
Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell this truth, this game really ain't all that. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
That was so
terrific. That's cool.
Good.
That is really cool.
That is exactly what that needed, was the video to go along with it. That was, man, I'm
really cool.
blown away.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Awesome stuff.
To quote the internet mogul Jason Reighard, anything worth doing is worth overdoing.
Well, after that first video, I was a little worried. They set the bar really high, but I was confident that I could get under it.
Yeah, had to do a little limbo there, huh? So everybody limbo.
Ow.
Oh, that was so good.
Nick Marentes, did you play the mandolin in that one? Oh,
Ukulele? Yes, I did.
Yeah. Oh, good one. Good one.
And that was Rick Adams singing, who wrote most of the lyrics. I contributed a few of the lyrics, and that was Bruce in the background who produced it and did the backing vocals. And
I can prove
really
that
awesome
I actually did those backing vocals live. Nightmare Highway. See, that's me.
Nightmare Highway.
That's it.
Nightmare Highway.
Hey, I'm in it too, but unrecorded and altered electronically.
Nightmare Highway.
Oh, that was your voice.
Nightmare
I assume it was.
Highway.
Yes.
I always wondered about
neat.
that.
I didn't know who did that.
Well, it was in the interview. Did you guys watch
all
the
me, man.
interview? We have a. So
I
this,
watched the interview.
the
Yes,
video-
I definitely
it's
watched
the-
the interview because I.
Yeah, it's the.
Oh,
you would have failed the quiz.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
The incident turned game, turned song, turned interview, turned bonus content. You name it, we got it. Thank you, Mikey, for holding up the timer there. I appreciate that. I see that.
Still have a little
Want to
time.
acknowledge you. But wait, there's more. A great personal friend of Ken Reighard's, Samuel Gimes, is one of our deep thinkers. Samuel Gimes has come up with a CoCoThoughts in honor of today's 29th annual virtual CoCoFest. So let's hear
Anybody
what
here?
Samuel.
Anybody else
Do
here?
we have
brake
to,
slamming?
Stevie?
What
Do
happened?
we have to?
Yes.
Anybody else here? Brake slamming?
Yes. All right. Hold on now. Brace yourself for CoCoThoughts.
And now, CoCoThoughts by Samuel Gimes. Finally, we are all gathered together for CoCoFEST.
Wah, wah, wah. Oh, Lord have mercy. May he spare
That's
us
from
all.
The Price is Right, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
The yodeling guy just fell off the side of the mountain.
Yes. So, Ken Reighard, thank you for all that you do. Thank you. You
great
are
video.
too kind. Speaking of thank you and you are too kind, our next presenter is no slouch and no stranger when it comes to keynote speaking and presentations at auspicious occasions. And he is going to speak with us now about a little project he's been working on. So let me make sure I have this sound drop set up very properly. So hold on for 1 second. Actually, I'm going to share audio one more time before I turn the sharing back over to you, Rick Adams. But what I want to make sure you guys all hear is this.
It's been an incredible journey.
All right. So on that note, we have legendary game designer, legend in his own mind, and rock star extraordinaire, the voice behind Nightmare Highway, the hit song. I present to you Rick Adams, everybody.
Okay, well, let me share my screen. Let's do that and then that. And you can see my screen, right?
Yes, I see code.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So what this is all about is sort of Temple of Rom 2. And this all started 2 years ago when William Astle did a disassembly of a Temple of Rom card and sent me the disassembly, and I started poking through it and figuring out basically what in the heck I was doing in my code 40 years ago. And so it was quite an adventure for me going spelunking into the code. So here's the code. And I just want to take you on a whirlwind tour of a few things that I discovered that were sort of a surprise to me, just for fun. Yeah, the first thing is we'll look for the start of the code. And so there it is. So we're turning off interrupts and we're clearing some stuff. And then we're going to branch to LCD46. Okay, what's at LCD46?
I'm glad you asked.
Let's go take a look. And there is LCD46. Here we are. And let's branch to LCF50. Oh, okay.
You're branching to a branch?
It's just,
yes.
That's completely useless.
Playing hopscotch.
And here we are.
I prefer to call it a time delay.
And then the code proceeds normally. So now I knew immediately why that was, and you may not, but it's because when I first developed this game, it was on, I did it on a system that only had cassette tapes for storage. And so the source got too big for one 20-minute cassette. So I had to put the source on 3 20-minute cassettes. And so I would load in one segment from one cassette and then the next and then the next, and then work on the program and then save it out. Which was very laborious, but I just couldn't afford, $800 for a floppy disk. So that was basically going between the 3 segments. Actually, at this point, it occurs to me at this late date, at the bottom, one of you assembler savvy people can tell me, it says end start. Well, that gives it the starting address. Is that also the same as the first address of the program?
Like where it loads itself in memory?
Yeah.
Because
wherever it is that label resides is what that would be. Yeah.
Because it occurred to me that I could have just, I think that means I couldn't have just put start way down where the code actually started with some code.
Yes, you could have.
Oh, I could have? Okay. Well,
Yes, because the execution address is completely different than the starting location of the code. So
I just realized that today. I was today years old when I figured that out. But that's okay. So I didn't really need to do that insane initial series of jumps. But that's what all of that was all about. Now, another thing I want to show you is I found 2 bugs in my code that I never found and Tandy never found. So one of them is right here. what is this? This is drawing the lines, drawing the vertical lines, as a matter of fact, and the vertical lines would quit 1 pixel too soon at the bottom of the screen. And no one ever noticed that, except I actually did notice that, and it bothered me. But you know, the game was out, and it was too late. So there's that one. And then I found another one where if you shot upwards toward the status area up at the top of the screen, the laser would stop 1 pixel too short. So as you can see, it's just a one-off error. It's like, you know, I needed a BLO instead of a BLS, you know, blah, blah, blah. So that's okay. So that's something that I discovered. The other thing is there's a feature that I didn't even remember existed. Yes. Okay. If the bat is chasing you and you pick up a treasure, you get double points for that treasure. I remembered that back then, but I didn't remember it in present day until I actually saw it in the code and said, what is this doing here? And then I figured it out. So, and I looked back at the instruction manual that Tandy produced, that marvelous thing, and it doesn't list that at all. So that's, if you didn't know that now before, you know it now.
It was an undocumented feature.
Yes. Now, another thing, okay, let's...
Rick in the chat, Dragon Bites is saying, are these comments ones you added to William's disassembly, or is it you refiguring out what stuff was happening?
Right. It's a combination of both. William put in a lot of comments, and then I added a lot more of my own and or altered some of his slightly. So it's sort of a collaborative effort.
Okay.
So here is something in the code that is that I've added for Temple of Rum 2, which you'll find interesting. So if it's built with a custom flag turned on, then it'll use data for monsters and treasures and the lines of the maze and portals and things like that from a subdirectory called map. Otherwise, it'll use those files up at the top level. Well, the reason for that is that up at the top level, you have all the files for all of those things in the original game as it came out, you know, back in the day. But down at the map level, there are a bunch, it's basically level data generated by a script that I came up with. And so I'm gonna show, and the script itself is driven by a GIF file or a GIF file, depending on which school of thought you belong to. I'm a GIF guy, it's just my habit. So it's generated from a GIF file that's created from this Photoshop file. And there is the maze and the treasures and the monsters, all done as little icons. And so this is how I generated the map originally was generated by Mark DuPont, who at about the same time that William Astle was doing his disassembly, Mark DuPont was he was reverse engineering the game to figure out where the data was and what format it was in for all of the walls and the monsters and the treasures and stuff like that. So from that, he figured out the wall data, and then he generated a graphic of the wall data, and that's what I started with. And then put in this little grid and the icons for the treasures and the monsters and things. And so if I want to alter the maze, what I do is I'm going to go and I'm going to grab, I want blue, okay, and then I'm going to draw, it has to be aligned with the grid or else it won't be recognized. I'm going to draw in this, and then I'm going to erase this.
And this is being done in CoCo Max 3, right?
No. Actually, let's see. I screwed that up. Okay, there. So now we have a new passageway. And so when you build the game, it generates all of the level data from this one GIF file. So if I were to save this out now and then rebuild it, then it would that passageway would now be there. And you have to align the blue lines of the walls with the grid, or they won't be recognized, because that's the coordinate system is every 4 pixels. So that's sort of forced on you. And then you have different layers for the objects and the lines and the grid. And so you can put in new treasures. You have to use the icons that are given. There's a spider down there, and you see the little white dot. That's sort of an alignment dot. That dot has to align with the grid. And so you can put monsters and treasures and portals and everything. Oh my. There you'll recognize the section where you wake up. And,
that's the game start right there with the portal right in the center.
Yep,
huh?
there it is. Except that you see that I have added, there's a room up here that I've added with a monster and a treasure. In Temple of Rom 2, I added that room. And then on the periphery of it, I've added 45% more maze and monsters and treasures. And I've added new monsters, some which are kind of nasty. And then there's one additional thing, which is the yellow lines are to guide the monsters, what I call their aggro area, or the area that they're aware of. So right here, this is a ghost, one of the new monsters. And one of the nasty things about the ghost is that while it's at rest, it's invisible. So if you were to come along this corridor right here and come in here, the aggro area for it is this rectangle right here. I come in, as soon as I enter the room, he's going to see me and head for me. And he's not visible. So I'll think, oh, this room is perfectly fine. And then I'll come in here and all of a sudden the ghost will appear and head right for me at 3 times speed. And I'll be in big trouble. And then there's a treasure down here. So the yellow lines don't actually generate any wall data, but for a monster, its aggro area that it's aware of is you take the alignment dot and you go up, down, left, right until it hits something. So the yellow line is just to make it so that its area is just this part of the room. Otherwise, it would be the entire room. So you kind of
you've partitioned his movement area in this room.
Right. So he won't be aware of you. If you're here, this monster won't see you, but this one will. So you could do some rather nasty things. If you drew a sort of a small yellow square around the ghost, then it wouldn't see you until you got really close to it. And then all of a sudden it would appear out of nowhere and come right at you. And you could make it so that, basically you could turn it into a little bit more of a Twitch game. It's like, oh my gosh, no, where'd that guy come from? You could do some rather nasty tricks with that. So you write that out as a GIF file. The one thing that you got to watch out for is there's a color mapping layer, which is in the far upper left corner. There's 4 pixels that you have to have there. Oh, it's actually about 8 pixels. Let's zoom in there. That basically tells the script what index each of the colors is. So that's so it knows what a black is, what white is, red, and so on. So when you draw out the level, you have to use these colors.
Okay.
So.
And this is a version of Photoshop you're doing this in.
Right.
Okay.
It's actually Photoshop 5.5. I think the latest Photoshop should work too.
Okay.
Who knows?
So if somebody wants to customize Temple of Rom, they will need Photoshop right now, the way this is currently designed.
Right. I wish they didn't, but they do, because I'm not good enough to make like a web-based, like pixel editor. So I'm going to go across to where the code
Would
is.
anything that makes a GIF, would that work?
Yeah, as long as it looked just like that graphic.
Yeah, with all his templates, he's got everything lined up for you where you can't make any mistakes. So.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's very fussy.
Yeah.
So it would have to be the exact same width and height in pixels. The grid would have to be aligned exactly like it is in this particular picture. And as long as you have these pixels here so that it knows what the colors are, and as long as you draw things with the proper alignment, it doesn't have to be Photoshop.
It's a very simple two-step process with maybe one or two manual interventory steps. So no, nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Well, it's very inside
Yeah.
inside baseball, I will admit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
let me
but
go
it's
across
cool.
to
It's
the
cool.
code. And so when you build it, then the script grabs that GIF file and generates all that data, and then includes it in the source and builds it. I'm kind of hoping, I just made a start today on a website where you can upload a GIF file, and then it will automatically do all of this process, generate a version of the game in a bin file, and then put it someplace where you can download it.
That would be cool.
Now, I just started on that. I kind of have some ideas on how I'm going to do that. And we'll see if I get to the end of that part of it or not. So there you have it.
I got a
And
question,
I'm
Rick.
pretty much done, yeah.
Hey, I've never really played this game very far. I've played
Mhm.
it a little bit, but can you? Is it possible to make areas where you can jump from one quadrant to another? I mean, is that a possibility to cause more excitement?
Well, that was in the original game. It had these things called transfer portals, the little circles with the dot in the middle. And if you hit one of those, you would teleport randomly into another faraway place of the maze. So that's a way to get far away from where you start. So you could, and you would go to some random section way the heck out there. So even though it's a big maze, you could hit different sections of it, with another playthrough. With the level generation, you can have, fewer or more portals. They'll randomly go to some other portal. So yeah, there is a way to do that. You could generate a level that would have, I tried to have some way of having different levels, sort of like Dungeons of Daggorath has different floors on top of each other. And that was too difficult for me to do. But you could fake that out by, you could have, if you look at, let's see. Are you still looking at my screen?
No, I stopped your sharing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you were to look at the entire maze, then you could have like a stripe down the middle and a stripe down, a stripe down the center going each direction that had nothing in it. And then that way you could have 4 levels. So if you got to the edge of one level, the other levels would be far enough away that you wouldn't see them because they'd be off screen.
Yes.
So that way you could have, you could fake out having 4 levels. Or if you wanted to make them uneven, you basically make them like, pieces of pizza, cut into rectangles. You could have more than 4 levels, but they'd have to be unevenly sized. So you could do that, and then you'd have a portal or 2 in each one. So the only way you could get to the other section would be through a portal. So there's a lot of weird things you could do with this.
Okay.
That graphic you had, the graphic you had up there before in Photoshop, the master file for that's just a PSD file, is it? Or
yes, yep.
Yeah.
And it is online. All of this is online, and you can download it at any time.
Cool.
This project is, there's a balance you have to do between how much money are you going to make and how much fun are you going to have? You know, if your goal is only the money, you do not give away your source. But that's not solely the goal. It's like, well, I'd like to make a little money off of this, but mostly for this one, I'd like to have fun. And I think it'd be fun if everybody could look over my shoulder. So that's why it's on GitHub right now. Every last bit of the and the PSD file and the script that generates levels and everything is all online, ready to be downloaded today.
All right.
A quick question on it. So I saw the source in the PSD file for it. Do you have instructions on how to build this and everything out somewhere? If you're looking for contributors, like how somebody gets started?
I don't really have instructions on how to build it. It's done on you build it with William Astel's LWSM tools, and so I'm doing it on like a Cocoa Pi 3, Ron Klein's Cocoa Pi 3 distribution on a Raspberry Pi. But it could be done. I actually did it on another Linux system that was completely unrelated to that today on my web server. So if you know Linux and how to build things with Linux, it's pretty easy because it's just like a make file and then make. If all of that sounds very strange to you, then then you're going to need some instructions.
No, I think that's fantastic. I'll check that out. And anybody can hit you up on Discord, right? If they have questions.
Yep. Sure.
That is correct.
And just one other.
There's a channel for this. Yeah.
One other note is you may want to take a look at. So I saw the PSD. You may want to take a look at the GIMP. GIMP might be another option for image manipulation that could do this without.
That's cross-platform open source that limits the Photoshop, that overcomes the Photoshop obstacle. You'd have to see if your template's directly transferable or not, though. All right, we got to move on. So we're gonna take a commercial break right now. Thank you very much, Rick Adams. Thank you. You are too kind. Thank you. So we're gonna take a commercial break. After this break, we are gonna have a brief presentation by Nick Marentes, which is the subject of what I've done this past year. Spoiler alert, it involves eating Vegemite. And then immediately after that presentation, we are going to hear from Henry Reitveld about a very cool thing that many of us have seen at the real CoCoFEST. It's an arcade one-up cabinet running the VCC emulator, where we basically have a Coco in a cabinet. A lot of us have seen it. We think it's cool. We're going to see how he made it. And Jason the Coco Man is holding up a jar of peanut butter there, and this should settle for all. How is this pronounced, right?
Well, I don't know about anybody else. I'm a GIF person, but it's for a totally different reason.
As the old commercials always went, choosy moms choose GIF, right? So all right, so we're going to take a commercial break. We will be back with a little bit of Nick Marentes, followed by some Henry Reitveld, and we got more to come. Erico is here just to let you know who's coming up, who's on deck. Henry Reitveld, Jason Reighard, Ron Delvaux, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Erico, Eddy Szczerbinski, D. Bruce Moore, Paul Fiscarelli, Michael Furman, David O'Connor, L. Curtis Boyle, Rob Inman, Mr. Dave 6809, Scott Went, and possibly even a Jim Brain sighting. So we have so much more virtual CoCoFest in store for you today, boys and girls. Just another regular show. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Enjoy this break and go potty.
We'll return after these messages.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and Coco nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Cocoland. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the CoCoFEST. having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age. Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with Nitro S9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
And now, CoCoThoughts by Samuel Gimes. I remember the days of grade school, when on the playground we would talk about the latest computer and console games. Until one day, when a kid told the teacher he was having a blast with his new math tutor. After he got out of the hospital, he changed schools.
Greetings, YouTubers. Ottery Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
All right, well, we are back, boys and girls. We're back with a guy who likes to say,
"Oh, crikey!"
I'm talking about the Thunder from Down Under, Nicholas Marentes. Good eye, Nick. How are you? Thanks for being here.
Good day, everyone. Yes, for a virtual CoCoFEST. Great. I've got a little video to show. I just made a quick, short 2-minute video, basically just highlighting what I've been wasting my time with on the CoCo since, well, what I've released on the CoCo in 2019 and now. So it's a short video, but at the very end of it, or the last segment of the video, I just show you what my current game is. So after the video, I'll just have a quick explanation of what it is, and that'll be it.
All
so
right.
Start the video, yeah.
Without any further ado, we have what the hell Nick Marentes has been up to. Oh, this is very inspirational.
That was a great game.
Just a cheap knockoff.
These sound packs for it too.
I didn't see Popstar in there. Oh, that's from 2016. I guess that's why.
Yeah.
Ooh, Rally SG.
Oh, yeah.
Crikey. It's got a road, it's got a car. Where's the furniture?
listen to Sim soon?
All right. Well,
Rocky.
Right. Yeah, so I guess that was just what I'd done in 2019. So yeah, Popstar Pilot's not in there because that was 2016. So starting off with Waterfall, which was just a basic hybrid actually, basic with machine language program, which I wrote in about a week and a half. After that, there was obviously Gunstar was my main big project. But during Gunstar, I decided to do an offshoot and just go back to my old game, Donut Dilemma, and just modify it so that it took advantage of running on a CoCo 3 with a gimme chip, which allowed me to change a few things like the border color on a P Mode 3 screen. I was able to make black, and I tweaked the game to support joysticks and all that. But now I've started a new game. My next game that you saw at the end of the video there is called Rally SG. It's loosely based on Rally X from the arcades, but I'll change it a bit. And it's designed to work on a CoCo 1, 2, 3, and Dragon. So this is an all CoCo game. This is not specific to a CoCo 3. And it's run in semi-graphics 8 mode. So even on the very first CoCo, it'll run on that as well. You do require 64K of RAM though. So 64K CoCo 1, 2,
that's all you ever need. Who needs more than 64K?
Thank you.
That's right. So that's the video you saw was in development. So that's still a way to go. It's not nowhere near finished. But that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Wow.
I really like that. I really like the music clip you used in that video. That's a really cool clip.
Oh, that was generated by the CoCo. No.
Sequenced by the CoCo.
And Nick, your Gunstar sales are going really well, eh?
Yeah, it's been selling quite well. And, even though it's a 6309 CoCo 3 game, which I thought that, the sales would be a bit lower than normal, which is what I was expecting. But as it turned out, it's pretty well done, close to Popstar Pilot sales. So
wow.
It's very good, and I'm very grateful to the CoCo community, that those who bought it and those who supported it and everything. So what it shows is that there is a market for game development on the CoCo.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Talking about that, Nick, as you know, I bought a digital copy of it. Can I send you the price difference and get you to send me a DVD version?
Well,
no,
I can't actually, because they're actually made for Gunstar. I went to a external company who are in the US, and they manufacture and print the CDs and everything. I don't actually create the CDs. So for US audiences, it works out a bit cheaper as far as postage from, like what I did in Popstar Pilot, where I was posting everything from Australia. I mean, that was adding $10 just in postage. So I wanted to get rid of that. So you'd have to order it, I guess, from the US, and they will charge $20. So I'm not too sure how we can do that.
I can get with you offline on that. I can help you out that offline.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's good using this other company. It makes it easier for me, and it makes delivery quicker for people in the US. But yeah, I don't have the control anymore like I used to. So unfortunately, I can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You need a group buy.
Yeah.
Get like 5 or 6 people to buy it, and then have one person ship.
Just like just about everybody here on the panel, all of you guys have done just incredible things for the community in one way or another. So I appreciate you, Nicholas Marentes, and everybody else here too. It's one big happy love fest that we have here. and it's just awesome. So we're going to keep moving though, because we got a lot of stuff to cover. So the next thing we're going to show is our very good friend Ben Drakes from Explore VR. He submitted a little something for us, and we saw a teaser of this a while ago. It's something he's calling Project A, and this is Ben's new to the Dragon. He didn't have one back in the day. He's a young whippersnapper, but he's doing cool stuff with virtual reality, and he's also working on his first game project. And we're going to see now teaser 2 video world premiere. Are we ready, boys and girls?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Really?
Ooh, was that cool?
Nice. Yes.
It's all
Looks good.
All being done in semi-graphics. Very cool kind of, it looks like it's a hybrid of a kind of animated dungeon crawl plus some kind of real-time strategy / RPG stuff going on the screen there. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to play out just yet, but it looks really cool. I love the animated torches and how you kind of zoom into the doorway. There's a lot of cool eye candy and visual treats going on there. Very cool stuff. And that's going to feed into a discussion we're going to have in a little bit soon here too with Erico, who's also doing something semi-graphics looking related. So I love seeing what you can do with limited space and limited colors. And the things you guys can do with semi-graphics, like that Rally SG, that looked really good. How the tires looked like they were turning and everything. Just that, listen, it was no Nightmare Highway. There was no furniture, but it's not bad for a foreign import product. So,
Nightmare Highway. Semi-graphics is the new high res.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, oh my.
You're a trendsetter, Ken.
Yeah. Well,
blazing a trail right into the couch.
If you were at CoCoFEST last year and you didn't hit a piece of furniture on your way in, and even if you did, you might have saw something that was really cool. It looked like an arcade machine, but it was running CoCo games on a stand-up arcade cabinet. So this is a very cool project that Henry Reitveld has put together, and we have a little video presentation of that we're going to show, and then Henry will be happy to answer your questions about what he's done and things like that. So check this out, boys and girls.
This is just a detailed look at the hardware mod I did to my Rampage Arcade 1-Up to turn it into an all-in-one arcade machine. So I bought the arcade machine from Walmart for $300, but I ended up selling the control deck, the PCB, and the monitor for $100. I used that $100 to purchase the parts I needed to turn this into the all-in-one arcade machine. So I started by going to the thrift store and just buying a $10 LG monitor. I stripped all of the plastic surround from the monitor and just have the bare monitor itself, a 17-inch, and it's screwed right in place of the existing LCD. I ordered a $26 joystick with the USB encoder and 13 buttons, of which I used 12 of them. So I have them laid out. I have to have my exit button, my action buttons, select, start or enter, menu button, and then just 4 random buttons that can be used as a D-pad or control buttons for other programs. So this is the underside of the board that I made. It's a little messy, but everything works. That's the USB encoder, the joystick, and then the buttons. Inside, I'm using an Intel compute stick. I'm using that because I picked it up for $50. You could just as easily use an old laptop or an old desktop, because obviously the emulators aren't going to require much more than what those can provide. My Intel compute stick only had an HDMI out, and unfortunately my monitor only had VGA in. So I spent an additional $10 and just bought an HDMI to VGA adapter, and it works great. Come back around. Anyway, that's the Arcade 1-Up Rampage machine that I've converted to an all-in-one. And again, I did that by replacing the original 17-inch screen with a $10 thrift store LG monitor that I stripped out of the bezel. I purchased a $26 USB encoder, joystick, and button kit. $50 for the Intel compute stick and $10 for the HDMI to VGA converter.
That is super cool. That is super cool. Henry, you do so many cool things, and just as we panned around and just see all the retro tech you have in your layer there, it's like that's a candy store. You live in a candy store.
And don't give anybody your address there, because we'll come get them.
Yeah, if I give them my address, people will come and take it and throw it away.
Not this
so
crowd.
I would give it away.
Oh, what a cool project! I saw it in person last year. It's super cool. You do so many cool things on YouTube. It's just every time you got a new project. I'm glad you're joining us now, because remember when I saw you last year at VCF, I go, man, I'd love to have you on your show. You do so many cool things. And you're like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really do anything that interesting. Meanwhile, we're showing like 5 videos a week from you of everything you're doing. So,
well, the truth was I couldn't figure out how to log on with my CoCos.
Well, Mikey's working on that. He'll be talking about that in his presentation. So you can log on via ANSI in the near future.
I hope so.
Anybody have any questions for Henry about his cool setup he's got there, CoCo and an arcade cabinet?
The next time you bring it to CoCoFest, I have to make sure I have to actually try it, because I think you only had it up the first day, didn't you, this last year?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, because I saw it there and I was going, I'm going to go check that on Sunday, because everybody else was kind of milling around, and I wanted to give them time, and then it was gone the next day, so I couldn't.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, why did you change the screen and not just keep the screen that was already there? Is that just because you could get more money for that because somebody wanted it?
Yeah, it was to appease my wife. If I didn't have to spend more than the initial investment, then
yes. Okay, so you're using voodoo economics here, right?
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. Social economics.
Yeah.
I got a question here. What about the controls? Like you're going for a joystick, which is a digital one, right? Would there be a choice or a possibility of have something analog that could mimic the original?
Yeah, sure. As long as you had a USB adapter for it. I mean, you could. When I first built this, I actually did it with real hardware. I had a CoCo 3 that was in rough shape, so I decased it and used real hardware. So you could have, I could have used a real joystick if I wanted to.
What made you change your mind and go away from the CoCo hardware?
I blew up my MPI. That was an expensive crying moment.
Oops.
Oh, anyways, it's a pretty great project.
Yeah, I definitely want to try it the next time we actually can have a physical fest where I can actually try it out.
Yeah, no, it's a lot more practical now because I have two of them actually. I have a Centipede machine that I did the same thing to. Both of them are running the Intel Compute Stick with the Atom X5 processor. One of them this one is running Windows 10 and VCC and also DriveWire, so I can use it as a DriveWire server for physical hardware. And then my Centipede machine is just running Linux stick because it was a lot cheaper to buy it without the Windows license.
Mm-hmm.
And I just ran Linux and then VCC under Wine.
Okay.
And it works really well also.
What is the stock hardware? I've always been curious. What is inside a normal arcade 1-up? I mean, obviously it's some type of emulator, but what is it?
It's MAME.
It's MAME.
Yeah, it's running the actual ROM, but in a MAME environment.
But what's the hardware and operating system it's running on? Is it a Linux?
There is no operating system. It's proprietary for each game because it's running MAME, right? It's not running an OS.
Okay, so MAME is the OS. I guess, huh?
Yeah, I mean not technically, but I guess.
Okay, it's basically an embedded MAME application.
It is, yeah. Okay. And that's why you have to swap out the PCB because there's not really anything you can do to it.
Ah, okay. So I know that on some of these like NES classics and everything like that, people have been able to hack the firmware to get to play more games or get it to play third-party ROMs. But these one arcade 1-ups, they're kind of like
at least the first gen ones that I have.
They
seem to be.
They weren't hackable, huh?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it probably would have been cheaper to go with a RetroPie, but.
No, they're cool. I liked them, but yeah, it's a little bit expensive, $300 for a 3/4 cabinet, you know.
Yeah.
But they're neat. It's a neat thing to have. So and that's very cool. And it's cool that you did something good with it by making it become a CoCo.
Yeah, I would say that probably at the $300 price point, it's probably a little aggressively priced. For what you get, but yeah. I think if you RetroPie it or do something like I did, then it becomes a lot more worthwhile.
What was the input to the stock monitor that came with it? Was that also HDMI or something else?
HDMI.
It was. Okay, so if you wanted to switch out their PCB for a RetroPie in that cabinet.
Yeah, you could take out the PCB and put in a RetroPie and just get the adapter to fit it to the HDMI adapter because it's got a small adapter. It doesn't just plug straight into the display.
Gotcha.
And does the MAME that you're using there allow you to map keys too, so that the buttons in the joystick operate as key presses?
Yeah. I'm not using MAME actually. I'm
using VCC.
You mentioned,
yeah. And you can map all those buttons using a program. It's called Joystick to Keyboard. So you can treat the button as a keyboard key. So that's why you see 12 buttons on there, because I had to emulate the most common key presses that you would use on a real CoCo, such as Y for yes, N for no, 1 for or 2, space bar.
The arrow key, space bar, yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I mentioned it is that Ben Drake's in the chat there had mentioned he'd love to see Phantom Slayer running the cabinet. I think it would have been a big hit in the arcades.
You can pretty much run. The keys are obviously going to be awkwardly laid out because they're the buttons, but you can even program on that if you wanted to.
Neat, cool project.
You just have to take the time to remap the keys to the keys that you need for that specific application.
Yeah, there's limited USB ports on those PC sticks because they're so small. But
there's only one, so I just added a power hub to.
Added a hub, and you could possibly Bluetooth, maybe a keyboard and mouse. I have
a Bluetooth keyboard.
Yeah. Okay.
That I keep on top of it. Because I also have DOSBox on it.
Okay. So neat. So it's a CoCo and a PC.
Well, it's running a track mode. And VCC is just one of the many emulators that's on it right now. Well, obviously, for the demonstration and for CoCoFEST, I have it boot up right to VCC. But I can just change the boot program and have it boot right up to a track mode normally.
Okay.
And then you just choose VCC from the scrolling menu of
of systems that you want to emulate.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And when you have a PC, you can do just about anything with it.
Yeah,
that's a $50 PC that you got in there. You could take any.
Yeah,
old,
they go for about $100 brand new, but I picked this one up on eBay for $50. They're used, but they come wiped. I've had no problem with it. I've had 2 of them now.
Neat.
No problems.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being here, and thanks for everything that you do. You not only drive from where in Canada are you, Henry?
In Brantford, near Niagara Falls.
Okay.
Like an hour from Niagara Falls.
Okay.
Everybody knows Niagara Falls, right?
Everybody knows that. Yeah. And so.
But I'm from Brantford, home of the telephone.
Oh, beauty! Eh?
I grew up near the Niagara Falls.
Pardon?
I grew up near Niagara Falls.
I was born and raised in Welland.
So was I.
That's crazy small world, eh?
Hey.
Yeah.
Eagle River.
Yeah,
Let
born
me
and
ask you a
raised
question.
in Welland, went to Eastdale High School.
So did I.
The town you guys grew up in, did it have a road?
I went to Eastdale.
50,000 people. It was the center of the universe when you were a kid.
You guys went to the same high school?
Nightmare Highway.
It's a CoCoFest miracle.
It's a
there's other, you know, there
What year
are
did you
other
grad-
peoples.
what year
There
did
are
you
other
graduate?
people in this call that went to the
I
same
graduated in 89.
87.
Yeah,
that's.
You guys might have crossed paths, just didn't know it.
We might have.
Did you play football?
We should talk. No.
Okay. Because
Tuba.
I played football there and rode. That was about it. Other than that, just tried to stay out of everybody's way.
Now that we've hijacked the show with our tearful reunion,
Yes,
sorry
yes.
about that, guys. But
Well,
that's cool.
Speaking of hijacking the show, up next,
It just
Jason,
shows you how small the world really is.
Yeah.
A guy who's best known for saying
"Stop right there."
We have Jason, the Coco Man Reighard, up to share with us something. We don't know what. It's going to be a surprise.
Something. Oh, it'll be something, all right. And you know, there are more than they aren't the only 2 people on this panel that went to the same high school.
You and your brother did?
Only kinda.
Yeah. It's
a long story.
Yeah, it's a long story that we don't have nearly enough time for. But it is a virtual CoCoFest, but I don't have a virtual banner. I have my banner up over here. There it is. Got that up on the wall.
Is it over your shoulder?
It's over one of the shoulders.
Yeah.
Which one it is me trying to be all backwards here, but and it wouldn't be a CoCoFest without
an MC10.
MC10.
MC10. Yes.
And of course, if we're gonna go that far, then we might as well just bring this out too.
The mug of douchery.
For the Forest of Doom mug, we brought it. It's been removed from its protective styrofoam container for this special appearance.
He's the champion.
I'm sure afraid of the resale value of that, though.
Well, right after this, it's going right back into the vault. It's kind of like a Disney film.
Under UV lighting.
It's going to be all nice and dark there in the vault. Now, again,
Hey,
that all
Jason?
aside, yes.
You're right next to me, so I'm just gonna take that mug back.
You guys in the same safe deposit box?
No, he's my neighbor.
Oh.
See the banner?
Oh, I don't see you, Polly. We're on. I've got him full screened. Hold on,
yes.
Where are we now? Hold on.
We're in an empty room.
Where are you, Paul? Oh, there's Polly. All right. Talk again, Polly.
Yeah, see, he's my neighbor.
Gosh, dang
Right
it. Okay. Oh, I see a Coco Man over there. Yeah, I see that. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna reach back over here and take that mug back from him.
Oh,
there it is. Hey.
Oh, yeah. Look at the wonders of technology there. Okay. I see you're at your Tandy assembly booth there. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, this is supposed to be CoCoFest, so take down that Tandy assembly backdrop. All right. So
It says CoCoFest. Can't you see it?
No, I can't see you now. I have Jason's face full screen.
Yeah, get your own segment, Paul.
Such a diva.
Oh yes, of course. Yes. All right. Moving right along before Stevie plays me off here, like it's a word show. of course, as a fest, I would bring the entire product line. Of course, we all know the Wallaby, the RGB splitter cable. We all know the switcheroo, the SCART adapter. We have
Joey.
We'll get there. Just
Nick, when it's your segment, you can talk. All right.
I deserve it. And then, of course, we have the Kookaburra cable, which is the RGB extension, which for some reason I don't have one handy here. I'm really prepared for this. But
just say you're sold out.
Yeah, I'm sold out at the moment. I sold my first two at VCF Midwest. Because I'm the switcheroo guy.
And I got the first one.
That's right, you did. And of course earlier, not this year, but I guess last year. But one of the things I was planning to bring to CoCoFest was, of course, the Joey controller switch. And these are still available. This is again, people have seen it, but just to bring it back up, this is you have two joystick controller inputs. You can plug up to 2 CoCo joysticks. And you can use a toggle switch to toggle between that, the joystick on the front of the machine, or on the front of the box rather. And then on top of that, we have another toggle switch up here at the top that will allow you to control between what port you want that particular joystick to go to. You select what joystick and then what port you want it to go to, and then you got the 2 plugs right here to plug it in. Because I think we all have experienced the joys of trying to figure out which joystick a particular CoCo game uses.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's
also
a wonderful product.
I wanted to switch between them.
It sure is. How can I disagree
Is there
with
a
that?
switch for Nick Marota's mouth by any chance?
I'm sorry, my enthusiasm hasn't died down for that.
If you had the Nick Marota mute switch, I would buy 2 of them.
Wow.
Well, now that you speak of it, I there is a little button there in Zoom.
And by the way, I do want to say hi to the Chinese government, who's also celebrating with us.
Yes, I need more sweet and sour sauce for my chicken. Love that stuff. And then more recently, I kind of came up with this idea and kind of just. I think I just came up with this. Sometimes it's hard for me. Sometimes things come up and say, "Hey, can you make me something that does something?" And I'll say I can or I can't. But then the other thing was I was playing around with this was we have another part of the Joey line. We have the Joey serial switch, and this will allow you to connect 3 the 4-pin serial port on the back of your color computer. And 3 different devices to it, and then plug into your CoCo, and then be able to switch with this nice rotary switch between the A, B, or C port. And that comes in handy for if you have several printers, or you want to have drive wire.
I get the knob in another color?
Yes, you can. It's available in multiple colors.
Wow. Unlike the CoCo's green screen that comes in your availability of 2 colors.
Well, if you have the CoCo 3, then you have more. But
CoCoVGA.
Yeah, CoCoVGA. And then again,
the serial switch.
The serial switch, yes. It's not the switch between Captain Crunch and Fruit Loops. It's just your serial port on your color computer. Now, and again, I want to let everybody know that if there's something you need built, cable wise, switch box wise, I may be able to accommodate you. Contact me. Of course, I think everybody knows the website, cocoman.biz. Right there it is. Hey, it's not a CoCoFest without a banner. So I got the banner out and tacked it to the wall, and I managed not to stick myself with any of the push pins to get it up there. So I'll consider that a victory. But one of the requests I had was to build a cable for there were some digitizers at one point that required a cable that went to the joystick port and used the analog to digital converter built in the joystick port. And the funny thing was I actually played with this probably early 90s. It was a program called Digitizer 3 Plus, and it's a very, very simple cable, but I've had some requests for that, so I'm going to be offering that. It's just your 6-pin DIN to your just a headphone jack. And you know, I don't have a snappy name for it yet. I'll come up with a name later, but
well, because it's for digitizing, the digitizer-redo.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes!
I like it.
I think we may have a wiener. Digitizer. Where's my pen? Cancel all my meetings. I gotta work on this.
This will be huge just for the name.
Oh, I can just hear the commercial.
Yeah, the digitizer do. I'm gonna have to write that on the back of a cocktail napkin here or something.
What does Nick Marentes think of this? Is what I want to know.
Oh, Rocky!
Sounds authentic enough. And then
you need an agent to negotiate your parts on this.
Yes. Let's do lunch.
I see an advertisement. Rob Inman has a name for you.
Uh-oh. Dingotizer. The Dingotizer.
Dingotizer ain't my baby.
Now there's a competition. Maybe I should have put a poll up on the I'm a Coconut Facebook group or something.
Oh. Dingotizer just sounds like something else.
Barry Nelson says the didgeridoo.
It's a criker.
Didgeridoo.
Too close to Dingleberry, you know.
It's criker.
Oh, didgeroo.
Digitizer-redo. The hits just keep coming. The hits just keep coming. So
hits just keep coming. And finally,
hits, right?
What's that?
He said hits, right?
The hits, yes, the hits,
okay,
yes, hits with an H.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Will a didgeridoo? Maybe it'll have to.
Mm-hmm.
Will it do? Will it won't do? Will it Coco do? And
where's our timekeeper?
Where's your timekeeper? Yes.
Asparagus.
Hey, you know, well, this is what, you know, if I wouldn't have had all these interruptions or colorful interjections, we'll call them.
Yes. I'm just curious.
This is exactly what you should expect from a presentation. And one other thing I just did this recently. Just playing around.
2, 1. Uh-oh. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Is that music I hear? And one other thing I did, you know, doing all the various RGB cables for the CoCo 3, I needed a way to make sure that, quite frankly, that the red, green, and blue lines were working. And I made a simple little program that just drew some red, green, and blue lines. And I played with that for a while, made it quicker, you know, made it a variable. And then just the other day, I said, yeah, what the heck? I can expand on this and just using the 32-column text screen, go ahead and make something that kind of looks like a test pattern, just for fun. And this was something I just worked on in an evening. It's on my blog. My blog is cocoman.org, and that's just where little projects I'm playing with. I haven't done much with it lately, but I did just put an entry on cocoman.org. And just a little test pattern program just for fun. And then what I did that one evening, and the next evening I started playing around with, this will run on an MC10. So I finally did get it to run on the MC10, but it's a very simple program. I can just hit run here. I am running a Wallaby. So
did you consult with Jim Gary during the porting process from CoCo to MC10?
You know what? I did on the MC10 Facebook group. I didn't end up going with the method to port it to the MC10 because originally I was talking to some of the fellows on Discord and like, maybe you can just save it in ASCII and load it. I tried that. It did load into the MC10, but it was just one big long line with a weird line number. It's like 12395 or something, of course. So that was useless. But there was another fellow, and his name escapes me right now, unfortunately. I'd have to look. And I apologize. Okay. I forget right now. But
let's see the demo, Jason.
Yeah. But it's very simple program that would save it out on the CoCo to a tape, and then it loaded right on the MC10 with just one line I had to fix. But other than that, it's very simple. It just quickly draws a test pattern, and it
boom.
And yeah, that's it. And it actually runs quicker on the MC10, which is funny.
Okay, cool.
But that's all I got. And how are we doing on time?
You're overtime. That's fine.
You're over, but that's good.
Okay.
We're good.
You never get enough CoCo Man.
Yes, we are grateful for you and the many contributions you have for us. And thank you, Jason the CoCo Man. And up next is a guy from Arizona who owns a CoCo or two. He's probably one of the most joyful and delightful guys in the community. Couldn't find a nicer guy, a happier guy, a more positive person on the planet. We're talking about, you know him, you love him. It's Ron Delvaux, everybody.
Where is he?
He's Ron's not here, man.
I'm going to go right to sharing a screen. You're welcome. Yes, I took some time to steal that.
Yeah, you can share it anytime. I've stopped sharing.
And that is running on a CoCo 1. Okay, screen 1. Here it is. Share. Ta-da!
Okay. All right, we see you.
Okay. Do you see?
I see your mouse moving over a video file.
Good. That's what I wanted to know. Here it goes. All right. There's no audio to listen to. And it isn't really pretty. But I have a bunch of Ron's Max. There's a whole bunch of Max files that I've digitized. And I just pick one and I show you how CoCoMax 2 works with the CoCoVGA and just on the, first CoCo 2 even. Anyway, load it up. I put the disk on drive 1, and you can select which drive you like in the program. As soon as it gets there. Plus, I reached over and clicked to make it red. So you didn't see that. So I snuck my hand over there to the button. Anyway, so I want you to notice how quickly this works. There's you don't have to wait for the programs to load or you have to wait for the program to load, but it's real nimble. I mean, everything is quick.
Boom.
And this is Armstrong.
Neat.
That I digitized.
That's digitized.
The videotape. Yeah. And next one is
that's
Auburn.
wicked fast.
Yeah, it goes quick.
Wicked fast.
I'm actually slower getting to it. And this is all on the SDC. Unfortunately, on the Color Computer 3, CoCo Max 3 doesn't work on it. I don't know why. I've asked for some to help if they could, and no one has any interest in finding out why it doesn't work.
I'm pretty sure.
So I just used it on dry. Huh?
I'm pretty sure I've had that running on my CoCo 3. Maybe I haven't.
Well, you can bring it up on the SDC, but you have to load it with the CM3 command. It's CM3. You'll see.
I think I must be thinking of ColorMax.
Maybe.
ColorMax works fine. Yeah.
But I can't use 2 different drives on the SDC on CoCo Max 3. There's the moon.
Oh, neat.
It was a bad picture in the first place, and now it's even worse.
No, it looks good,
but
though.
you can still make out what it is.
Yeah, it looks cool.
And this is all on a CoCo 2, CoCo 1. Anyway.
And a bit of trivia, the author of CoCoMax was Tim Jennison, who's the guy who formed Videotech and did the toaster and stuff later on the Amiga and then on the PC.
Oh. Okay, so
They're called New Tech, and they're still in business.
Yeah, when you get CoCoMax, it comes with Groucho, and I thought I'd put him up quick.
Oh, neat.
And you can see
that's a good scan. That's real good quality.
Yeah, you can see the mix of colors with his face.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
And is this coming through the CoCoVGA?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just, I set the camera back, and that's where I had my mistake because it's fuzzy. And I didn't realize that because I was looking at it small.
Good. It looks fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so now we can go over to hit stop. And this is CoCo Max 3. I can make it bigger, but it gets ugly.
That's fine. It's looking fine. No, that looks okay there too.
Yeah. All right. So, gosh, this isn't the same one. Why is it the same one?
Because you ran the same video twice.
No, here it is. Here. 15. The other one was 10.
I think you ran 15 the first time.
Oh, Oh, it is. Yep, that's 2. Okay, you're right. Oops. Oh, God. Now I gotta find the program.
Don't you love live presentations?
Yeah.
It always
Jeez.
goes. They
Yeah,
always
no,
go.
I didn't really use a lot of CoCo drawing programs, honestly. I did use Graphicom. That's the only one I ever remember using. So I didn't use those ones that have the kind of Mac Paint look to them. I think they're cool. I think it's very nostalgic to see a graphic editor like that. The old, like, Paint, Microsoft Paint, Mac Paint, these really old nostalgic looking tools. And it's cool that the CoCo was able to run things like that. But personally, I didn't really mess with too many of those. So it's neat for me to see these because I have not seen them that much before.
I used to use them for like presentations at school.
Right there.
Yeah.
So let's see here.
Video 15.
Is that what the last one was?
I don't know. That's what this one says right now. We get a little some
Yeah,
sort.
you were looking for video 10.
The play 10?
Yep.
Okay. We'll go back. Yep. Right. Okay. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. What are you running this on, an MC10?
Yeah. How the hell do I get out of this now? There we go.
Just press clear.
All right.
Just press clear. Yeah, open up a new window. Just
All right.
hit clear.
Here we go.
Video 10. Here we go.
Yeah,
Ooh, run
so you have to
CM3.
run CM3. You have to be out of
SDC DOS, probably.
Yeah, in order
That's
to
probably
play
what it is. Yeah.
But this is off my drive, so
Okay.
Oh, it might be the Shift M for multiple disk things in the SDC. If you use an
No.
Explorer.
it isn't.
Oh, because I run it on SDC all the time. Let's talk offline. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. CoCo Max. So that was a 3. And this is still a CoCo 1.2 thing? Yeah, it looks like it, huh?
No, this is
Yeah.
CoCo 3.
Oh, it is?
Right. So
As you can tell by the color palette in the bottom.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the hamburger I drew.
Hamburger.
And this loads in a little longer because it's drive. Anyway.
Real floppy. I mean, David Ladd would prefer that, but
What I did was I made a mistake. I was just looking around, but you can see how fast it works. It's
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
It zips. You show the page.
That's
and
nice. That's
see on the
good.
top above Inner Graphics, I made a boo boo. I hit it with I don't know, one of the tools and made a blip. And so then I take an eraser and erase it. And I'm going to
Okay.
move past that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I fixed that and then I go ahead and draw. And this is the part I'll go quickly on.
You're taking a bite out.
Yeah.
Taking a bite out of the
Basically,
burger.
We're just going to move along.
Oh, that's neat.
Make me hungry.
Yeah.
That stuff was not there before, so you have to draw it in.
Yeah. It's all drawn in by hand.
Yeah.
You know, you saw.
Have you
get
tried drawing
pictures.
it by foot at all?
No. Yes, I could. That's basically it, guys.
That's neat, Ron.
And I saved it off on Drive 1.
Yeah. That's
now-
cool.
to do a follow up with Color Max Deluxe too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll sometime.
Yeah, that's awesome because I have not really seen these programs in action, and it's neat. And you're a talented guy, so you are very artistic. So it's nice to see.
Also, Bjork blocks. You should do that one too. That was designed by Steve Bjork himself for doing tiles and stuff for games.
That's it, guys.
Oh, thank you, Ron Delvaux. Thank you. And I got to say, I'm like everybody else. I'm glad I got to meet you in person at CoCoFEST, and
Yeah, it was fun.
I'm glad you're joining us here today at CoCoFEST. And next up is a presentation that you guys have been dying to hear about. We just don't get to hear enough David Ladd. And we are going to hear from we're going to hear from David Ladd and Mark Overholzer about a project he's been working on for a while that we saw some prototypes from last year. David Ladd, are you still there?
Oh yeah, baby. Everybody ready?
Oh yeah, baby. Are you excited, David? I know I am.
Oh, yes. Let's get this going. All right. Let's see here. So, this is the current incarnation of the mouse adapter. So, basically, this is basically here we've got the PS2 connector. Here you've got the USB for the power. And then, of course, over here, you've got the joystick out, which then this cable then goes to the joystick in on your CoCo. And then you can just use the mouse. That's pretty much it. There's a few people that wanted just an output version because of the fact that since Jason's got his Joey, there's no point to having a joystick input when you can just flip a switch. So,
what do the LEDs do?
Well, this particular LED is the SPI activity from this DAC right here. And then over here, this LED is basically to let you know if you've got it plugged in for power or not. Basically, it's my idiot light.
Okay.
Do you have it plugged in? Is the light on?
All right. Have you tried switching on and off again?
What is the switch?
Hello, IT.
What does the switch do?
That's just a reset button for the controller if it gets locked up for some reason. The old version looked like this one right here.
Oh, wow.
I have one of those, yep.
So basically on this one, you had an in where your current joystick would plug into the in, and then you'd have the out, your PS2. And then, of course, since I was using an Arduino Nano here, I had a separate power input that you could use, but I found that was it was just more of a pain in the rump to try to get an AC adapter to do that when most people just had USB power anyway, so I just ran it that way. And then, of course, the spot for the same DAC. This thing's gone through a lot of iterations over the time because of the fact that I started out with what they call pulse width modulation, or PWM, and I found that to be extremely jittery because that's controlled from the power from the microcontroller and not the CoCo.
I've been PW'd in the past.
Yeah, So, but that's the reason why I switched to the DAC, and that was on recommendation from Jim Brain, and I've been enjoying it. And it works really well if you happen to add, let's see here, where is it? I know it's around here somewhere.
Drum roll, please.
I got
super clear picture here, though, David. Whatever.
Under the bed to the left, I think. There, David.
Yeah. Next to the dead body.
All right. So right here, well, I think some people would recognize what this nice little box
It's
is.
a high-res joystick interface.
Yep. So basically all you have to do is if you have one of those, you take the other end of this nice little cable, you plug it into the high-res, like so, and then you plug the high-res in like normal to your CoCo, and then of course there you go. You got the high-res adapter for multi-view. Yep, for multi-view that used it, and I think there was a couple pieces of software in Disk Basic that used it. But yeah, if you need the high-res, it's there. For the software that supports the current NIC and Sockmaster software version of the high-res, the mouse adapter will work on that because this is a 12-bit DAC. So it's overkill, but it's, it was actually cheaper to go with the 12-bit DAC than it was the 10-bit DAC. So I'm like, I'll just use the 12 then.
Is there any way to collect and harvest those extra bits and stored and reused at a later time?
Only for you,
So this works on the 6-bit DAC standard, and it works on the high-res joystick interface, and it works on the software routines that Sock and Nick did for the high-res software routine.
Yes.
And it does it without jitter like it normally would.
Well, the thing is that any of the joystick analog inputs is always going to have a little bit of jitter. That's never going to be fixed. Now,
I found switching to decaf has helped me with my jitter.
Yeah. So now I have not tested this because the person that got one of these that was supposed to test it. Never got around to doing it. But I wanted to find out if this would work on a Tandy 1000 that has the same CoCo joystick ports.
Yeah.
Because there is a driver for that. But again, I don't know if that will work. It should, because if this works perfectly on the CoCo, it should work on the Tandy 1000 that had the CoCo joystick style input.
Interesting.
Well, send me one and I'll test it on my 1000.
There you go. You've got a product.
I will mention when I tried it at the fest last year, David, on your previous prototype there, it did seem to have less jitter than say the high-res interface on its own with a regular joystick. It did seem to be smoother. I don't know if that's the digital PS2 mouse that's making it smoother. Or...
Well, one of the things that I've learned, because my training is just as a PC repair, not engineer. So, but
for God's sakes, Jim.
Yeah. So basically on almost all of my boards now, I've taken to doing what Jim Brain does, is I pretty much make sure that I've got a ground plane on both sides of the board. I make sure that there's a full ready to go ground plane to help cut down on any RF interference. I've done my best to make this as reliable as possible, but there's never going to be 100% jitter-free or 100% perfect product. We're human. We are flawed to start with. So,
I have a question from Grant Leedy too. He's asking, how much are you charging for it?
Well, that's something that Mark and I have not talked about. Mark is going to be the one that's probably going to be the primary manufacturer of the adapter. Mark Overholzer, that is. But certain components
I'm here
are cheap. The joystick, the 6-pin DINs that I was using here, the initial ones I was getting were like $6 a piece, which is pricey on that. The microcontroller is about $250 currently. The DAC is, I think, about $350. And then of course you add in all these other components. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something that
Mark just doing some quick math. You got $20 in just materials.
Yep.
Not to mention labor, and that doesn't include your circuit board cost. So
I found some. I have a whole stash of those connectors now that I got for less than $6. They'll probably be more like $1.50, $1.75 each.
Right. But still, even if you sold it for $40, $50, this is something. If somebody wants it, it'll be of value to them. I don't think this is something everybody's gonna use, but there are people out there who would want it, and they would value what it went to come up with this and make this. So no, that's cool.
And do you guys have an expected date they start going on sale?
That I don't know, because right now my 3D printer, because I still need to design a case for it, and right now my 3D printer is out of commission because I've got to rewire the power supply because they didn't.
Well, let me ask you this: is it possible that this would fit in a pre-existing hobby box of some kind that wheel's been invented?
Well, because it's like any of our projects. I'm sure Mark would be more than willing to sell it without a case, and you can do what you want.
Right.
I'd be willing to sell it for the parts and a little bit for my time putting them in a kit, if people want to do it themselves. So, it's pretty much all through-hole stuff. So
what do you call this? The ladder?
No, technically, we were throwing around the idea of calling it the Mouseroo, but I don't know.
The Mouseroo, I like that.
This is more like the Mouseroo Junior because it doesn't have as much as the other version. So.
Yeah, because the one that I have, well, that was just the raw board. Where the hell? Oh, here we go. Here's the one that I was using at the fest, which actually is the fully assembled unit.
Mm-hmm.
So I was using this on my table. The one that you saw earlier is the one that Curtis was using on the ease of use table at CoCoFEST last year. So these are what I was showing, and I think Mark had a similar previous model.
I have the original proto or second generation proto here.
Yeah.
Hey, David, try to wrap it up here.
Yeah.
Well, just think that in future generations, you're going to be like the Wozniak. That this is going to be like the Apple One. That somebody's going to say, "I had the first David Ladd mouse adapter before it went mainstream." So.
So after you get a CoCoVGA, and then you put one of those on, and then you have the adapter to make it go faster. Do we have to hook up an extra car battery and maybe
where the lights in your house are going to start flickering with all this technology, right? So,
how many MPI slots does this take?
Yes,
you need a diesel electric automotive engine.
Yes. All right. So
I've got 3-phase power here, so I'm right.
Somebody's making a lot of noise right now, right in their microphone.
Not me this time.
We are going to take a commercial break, but let me let you know who's coming up next. Hopefully you're ready. Erico, you will be up next after the commercial break, followed by Eddy Szczerbinski and D. Bruce Moore. So just so you know who's on deck, who's on first, as we continue the first ever 29th annual virtual CoCoFEST. We'll be back after these words. So enjoy. Since we've had David Ladd just present for us, how about a nice little block of David Ladd commercial content, and we'll be back. It's potty break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes, boys and girls.
And now these messages.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Computer shopping has never been better at Radio Shack. Here's proof. Our new ultra-high-performance 386SX 20 megahertz computer with 85 megabyte hard drive, only $12.99. And it's from Tandy, manufacturer of the best-selling PC compatibles in America. Or get a 286-based Tandy home office computer with color monitor and hard drive, only $899.95. Shop your friendly nearby Radio Shack. Great selection, superior service. Nobody compares.
ESP 8266-01 RS232 TTL Wi-Fi network, 4-pin DIN, Fitbanger, DB9, PC IP, DriveWire.
Good day. This is Nick Marentes. Crikey. After you buy Gunstar...
Stop right there.
Okay, fine. After you bought Gunstar, go ahead and buy your copy of the CoCoFEST edition of
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
It's a quarter of the quality at half the cost.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live CoCoTALK show.
This portion of CoCoTALK brought to you by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex, thought to help you with your floppy life.
In a world where hard drives rule and floppies are superfluous, one man, one legend, one old fart dared to learn the floppy and took the brunt of jokes. Then all hard drives and SSDs died, but the floppy survived. And the only man who knew floppies became a legend once more. Floppy Life, the David Ladd story. This summer, straight to YouTube.
8-slot MPI, floppy drive, CoCo SDC, Sound Speech Pack, Orchestra 90, RS232 pack, modem pack, Super IDE. You start adding all those together if you want them all usable at the same time. Well, guess what? You just went over the 4-slot MPI.
David Ladd.
Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's David Ladd, the man we love to love. You just can't get enough, David Ladd. Darren, thanks for being here this whole time. I know it's early for you. Thanks for getting up, and thanks for hanging out with us all day. Hopefully we're not putting you to sleep or anything. So we just have so much in store for you. This is a jam-packed show. We are not done yet. We've got much more to do, but this is a good-looking guy here. So most of us on the show look like a bunch of old farts, but we got a good-looking guy here now. We have Erico, and Erico, you showed something off last week, a little teaser of a work in progress. So what do you have to tell us today? What's the big news from you, sir?
All right, it was I was hoping to have it done for this weekend, but just couldn't make it. Some bugs popped up in the last minute that took my time yesterday night and today morning. But anyway, I've got not much to show, but an update. I sent a file to Nick. Nick, did you get the file?
I did.
Does it work?
I started to run it. I couldn't run a whole lot because I had to. The show was starting, but it seems to work so far.
All right. What I have is that I believe the game is pretty much done. I just need to, create a front page and create the trailer and a gameplay video and all that, which I'll be doing today and tomorrow.
And remind us what that game is.
Yes, the game is the Outhouse. I actually wanted, if possibly, Nick could play it online because it would be something.
Okay.
Are you able to screen share, Nick?
Yeah. Give me a
Okay. And by the way, Outhouse is what this show usually should be put in. So, our best experience, CoCoTALK, best experience in an outhouse, out of doors.
Give me a sec. I wasn't prepared.
I'm really looking forward to the semi-graphics toilet paper.
There's a shortage on that right now. Nick,
give me a sec. I wasn't prepared.
Virtual toilet paper.
It's like a regular show.
If it's too much trouble, Nick, I can run it from here too. It's fine. Just so that people know, those who don't know, it's a take on the Outhouse, the color computer, and it's done with semi-graphics, but it's a Windows PC game. And I'm attempting to make it really sound like a color computer game. So hopefully other people will come from the mainstream computers to ours.
Nice, nice. Bring them in. Lure them in. Your first one's free. That's how we get you, right? All right, and let's just take our sweet time here as we try to do this. I'm just messing with you, Nick.
No, I got it. I got it. I can share.
No pressure. No pressure. You're just holding up the entire show.
It
was running well until you got involved. So
see, this is what happens when you say, it's all running well.
It happened to me. It can happen to you.
Okay, can you see it?
It can happen to everyone eventually.
I see green.
Okay.
I see green. I see green. I see green.
I do. Yes, I see green. It looks like a CoCo screen.
How is it loading in? Tape.
Okay, it's 1981. You want to do the reading, Nick or Erica?
The Outskirts of Mount Weaver. Weaver is the actually creator of the game.
Right?
Yes.
Jim Weaver.
Yeah, this is as far as I got, so I didn't try to run more than this. So I don't know what are the controls? Are they controller or keyboard?
Both. You can use arrows and Z.
Okay.
Ooh,
or the joystick. Erica. Press it again.
Oh, I love how the sun's just set.
Yeah, change it a little bit.
I love what you've done with the sound here. That phasing effect is really good.
Oh, this is awesome, dude. You got a flying bird there?
So this bird is pooping on people?
Those are bats.
Oh, bats. Oh. Okay.
They got coronavirus.
They get attracted by the UFO.
Yeah, make sure you stay 6 feet away from, as they're going for this toilet paper, they have to stay 6 feet away from each other. So
don't eat
social distancing.
Doing the coronavirus edition.
He just stole it. He's got the toilet papers.
I know you can shoot diagonally. Keyboard.
You destroyed the toilet paper.
Yes. He hates these cans. Get away from the cans.
This is what happens when you don't stay 2 meters apart.
This is awesome, Erica.
Can I shoot these guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Oh, crap.
You can actually shoot them, a lot of them together, if you line them up.
Nice.
Oh, that was a good guy. That was a guy
they shot a
who
good guy.
I didn't know. What
He
man?
feels a bit of the.
Is he a good guy?
How do you know?
I don't know how to tell.
Shirt color, maybe?
He looks like Homer Simpson, no kind of like Bart Simpson.
Have a goatee.
Oh, guess got exploded.
Well, I'm looking at the guys right now to figure out which is good.
Oh man, this is becoming a real shite storm. This is like Black Friday now.
You go down low and shoot.
Oh, dude, this is so awesome, man.
No more flush.
It's a little bit better than Ka BOMB, I'll tell you that much. So.
That gets
I can't wait to get it.
And you can actually play. I hope it's fun. It's more fun to play with 2 players. You can play simultaneously 2 players.
Oh man!
And one UFO can shoot the other. So the space is very short.
I'm just going to mention that since this runs on Windows, you could actually like sit on the John and play it for real. But I don't think you want to have a 2-player game in that.
So, Eric, the only thing I don't know is which are the good guys and which are the bad guys.
Everybody's a bad guy except the guy in blue jeans and white shirts. That guy is going to refill a bunch of paper.
Oh, okay.
So the white shirt.
The white shirt.
Okay.
It's your Amazon delivery guy with toilet paper.
and this guy, he actually marks the stage progression, right? So whenever you see him, you are advancing to the next stage.
I'm becoming a pro.
I love the diagonal looks of it too. And I love the kind of like Defender, the kind of like choppy line of lasers coming out, perforated laser line.
I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, and this will play. And how are people going to be able to
What
get
does
this?
that do?
Oh, you can shoot your own house.
Does that do anything?
Bad?
That's
I
bad.
saw your
You
toilet
lose a
paper
bit
go
of
down
paper.
there when you shot it. So.
Oh, you lose toilet paper.
Oh, okay. Of course.
Well, in a certain emergency, you can go down there and shoot a line that will kill a lot of baddies, a lot of the humans, but you also lose paper. Oh, that's a good guy.
Okay, yeah, the white T-shirt. Don't shoot the guy in the white shirt.
No, he's not.
He's gonna resupply.
They won't come in with him in.
So the sequel of this game will be like a scooter. A scooter game.
I do like all the other CoCo game sound effects you put in here too. You can hear like mixes of different other games.
Wow, they're getting fast, dude. This is awesome. Holy cow. This is fun.
Neat.
You're picking up pretty fast.
He's getting good. Doing better at this than a double back, huh?
So what would be a high score on this one?
The score. I've tried to add score, but it didn't work fine the way I wanted, so I kept with the toilet paper amount, right?
Oh, okay.
You're actually at 0 now. Any hit you take on the outhouse will be game over. But the other guys won't steal paper because they have none.
You just destroyed your house. I love that disintegration looking effect too. Oh man, that was awesome. That's cool.
And that's pretty much it. It's hopefully by the next 1 or 2 days, I have everything set up together with that image, the 3D image for printing.
Okay.
And I'll hopefully bundle them together. And by during this week, I'm going to render a similar poster, but with fillet transparent polygons, right?
Okay, yeah, that'd be cool.
Closer to the ones you guys saw on Facebook, but
Okay.
like more fillet polygons, no outlines only. And that's it.
Neat.
It looks like you took your time and really thought about the words you used in the beginning there. You have some really good words in there.
I want to hear Stevie read that.
Go bring it back. Bring it back to
a
the
few $10 words.
It started again.
Oh,
yeah, bring up
okay.
the title screen again. I'll take a look
I don't
at
think
that.
you'll have enough time to read it because it's only up there for.
Okay,
It stays on for quite some time if you don't press the
Can you see
button.
it?
No,
Not yet. It was very
see it
troublesome.
now?
I see it
Yes.
now.
1 minute. Read fast.
All right.
But it's on the intro. It was a lot of work.
Oh, I started the game. Hold
Okay,
on,
that's
let me-
fine.
No, just crash on the outhouse.
crash into it.
Okay,
Which is
Stevie,
instant.
you'll have to hustle.
Okay, bring it up.
All right, there you
It's
go.
1981, and the outskirts of Mount Weaver lies an anomalous region teeming with vandals, odd-behaving fauna, ubiquitous meteors, and enigmatic UFO incidents. Some talk about the supernatural, others that the army is involved. Yet deep within the cosmic void, even Chuchilu has to go, too.
Woo! Awesome! I was
All right,
surprised.
so-
You made it.
I got some really interesting words there.
Yes, I often feel like I'm going to Chuchillo when I'm out in the outhouse. So I think I had a chimichanga and experienced some Chuchillo's revenge at one point in time.
Michael
back, Stevie?
What's that? Yeah, I did that.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank
Good job,
you.
Erico.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Erico. And if you want to come back on the show next week and let us know where we can all get our copy of that today, they'll be flying off the shelves. That
I
will
also have
be
a question from Torsten about it too. He's wondering who's going to backport this back to the CoCo now.
Oh yeah, we have to find someone. Oh, like I said, the graphics are all open. If somebody wanna try, somebody that can move SG graphics in a faster fashion, it's all there. Just one note about like Ron said, the text on the opening was a little bit hard to pull up because layouting the text. So I had to choose words that would fit. And then we had to change words. It took some time. It wasn't as quick as it
I
seemed.
thought you did.
Okay. Excellent. That's it. Thank you, Erico. Thank you, Nick Marentes, for showing that off. All right. So
Thanks, Nick.
No problem. Thank you.
Our very next presenter comes to us from
Eddy.
afar. Eddy Szczerbinski is with us, and he's got something to show off that probably a lot of us have not seen before. So, Eddy, tell us what you're going to show us today on our virtual CoCoFest. And where are you at in the world so everybody knows? Your audio is horrible. Try
Try plugging your mic and plug it back in.
unplug your headset and plug it back in or something.
You're siloning.
That's a Logitech bug, if it's the same thing. Oh, not in this case.
No.
Is that better?
No, try unplugging your microphone too, if you haven't done that already.
I don't have any microphone. Let me check.
Is it part of your camera? Unplug the camera if you have to. Yeah, you were coming in loud and clear before.
Hello.
No.
Buffering issue going on.
Can you say Nightmare Highway?
Anyone recording that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Nightmare Highway.
No, you sound horrible. Maybe try hanging up on Zoom and coming right back in too.
Yeah.
That might work.
Gosh.
Yeah, you were loud and clear every time you spoke before. It's really like distorted, like bandwidth choppy.
There's a Cylon.
Yeah, we had to say how good the show was going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That'll learn you.
No. Try just leaving Zoom. Try disconnecting from the call and reconnecting.
Maybe next.
Yeah.
All right. So how about while you do that, we'll move on to Bruce Moore. While you're working on that. D. Bruce, are you still with us?
Yes, sir. I just I woke up. I woke up to toilet paper flying all over my screen. I was wondering what was going on.
All right. Well, and
Saturday morning at a Costco
is so one of the projects that you were going to have at CoCoFest was a coffee table book, and so let's go ahead and let's run that video as it was intended, and then we can continue the discussion after that. Sure. So here you go. Hey, Jacob. The virtual wallpaper is kind of cutting you in and out a little bit. You're kind of phasing on us. All right.
I'll fix that.
Here, let me go ahead and I'll share system sound so you guys can hear me. All right, here we go.
This year, the TRS-80 color computer turns 40. And what better way to celebrate than to get your very own limited edition 40th anniversary color computer photo book. This pearl-finished 23-page hardcover photo pictorial depicts the introduction of the TRS-80 color computer in 1980 and follows the evolution of both the hardware and community over the last 40 years. This classic coffee table homage to the CoCo is only available by pre-order with delivery at the Chicago 2020 CoCoFEST. With the regular cost of printing and shipping a single copy at over $45, a bulk group order of 10 or more copies gets CoCoFEST attendees this timely heirloom for only $30. Email coco@gracenote.ca to arrange your PayPal prepayment by March 21st.
Right.
So obviously that didn't quite go according to plan because then COVID hit and everything else hit the fan. So,
that's it.
This is it. This is the actual guy. So it's here. Now, I haven't taken pre-orders. I haven't done all that kind of stuff because I'm not sure whether we're actually going to have a physical CoCoFest or not.
Right.
That really is the easiest way to distribute this would be to do it at a CoCoFest. Otherwise, I'd have to do a group buy, which I'm willing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would have to package them up and send them out to individuals and that sort of thing.
I have an observation. Right now, your facial hair looks like what Jacob did to Nick Marentes when he penciled in the fake mustache on himself.
Oh, cowboy.
Oh, jeez.
Crikey.
Or you didn't even wear your Rondello mask.
Yeah, no.
This is the COVID stash.
So no, it's a really cool project. I remember, you showing us what your copy looked like, and we were kind of looking at it on the webcam. It's really cool, like the kind of pearlescent effect of the paper. It's just there's a lot of details and accents going on there. It's hardbound. So it's like we live in a time where you can have just about anything made on demand, but when you're doing in low volume, the cost, your own cost, like you said, it costs you $45 to have one of these things made. So, which is, it's not a ton of money, but it's a keepsake too, and this is the 40th anniversary of the CoCo. So, I'm hoping that we will still have a real CoCoFest this year. And I'm hoping we can still do that and get together and all that good stuff. And then if that doesn't happen, then I'm sure you'll come up with some decision and announcement on here's how you can buy it. Will this place do fulfillments where if Bob in Nebraska wanted to order one, they could pay for it and they'd do a direct ship? So
no, unfortunately, no. I'll have to put in an order myself. You'll have to come to me.
that becomes, then you become like you're a store. You got to take on inventory. You've got to front money. You've got to hope you can recoup your expenses. So
no, I got to do it. I got to do it as a bulk buy. So I mean, if you're still email me coco@gracenote.ca
expressing your interest. And then when if it turns out that we're not having a CoCo, well, either way, whatever turns out happening, I'll contact everybody and we'll see what they want to do, how they want to do it. This isn't going to make any money, like that. But it's a labor of love essentially. I'm not gonna up the price and try to make a profit on this. I just want to make sure I break even on it if I can. Yeah, absolutely.
And, and we'll just see how that all plays out. So I was hoping to be handing this out to a bunch of people today, and there's space in the back for autograph. You could get autographs. And
absolutely. Well, I mean, we mentioned this. You're kind of like the king of mixed media because you've done so many things on so many different formats. Maestro of mixed media, right? You do music, you do videos, you make video games, you've done audio productions, mixed media productions, augmented
national
stuff,
anthems.
So your talents and your contributions are a huge asset to this community. You're a jewel, DeBruce, and
working with him was fun too.
Yeah. We are grateful.
He's one of the few of us with genuine talent, I think, is what we're trying to say here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Don't tell him he'll leave us.
And luckily, you're not
Rhoda is my go-to guy when I need my ukulele tracks.
and there's Talent Junior by there.
And Talent Junior right next to you.
Design.
Yeah. Eddy Szczerbinski, you want to do a sound check? We've got something else to show off from DeBruce, but Eddy, are you back? I'm not sure if Eddy is. All right, so we have a bonus clip. You want to set this up, or do we just want to play it and we'll talk about it when it's done?
Just roll it. This is something Jacob and I put together. Yes, I think you should just roll it.
All right, we're gonna roll it.
Hey, Jacob.
We have a bonus clip from the Moore family.
So you got the measles, kid?
Yeah, gotta be in quarantine like forever.
More time for us to play.
Totally awesome, dude. Think we'll still be doing this in 40 years?
CoCo forever, kid.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
All right.
Good job.
Yes is the answer. Yes.
Yes, we will
awesome.
absolutely
Yes is the
be doing
answer.
this in 40 years.
Yes.
Here we are.
Well, we didn't know it then.
No.
We're doing it.
We did not. We did not. We did not. We did not. Eddy Szczerbinski, are you back? Is Eddy back? Is he in the call? I haven't seen him try to get back on. Has anybody seen if Eddy's joined the waiting room or not?
I'm gonna.
I haven't seen him.
I haven't seen any.
Okay, maybe he's rebooting his computer. So hopefully Eddy will be able to rejoin us. So the next one up was Paul Fiscarelli. Paulie Walnuts, are you still there, and are you ready to dazzle us?
All walnuts.
With your brilliance?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you. Let me put you on maximize. I got to find you now. These Hollywood squares keep moving around on us. Okay, I see you here. Where are you going? Spotlight video. All right, Polly, CoCoFest 2020. Welcome to. Look at all this.
Just for the record, my banner does say "Welcome to CoCoFest."
Yes, it does. It doesn't say Tandy. So shame on Jason.
No, it does not.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey,
Jason's muted.
It's been I think it's been retouched because I don't remember that black background.
No, that's the way it was printed.
Just a spoonful of Photoshop makes the medicine go down.
Man, looks like CoCoFest in the background there.
It does. Look at all that good stuff.
Right next to the TA shirts.
In the can
Oh
there.
yeah, that's right.
Hey, there.
Selling off the shelf there.
Hi, everybody.
So how's everybody doing?
Oh, we're doing great.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I appreciate you giving me a couple minutes here to talk. So I had planned to have a couple things available at the fest, and one, I was going to give a talk about David's favorite subject, the grease weasel. That was only going to be part of it. But we're not going to get into that today. There's just way too much there.
Yeah, thanks.
So another thing
there's only so many days in the weekend. So,
so another thing that I was going to that I plan to have available, I was working on a keyboard adapter for taking a color computer keyboard, a physical color computer keyboard, and encoding it. It's just a little microcontroller, Atmega microcontroller that would encode it to be used with USB. So being able to plug a physical color computer keyboard into a PC, Mac, or Raspberry Pi. And the reason why I did that, one, Chris Hawk had started this project a while ago, and that was the inspiration for this. He had put together something around a Teensy, and he just basically had a connector that he had wired together directly to the Teensy, and gave me the idea that maybe you could put a PCB board around it to make it a little bit easier to put together for folks. And the other thing too was since it's based on the Teensy is it's about $17, $15 maybe, but there's a similar microcontroller called the Pro Micro that SparkFun puts together, and they're both based on the Atmega 328 U4, I think it is the
great chip, one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a great chip.
I have no idea what you're saying, but it's okay.
It is a great chip because once you see what you can do with it, I think you'll eat those words, Stevie. But
up here in Canada, we like ketchup chips, and I eat those too. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I had done a mock-up of this back in November timeframe, and I thought I was going to have something available within a month or so, and that just never happened. I got sidetracked, and I actually almost walked away from the project for a few reasons. But Ron Klein, who had been testing one for me, encouraged me, that there would definitely be folks in the community that were interested in it, even if it's a bit of a niche market. I mean, I'm not sure how many people are looking to actually use a color computer keyboard as their main keyboard for when they're working with the emulator.
I can see people using it for some of the old CoCo 1 and 2 games, because the arrow key layouts between the CoCo 1, 2, and the 3 are quite different, and some games really work well on one layout and not the other. That way you can actually set it up to play on the various things.
Sure. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And Ron had posted a Facebook posting the other day, and he actually has his in a physical color computer case with a Raspberry Pi with the Pi 3 or now Pi 4 distribution that he's running. And that looks really slick. I mean, that's such a great idea. And while I don't recommend people go out and gut a fully working CoCo, if they do have an extra case around and an extra keyboard, might be a good use for that. So that's what I was planning to have available to show. Unfortunately, with the situation being that it is, what I've done instead is I've set up a storefront on Tandy, and unfortunately, I'm still waiting for listing approval. I was hoping that they would have it for me today, but it's not available yet. So I was going to share a link for folks because a few folks have been bugging me for them. But as soon as that link's available, I'll share it with the community. But just to give you guys a heads up of what it looks like. Let me stop the video here for a sec.
And this will work with Snyder's CoCo Mech keyboards too, correct?
Yeah, hang on one sec, Curtis. And that's one of the reasons why there was a little bit of a delay, because I went back and redesigned it a little bit.
Nice.
So we'll, yeah, thanks.
Nice mug. Face needs some work, but the mug looks great. All right, cool. Ooh.
All right, so we'll see if it comes in focus.
Yeah.
So this is what the actual board looks like. The original one. So this is the Pro Micro right here. It's just one of the cheaper knockoffs, but it's using the genuine Atmel Atmega chip. So it works just fine. The key difference is here is you can get these for about $6 or $7 in low quantity. Versus $16 or $17 for the teensy, and then the connectors are relatively cheap if you source them in quantity as well. So this here is a 32 pin 2x16 card edge connector that allows you to plug in the Mylar, the flat flex cable, directly off the color computer keyboard into there. One of the nice things about the way that I designed this is, depending on how you want to install it in the case, it is reversible. So you can reorient it that way and have the flat flex plug in this way, or you can turn it around if it makes a difference inside your keyboard. One thing that I had taken a look at is some people might want to mount them underneath the keyboard, and having them in the other orientation might help out a little bit. And then, as Curtis just mentioned, one of the things that I had taken a look at is Ed Snyder has the new CoCo Mech keyboard, and this here is a 2x8 IDC header, shrouded header. And this will allow you to take a ribbon cable. You crimp the female connector on Ed Snyder's keyboard, and you can plug that directly in. The keyboard itself that he ships has the little adapter board on it that you can plug into the card edge. But this is nice if you want to get it with just the ribbon cable and just put your own crimp on it, or I think it would be a little bit sturdier. that type of modification or that type of arrangement. So a couple other things with it. The spacing on the mounting holes here line up nicely with the vents on the bottom of a color computer. So if you want to take some nylon spacers and nylon threads, they go right through the holes, so you don't have to drill any holes into your CoCo case if you are putting it in a CoCo case. And the other thing that I came up with, might be a little bit hard to see on the white on white, is this little mounting block. And what's nice about this is it gives it a little bit more spacing to bring it up closer to the keyboard. There's some threaded inserts in there, so you can just mount it on top just like that. And the slit in the side here, there's a little slit or a little tab that sticks up that the color computer had in there for supporting the motherboard, so that slides nicely around it and positions it perfectly in the center where you want it. So So that's the keyboard encoder, and like I said, they're going to be available on Tandy when the site goes live, and there's a special introductory price in kit form, which is basically this here. Take the parts out here. You get the little microcontroller, which I will program. It will be programmed with the latest firmware, and then all the connectors. So you have the card edge connector and the IDC connector, and I just dropped one of the pieces there. So
Scratch and
folks
dent
want
sale
to
on
solder
that
them. Yeah, so if folks want to solder them up themselves, they can. So the special introductory price, going live in the fest rate is going to be $18 in kit form plus shipping. Doing U.S. Postal
cheap.
Service first class, which is $8.30, I believe. If you want to have the kit assembled and tested by me, it's an extra $10. It would be $28 plus shipping. And then if you want the extra spacing block to mount inside the case so you don't have to drill holes, that's an extra $5. So
very reasonably priced.
Once the site goes live, I'll provide the link to that. And then the other thing, which was a bit of a sleeper that I was using as I was gonna show off at the show, and very similar fashion, is this guy here. It's using the same microcontroller, it takes input and then it converts it to USB, and this is the joystick adapter. So basically what you can do is you can take a Tandy Deluxe joystick or any of your Tandy joysticks that have the standard 6-pin DIN connector and use them with a USB device, whether it be the emulator or Raspberry Pi, just like the keyboard itself. And then the little knobs I have on the side are potentiometers, and those are on-off switches for rapid fire. So there's two of them on this one. I don't know if I'll include both of them on the final form of this, because I'm not sure how many games would use the rapid fire on the secondary button on the joystick, but at least for the first one, I think it comes in real handy.
So the reason it's a potentiometer is you can adjust the rate of rapid fire. So
you can adjust the rate of rapid fire. Yeah.
Okay.
So the LEDs are just showing that it's on and off. I originally played with it a little bit to show the rate, but it got annoying, and a lot of times you can't even see it flashing because it's flashing so fast. So they're just on-off indicators, and you can change the color of the LEDs.
I have never seen a variable speed rapid fire. Maybe the NES Advantage did have that dial where you could adjust the rapid fire. It's just I'm not used to seeing it.
Yeah, I think I had seen them back in the day, but it's nice I think to be able to control that to some degree. So those will be available on the site at some point too. The only delay with these right now is I want to put a case around it. The keyboard encoder is a little bit different, since most people are going to be putting those inside a PC case. Most people probably aren't going to want to have flapping around on their desk, so I want to put a case around that, and haven't done that yet. So that's the other piece that I had.
Neat.
So
and you said this website is called Tinder.com?
Tandy. So it's
I'm kidding. I'm messing with you. So
yeah. So these are the keyboard encoder board. Yeah. So these are the little PCBs that I did.
That is
one for
cool.
The joystick.
So will that work with CoCo Pi 3?
Yes. So that's the whole.
So basically, both of your
reasons for it.
projects convert CoCo devices to USB devices. So you can put a CoCo keyboard on anything that has a USB input, and a CoCo joystick on anything that has a USB input. So it could be a CoCo Pi, it could be a PC, it could be a Mac, it could be Linux. It becomes a generic USB input device.
Yep, that's right, Stevie.
That is awesome. It's like sorcery.
Yeah. Not really, but it is kind of neat, and it's nice actually with some games using a color computer joystick, especially the deluxe joystick on a PC for non-CoCo related stuff too. So it allows you to do that as well.
That's cool. Now this is 1 unit per stick. So if you wanted to use 2 sticks, you would need 2 of these units.
So yes, that's correct. But I am working on another version that would allow you to do 2 joysticks with 1 USB port. So, and that'll be coming at some point. I don't know when. I don't want to even give a time frame because everything I've estimated so far has been completely blown out of the water.
Yeah, I have a prototype box that he was mentioned earlier the show. Jason Cyril, who's an Australian guy who makes all kinds of cool stuff. He made one for me like 5 years ago. It's in a hobby box, and it's got the DINs, and then it plugs in through a USB port to a PC, and it lets me do 2 joysticks because it's got 2 DINs on there, and then they show up as USB devices. And so I was using those for some of my YouTube videos and stuff when I was doing emulators to use a real CoCo joystick on a PC. But that one, for some reason, does not work well in MAME. And I mean, not MAME specifically, but on the CoCo Pi, because I thought it'd be super cool to have real CoCo joysticks on a CoCo Pi. And somehow in MAME, it hijacks the MAME menus and the CoCo Pi menus or something like that. So there was something weird that it just didn't seem to work right, and I didn't really have the time or energy to figure out why. But I'm sure it has to do with the fact that it was a prototype that he kind of gave me to try out, and yours is being produced as an actual product. So and I'm sure you're going to test it on the CoCo Pi to make sure that it all works. So this would be very cool to have. What do you think those joystick adapters are going to sell for?
So the joystick adapters with the turbo or the rapid fire, probably in the same ballpark. I would say they're probably going to be about $20 in kit form, maybe $25, $30 assembled, somewhere in that ballpark. So. Yeah.
And a lot of people in the live chat. We see you out there in the live chat. Sorry, guys, we haven't been acknowledging you only because we've been trying to keep the show moving. But real quick, we've had Torsten Dittel is out there saying cool stuff. David Gettle has been here. Mark Oberholzer, Grant Leedy, Torsten, and David Brenneman saying this is a fantastic achievement. So for all of you guys who've been hanging out with us here watching, there's over 70 of you watching right now. We appreciate you watching this, and I do apologize for not including the live comments as much as we should, but we're just trying to keep the show moving. Anybody have any questions
Stevie,
for Paulie? Yeah, go ahead, Paulie.
One thing I did forget to mention that I did want to throw out there, if people picked up on it on the board, there's the little OSH logo on there, the open source hardware. The plan is for these to be all the materials to be uploaded, probably throw them up on GitHub at some point. Just haven't gotten to it yet, but I want people to be able to customize the firmware themselves, and especially around the keyboard encoder, because some feedback from Ron, I went in and did some special keystrokes where you can. One of the things that's nice is you can hit, I think it's like Control F2, and it'll switch between the different key maps on the emulators. So like VCC uses one key map, and the next roar and MAME use another one. Like the brake key's different, the ACT key's different.
Gotcha.
So wanted people to have an easy way to go between those. Plus there's some other custom keystrokes that you can go in and bring up like the tab menu and MAME to edit different things and switch between the different environments and that sort of thing. But people will have that ability once I get that stuff posted, and I want it to be there just in case something ever were to happen to me, that people would be able to be able to use the technology at some point in the future.
Right, and we don't want anything to happen to you because you typically buy the first round at Fire and Wine when we're in Chicago.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of,
hey, Paul.
Cheers.
Hey, Paul.
Happy CoCoFEST, guys.
Happy CoCoFEST. Shalom. L'chaim.
Hey, Paul, do you have a link to your Tandy site? We have people asking.
I do, but it's not up yet. I'm still waiting on approval. It's taken them forever, so I thought it was going to be live for the show, but I can share my storefront. I don't have anything there, so if people want to keep checking, they can. So
which way
I'll
should we
post that.
swipe?
Swipe left.
Yeah. So how do you spell it? Tindy?
Yeah, TINDIE.
Oh, IE. TINDIE.com/what? Polywalnuts?
I don't even know.
If it's not, you have to change it to be.
Yeah, you got to change it to that.
It's under Windex Systems.
Windex Systems.
So people can see it on my shirt.
So
it's on my banner back here.
Okay, so if you go to Tindy, TINDIE.com.
Yep.
And not Tinder, because you might see a completely different line of products there.
The shirt's got a hole in it.
Go to Tindy.com and search for Windex Systems. Very, very cool. Awesome.
Looking forward to that joystick adapter for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, somebody was mentioning in the live chat, was it David? I didn't think that we would these joysticks would become popular again, because it's the irony of it is I hated the Black Beauty for 90% of the games that I had to play on it. Before they'd invented the deluxe joystick, trying to play a game like Donkey King on a Black Beauty was a nightmare. So I cursed that joystick most of the time I owned it. But then I got back into the CoCo 5 years ago playing on the emulator, and I'm like, gosh, I really need that Black Beauty right now to play, a Polaris.
Other Polaris, yeah, there's a bunch of...
So it's come full circle.
You could actually stretch rubber bands around the back sides of the black thing and make it center.
Yeah, I think I did that. I think my one or two pictures I have of my CoCo setup, as I did have the Hackintosh freaking rubber bands across my Black Beauty to make it self-center.
That's awesome.
Oh man,
works good until you get really frisky with it, and then plastic breaks right in the middle of a game.
Yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to show us, Paulie?
No, I mean, the disc stuff is definitely going to take a bit of time, so we'll save that for another episode.
We'll save that for another episode and chill to the next
I've got
episode.
a couple things that I've got my hands into right now, and hopefully we'll have some more information to reveal soon.
That is awesome. Well, we appreciate you, Paulie. You're a good man. You're one of the few.
I appreciate you guys.
You are.
Well, you just like me because I buy first round. So.
Yeah, and the second round, I'd like you even more. So I would double my admiration with each new round.
I'm on a geometric scale. I'd be up to like 8 times as much. I'd like.
Oh, Ron, do you have to go potty? Are you asking if you can go potty, Ron? You're muted, by the way. Ron Delvaux's raising his hand the old-fashioned way.
Eddie said he's ready.
Eddie said he's ready. You're a poet and you didn't know it. We just want to make sure that we got Paulie finished. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Fiscarelli on his projects? Or, by the way, I want to say, Paul, whoever does your nails, you ought to give his number to David Ladd, because David's nails were looking a little shoddy, So, yeah.
Hey, Paulie.
Hey, Ronnie, what's up, buddy?
Since I'm in, the hood and everything, I was wondering, if I could get a discount, for, family.
Freaking lootly.
Yeah, I got your discount right here.
Come on, man.
You want a discount? I got a discount. Yeah. Oh.
And leave the gun. Take the cannoli.
Hey, yeah, there you go.
Hey.
That's my buddy.
Hey. Eddy Szczerbinski, are you back, sir?
Yes.
You
are.
Oh, good.
Sound good.
Actually, I'm very sorry because I'm actually using a vintage MacBook. So it's a 2008 MacBook that I use every day. It just, it still works. So I don't want to throw it out. It's just probably creating some glitches once in a while. And as a matter of fact, my wife was on another, live video chat.
Oh, shame on her. Shame on her.
So that's why the bandwidth was probably stretched a little bit too much.
Yeah. Well, this might have been one of those times that Zoom was going through Chinese servers too. So we might have been redirected a little bit too. And that caused us to slow down. So.
They probably saw my name and maybe instead of thinking
better censor him.
Thinking that it was Polish, they probably believe it was Russian, so they said, "Oh, we got a spy on this one." I mean, if a Russian speaks to Americans, it must be interesting.
That's
Air
it.
traffic get ping-ponged.
So, what are you going to be showing us, Mr. Eddy Szczerbinski?
Well, basically a Lightpen.
Okay. Oh, well, Neo liked that. Neo likes light pens.
Oh my goodness!
What's that?
Yeah,
that was a crying baby again.
All right.
Somebody get that damn cat some water.
Yeah.
Trojan. I've had their condoms before. I've never tried their light pens. So,
I was actually going to joke about that and say that I was expecting that I would have a cover, but I don't have it.
It's one of those glow-in-the-dark condoms, isn't it?
Yeah. And actually, you see, I got the envelope. I got that from somebody in Great Britain, and I bought this in 2006.
Wow.
that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Finally got there.
No. Actually, as a matter of fact, the first time that he shipped it to me, the tape was bad, and you know, I didn't I didn't complain or anything. I just told him that, you know, if he could send to me
like a
you
copy
know,
of it,
a wave file or something,
Okay.
and he actually he made another envelope, and
well, I didn't get your full address on there. Can you hold that up again? So
no problem.
Last
You're
four of
all-
your social.
And as a matter of fact, if you ever come in the Quebec City area, you're all welcome to you know, I will
Stop
be
by.
Is there a Tim Hortons there?
Many.
Okay, well, I'll
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
be there.
We have many Tim Hortons, and we even have. I mean, I have to be careful when I speak about Tim Hortons because of Henry, but I mean, we also have other places where you can get donuts, and they're good. So anyway,
Just don't speak English in Quebec.
Sorry.
Just don't speak English in Quebec.
Yeah. Well.
Oh my God! Don't say that. You're gonna start
a flame war.
Yeah. Anyway, I got where are they? Anyway, so I got another tape. So basically, it's hey, there it is. So it's all in a box, and
nice.
Anyway, so it was actually a Lightpen that was made for the Dragon.
Okay.
So actually, as a matter of fact, thanks to Henry, Henry sent me software so I can transform the CoCo in a Dragon. So I was able to get the program properly running.
So what is it you do with the light pen?
He's going to show us, Ron.
Yeah, well, before I make a demonstration, here's the light pen in itself. So you have, you know.
Okay. Serial port or
joystick
it's joystick port.
Joystick, yeah.
Okay.
And basically, when you there's a a photosensible cell in there, a photo cell in there. So basically, if I point it towards the light, there's going to be a high value, and if I point it towards if I just, you know, completely dark, it's going to be easy.
Okay. So it's basically using the joystick port because of the digital to analog conversions. It's reading variance on light, like it would be reading variance on the variable resistor of the potentiometer. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Exactly, and you need you need a CRT, but you can also use you know, a newer screen, because some of the software made for that will also create the necessary flickering, so that, you know, with the flickering, the pen can read where it's at on the screen. So, but with a CRT screen, basically, when you put it on your screen, it will read actually, you know, the flying, you know,
coordinates. Yeah.
The ray, the cathode ray that is actually
raster.
The raster line. Okay, it's chasing the beam.
Exactly, chasing the beam. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So right now I got the TV set up behind, but I was not able to get it to work in high resolution. But I can make a demo anyway. So I'll plug it in.
Mm-hmm.
I will mention while he's plugging it in there that Spectrum Projects used to sell light pens for the CoCo back in 82, 83 for $15.
Wow.
Oh, really? Yeah. And there was also, I found out, color wear also.
Yeah, that was a little bit later. Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah.
Okay.
How does this differ from the X-Pad?
Because this one, you have to hold it up.
There's
to
no
the screen.
tablet.
You're tracing the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you draw it.
And they only work on CRTs.
Is it to draw with or to make selections for programs?
Well, if it creates a flicker, you can use it to make selections. But if you have a CRT, then it will, you know,
you can draw.
With the scan lines, it's gonna know where it is on the screen, and it's gonna, you know, it's gonna do what it has to do. So let me move everything to show the screen, and but there's also something special I want to show.
Ooh! By the way, it was noticed that Rob Inman says your MC10 is being put to good use there. It's holding up books on the shelf. Oh, you have a birthday candle on the CoCo.
Yeah.
Oh, happy birthday, CoCo.
So everybody at the same time.
Happy birthday. Oh, he just blew out the candle.
Oh,
there you go.
He spared the chat room a lot of pain.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So this is, I didn't really even realize they, like in the early 80s, they had them for CoCo, because that was a big thing with the Fairlight, obviously. So it'd be pretty cool to be able to incorporate one of these and make a Fairlight type program for a CoCo. That'd be really cool.
All right. So
I believe there's a very custom wand you can get on Tinder.com too, if you're really into that. So.
Night, folks.
All right.
Did you say
Trojan? Oh, that's cool.
Well, that's the program that came with it.
Okay. 1983. Okay.
So anyway, press any key. So you see, I have the pen, and it asks me to
touch the screen. You touch the spot. Yeah. Okay. And now the screen's flickering. All right. Maybe that's just your camera not adjusting to the light.
It's pretty big 250. Great.
Is that
this never happens? I swear.
Well, it seems to be very tricky, but it was working well. Let me see. Maybe I have to
turn the brightness down.
Yeah, it's up to the max.
Oh, maybe you're in the wrong. You got it in the wrong hole.
Is it in the right joystick hole?
Needs a Joey.
Do it live.
There you go. It just switched over.
It's the right joystick. So,
right joystick. Okay.
So there I have a choice here about if I want the instruction, the light graph, name game, sound music graph, or high resolution draw. So as I said, I could not get the screen with the proper settings. So, but you can also play with some variables in the program to adjust the sensibility and everything, and that's what I didn't do. But maybe at next week or a couple of weeks, I'll make another demonstration when I have all the things sorted out. So if we go here, for example, you see I just selected, and then there you can see the value of, you know, you see the light here, you know, the value that
so that's the brightness level basically, because it reads black and white, doesn't it? It doesn't
exactly. Yeah. And if I get it towards the light, so you can see it varying depending on how much light I'm giving it, you know.
So this right now is acting like an optical analyzer, kind of like Steve Bjork's audio spectrum analyzer. This is the optical analyzer. It's showing us the level of light that this thing is receiving.
Yeah.
If you could draw in very straight lines very slowly, you could actually digitize a picture just by drawing horizontal lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and if I go in the high res, so there, but it doesn't work very well. But I got it working, but it's not very
reliable
now. But I tried. I got 3 CRT TVs in my house, and I tried all of them.
Okay.
And there was one I could get some better results, but it was very, very little. So I said, let's take the big one to make a better show.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's
cool though.
Does that sample game that came with the tape work?
Exactly. Yeah, that's but it's a Dragon program, so you need to have a Dragon conversion, or you need to turn your CoCo in a Dragon to have it running.
Wow.
Okay.
Is it written in BASIC?
Yeah, actually, it's all well. A little part is in assembly.
Okay.
But the assembly routine is included in the basic program.
Okay.
So you don't need to load it. It comes with the basic
Kind of
program.
pokes itself in there, huh?
And I have seen many other programs that I haven't tried yet, but I have seen many other programs that make use of the Lightpen as well. So, but first, before I try those, I will try to get the optimal, contrast and brightness setting on the screen. Right now, basically, what I can't get is a 255. All I can get is about 128. So it's not enough, So maybe it's the pen also that's probably maybe too old, but I don't believe that photo cells can age like that. So I think they're
they can actually age, but they don't usually age that much.
Okay.
They will change in value over a period of time, especially over a long period of time. But I would not expect to see a 50% change in its value.
You might also try cleaning it too. Like if you have a bit of fingerprint oil and stuff in that might be blurring the sensor a bit, so it's not picking up. So if you clean it off, it might work better.
If there's any fudge factors in here, they're probably fudged for PAL at 50.
That's right, because of the Dragon one. You're right.
You
might be trying to do a 50 hertz signal refresh than a 60.
I'll take. That's a good.
Good call.
Are your TVs all NTSC?
Sorry.
Are your TVs all NTSC?
Oh yeah, definitely. All we have is the accent, not the screens.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
So if it's tweaked for PAL, then obviously the timing, horizontal timing, will be out.
Yeah, well, actually, there are some variables you can change in the program too. So I suppose that those variables will be able to
maybe adjust the timing.
Yeah,
make the
or the ML
adjustment.
routine might need a bit of tweaking for the timing too. So
Yeah. Well, I'll keep you posted. Maybe it can be. I mean, this is something that can also be easily built. It's not very complicated. I mean, you have a plug, a wire, a photo cell, and a pen. So it's very. I think I paid something like $70 or $60 for that, but it's way too much. I mean, I really wanted that at the time, and but I think that can be very, very cheap to build. So. Yeah, and I have actually a question, if I may, while we're talking about joysticks and everything. Yeah. I have this box which I actually found when I was looking for this. So it's a box that have those two plugs, so serial and joystick.
Mm-hmm.
And you have serial and joystick.
So is it just an extension cord, basically?
Can it be?
I'm wondering if it's an extension cord or if it's a high-res joystick interface, but
a homemade high-res joystick
high-res joystick interface that would let you plug in a serial port to this thing, so you don't have to keep reaching behind your CoCo to swap cables.
Yeah, but the high-res doesn't use serial; it uses the cassette port.
That's right.
Okay, so
that's what I thought. Yeah. So anyway, I'll open it up while I listen. While I listen to the other speakers, I'll open it up and I'll keep you.
Yeah, the thing I would probably say it will probably be is just an extension, because most of us back in the day, that was one of the annoyances I had, is if I had to switch from one joystick to the other, having to move the CoCo, unhook it, and all that. It was just easier just to extend it and have an extension cable, kind of like USB cables, the USB extension cables.
Yeah.
That way you can just easily get to your USB port.
Strange thing is, though, the box is pretty big for just an extension cable, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to see what's inside of it, I think.
I'll
All right.
I'll get right to it.
Our next presenter is going to be Michael Furman, but I also need another potty break. I don't know if Ron needs one or if Ron's asking for one. So I'm going to run another commercial break, and then Mikey, you'll be next. So up next after the break will be Michael Furman, David O'Connor, L. Curtis Boyle, and Scott Wendt. Those are our last 4 presentations. So we are going to take a commercial break, take a potty break. Thank you very much, Eddy Szczerbinski. I'm glad we got the audio visual. I've never seen a Lightpen ever, so that was kind of cool to see. This is something you would see at a CoCoFEST or at a computer club. So these are one of the things that people bring for their show and tell, right? Their dog and pony show. Very cool stuff. So we're going to take a break, and then David O'Connor, will you be ready to present when we come back? I mean, excuse me, Michael Furman.
Absolutely.
Mikey, no, sorry,
Michael
Mikey.
Furman's, yeah.
Mikey,
I'm ready after Mikey, though.
Mikey, will you be ready when we come back? Mikey, he likes it,
Wait.
Mikey, are you there? All right, well, we'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll find out. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Eddy Szczerbinski. Good stuff. We'll be back after these words, everybody.
We'll return after these messages.
Here's a hi-fi bargain from your nearby Radio Shack store. Save $100 on our exclusive realistic 77 AM/FM stereo receiver. Only $159.95 during the sale. With audio component features like FM muting, push-button tape monitor, main remote speaker switching, in a genuine walnut veneer case. The ideal control center for your new music system. The sale-priced realistic 77 receiver. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hey, this is Eric, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me. It's Original Gamer Steve Stroh. You know, gameplay. To get your copy of a Gameplay Goodness Color Computer Gaming DVD today, head on over to 8bit256.com. There you will find several DVDs featuring color computer gameplay videos by the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh. So to get your very own copy of a Gameplay Goodness Color Computer Gaming DVD, head on over to the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com and tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Boom! Scared you, didn't I? Hello there. It's me, Simone, all the way from Melbourne to you, my darling. And congratulations on your talk show, CoCoTALK. Oh my God, that's so exciting. I don't think I'd ever be good at a talk show. I just don't have anything ever to say, ever. Just can never think of things to say. It's just no words ever come out of my mouth. It's just very embarrassing. It's just silence all the time. My darling, I hope you're having a fabulous day. From me to you, bye.
Extended Color Basic, combined with a disc controller, brings you
Disc Extended Color Basic. Direct access to your floppies. Direct access to all of your hardware resources.
Deck B on your color computer.
Deck B washes away the competition.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your CoCo 3 yet?
Oh, we are back. How do you follow that, Mikey?
I don't know if I can follow it.
How do you follow Greg Leakey?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Lord. We're having too much fun here.
How do you follow Grant Leedy at least at a 6 feet distance?
Yeah. It's best to practice social distancing around Grant Leedy at all
Maybe
times.
sneak somebody else in between. Anyway, I guess it's my turn. So today I am announcing the release of two of my projects, the latest release of two of my projects. DW Term and Pi Drive Wire. So let's get started with Pi Drive Wire. Give me one moment and see if we can get this to work. I want to share this screen, I think. How's that look? See Pi Drive Wire?
See Pi Drive Wire, yes.
Yep. All right. So, the big thing that's new in Pi Drive Wire is actually this one: easy installation methods. So, there's a whole list of features, blah, 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 blah. But basically, I have found a way to create packages which you can download, and they are binaries for a variety of different operating systems. And you basically just download them and unpack them, and you can run Pi Drive Wire. Also, by request, I created Docker images, which some people said they wanted, so that also works. And the old installation methods are still supported as well. So what I was going to do was I was going to follow my own instructions, actually download it, unpack it, and run it as part of the demo.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So the instructions are, this is just the main, sorry to scroll so quickly, this is just the main Pi Drive Wire page. It is in the README file right here. If you scroll down a little bit to the text part, getting started, you can, these are the operating systems that are there: Raspberry Pi, Mac OS. I don't have Win32 yet. I didn't have time this morning, but I have a Mac, so we're just going to go and download the Mac one. So let's see, macOS.zip. Alrighty. I'm going to save that. And then somewhere here, whoops. So it just downloaded this Pi Drive Wire v0.5c macOS. I'm just going to double click that. It's unpacked. It literally contains 2 executables and a manual. So I'm going to go over to my command line over here, and I'm actually going to run it.
Does it have to be run from command line, or could you just double click it?
Well, you do kind of have to run it from command line right now. It's still basically a command line application.
Okay.
So what did they call it? Yeah, 0.5c.
Is there an autocomplete? You can just hit tab?
There is.
All right.
But
okay.
All right. So here I have my 2 executables. I can literally just go in here and run Pi Drive Wire, and I didn't give it any. Oh, well, there's an error. Haha.
Oh.
All right. I have something to fix. There's some.
Now we can tell it's a live demo.
There's some bug reports that have already been coming in. I probably shouldn't really have rushed this, but my original release date was supposed to be at CoCoFEST. So even if there are bugs, I wanted to go ahead with it. Let's see if at least this works.
It looks like your address was just already used. You have one running?
Yeah, I may. Well, I already have one running. Okay. Not completely a demo fail. So it is a command line application. It does have help, etc. But what I actually want to do is, this is probably the very first thing that you guys are going to want to do. If you want to actually turn on the web UI, you have to actually tell it the UI port. And I usually use port 6800. I'll show you how to use that in a moment.
Why not 6809?
Well, 6809, usually use 6809 as an incoming port if you want to connect into Nitrous 9. I'm not prepared to demo that today.
I was just going to ask about 6309. Would that work?
You could put whatever port number you want.
Native mode.
So I want it to, because I'm going to be using MAME, I want Pi Drive Wire to listen for an incoming DriveWire connection on port 65504. And port 65504 is the default one for both MAME and VCC. I believe it's also the default for XROAR if you enable their built-in drive wire. So I'm going to go. Oh, I didn't give it a disk image. So I have two ways I can do that. I can do it here at the command line, or if I have a web browser here, then I can just pull up the UI.
Ooh,
and there
I
are
like this.
there are already some disks mounted here, but none of these are the ones I actually want to use. I want to use a different one. So I'm just going to type the name here. DW. I think I just want to put it in here. So I just type. So, oops. All right. So that should be inserted. One way I can double check that is on the command console.
Oh, you've got a terminal console there, huh?
Right. This is exactly the same as doing it here.
Okay.
There's no difference in between these
Once
two.
you've enabled the web browser, you can now do it from a semi GUI.
Right.
Okay, that's cool.
Still command line based. So the next thing is to fire up MAME. And sorry, this is a little small here, but you have to have the correct ROM. But if you just say ext, this is a CoCo 3 with 6309, 2 megs of RAM. If you actually plug the HDB DOS ROM into it, this is just how you do it from the command line. It is the same thing as going in here to, where is it, slot manager. And if you actually look at it, it's one CoCo 3 HDB DOS. That's the one that I actually have plugged in.
Okay.
So if you see it actually has HDB DOS. So now MAME and DriveWire, the Pi DriveWire server, are both connected over a TCP/IP socket. So I can now look at
that's
look
the
at
disk
on there.
you mounted in your DriveWire.
I didn't. I think there's a mode I have to change, but I put in the DriveWire, the DW term disk. So that's basically how easy it is. You download it, you run a command line, and basically, boom, you're up and running. It's still not quite as easy as having a GUI, but at least it's a lot easier than having to go do pip install and do this and do that stuff. Okay. So I only have about 2 minutes left.
Take your time, Mikey. Take your time.
No, I'm just going to load up my second project, which is DW term. Load M. Before I show that, so DW term, I showed it before. I actually released this, and it has the ANSI support for the VDG screen, ANSI support for CoCoVGA, and also ANSI support for Gimme. And I added a few new things. There's some key combinations. So this is kind of exactly the same thing as Pi DriveWire. The zip file is just here on the releases tab. Literally, DW term releases. There's only one release, ANSI support. So I already have that on my machine. And one other thing on this on the main page that I need to point out, which is something that people always ask, is which one do I use? Well, it actually says here. There's Bitbanger versions. Mostly has BB, right? CoCo 1, CoCo 2, 3. The late ones are for 16K CoCos. Since I'm using the emulator, I need to use the Becker port. It actually says right here, emulators. So DW term Becker. I just done that, and I want to show the CoCo 3 ANSI, and there we are.
That looks really nice.
So at this prompt, again, I can type DW commands. I could insert this or whatever. Or there are two different ways to make external connections. I can just do telnet. The ones that I was demoing last week don't seem to be working this week, so let's just try.
That's Neil
Blanchard's BBS.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is still working. It was working earlier today. It says connected. Boom. And then I I don't have the font, but it's got the colors.
Yeah.
I think this actually needs a different color background than I have because you can't read some of the stuff.
Okay.
It's actually got black text, but I'm just going to disconnect. So that's working.
It's pretty fast, too.
Has a modem connection. You can type some modem commands. One new thing that I added is you can actually force this to disconnect by pressing the break key and C. Now I'm back at a DW prompt. And it's not completely 100% working. Like, it doesn't change the palette, but if you type break and Q, it actually quits. I'm actually back at basic right now. Yeah, I just had to reset it to get the colors. So, those are my two projects. As I said, there are a couple bug reports coming in for PyDriveWire. I'm going to have to work on them after the show, but I'm out of time. So
no, that's fine. We got plenty of time. But that's really cool, and I'm definitely going to be getting with you because I'm getting closer and closer to being able to reap the rewards of using DriveWire. So right now I have a system that's working fairly well through my Wi-Fi SD card. Mm-hmm. But the one problem I have with it is that once I've touched the SD card with my PC, it becomes read-only, and I can't get the CoCo to write to it. I'd have to close down the program on my PC and then reset the CoCo before I can write to it. And sometimes I can just never write to it again. So I've never really used DriveWire in this fashion, but could I mount the disk image through my editor on my PC and then have that, I guess, through DriveWire, but still have the ability for the CoCo to read and write to that same disk that my editor is on?
Yeah, you can. There's one thing that the CoCo doesn't do is it doesn't really cache the file system data. So
you have to reload it?
I believe, well, you don't have to reload it, actually. I believe that the CoCo, some of the time, I have to read the ROM to actually really completely understand it, but I believe it caches the FAT table in memory somewhere some of the time, but it doesn't cache the directories. So in general, I've found that if you have a disk image that is mounted in DriveWire on your CoCo, you could actually go on your computer and use like the DECB tool or the OS9 tool, and you could read and write files to that disk image. And if you just type dir, the CoCo will be able to read them pretty much instantly.
Okay.
So,
all right. So what I would be interested in knowing would be kind of this two-way tug of war to a .bas file. Or even if I don't have it open, let's say I did some editing on my PC with my editor, which is a custom tool I have from John Strong. I close that file so it's no longer open on my PC. And then the problem I'm having now is like, I need to change this one variable. I change it on the CoCo to test it. That works, but now I can't save my file again to save my change. So I've got to, go back to my PC, change on the PC, save it, and reload. And I just type in load the program name and I reload it, and it's instant. So it's still an improvement over my old process of swapping SD cards between the two things. But if I didn't have to do this manual loading and unloading, and I had this manual two-way connection to this disk image, then my development would go so much faster.
Yep. So you can, as I said, you can modify the disk image on both sides, as long as you're careful, as you say, to make sure that it's closed. Like you save on one side and then on the CoCo side, then re-download it on. You can immediately read that back in the disk image, and the same other way. If you resave the file in the disk image, the CoCo will be able to see that immediately. I do have some ideas to improve, like some ideas for how to make your situation even easier.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything more about those.
That's fine.
Those, I don't know if I'm going to actually release that this year or not.
Okay.
We'll have to see.
Okay.
But I do have some ideas for that type of problem.
But so I would be more than happy to start testing for you. I'm going to have to probably lean on you a little bit until I become comfortable with this because it's a foreign world to me, but once we get it started, I'll be happy to be one of your test subjects.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
And you'll have to put up with me going, you should have done this, but
and that's fine.
I guess we'll be on
you're
chat.
You're going to have to
and
put up with me asking you 400 stupid questions.
I'll just beat you over the head with a CoCo mouse, okay? All I have handy.
Oh, that's cool. These are cool projects. These are really cool projects. I won't be able to make fun of DriveWire much longer. So
no, you can't.
Somebody over there. You're gonna beat somebody over the head with a mouse.
Hopefully, there will be a little bit less DriveWire hate around here.
Oh, DriveWire.
It'd be cool if you could make a video of how you do it on a Windows 32 bit.
Yeah, that would be the plan.
Most of us have Windows, I think.
Right.
Yeah, that would be the goal. Like first, I would kind of learn the process and get all the bugs out of my own system for using it. Once I understand it, then we could make a video for other people to know how to do it, like a how-to, right?
Do you have any plans on making it GUI installable at some point too, or no?
Now that I have entered the world of binary packaging, that actually opens up that possibility. The primary issue with doing kind of a GUI thing is what you have to, you have to make sure you have the correct version of Python. Then you have to make sure you have all the modules. Then some of the modules don't install. It's a bunch of trouble.
Complicated is what you're saying.
So
it's an easy two-step process.
Now that I have the binary packages, I can deal with all of those issues, and the package contains everything that you need to run it.
Yes, that's cool.
So, what do you think of, or when do you expect that this is going to go on to the Raspberry Pi CoCo image as well, the new version?
You mean the CoCo Pi 3?
CoCo Pi 3.
So, Pi DriveWire is actually the primary server that's used on the CoCo Pi 3 already.
Okay. Does it have? It's a new version with all this UI and or the web and everything.
The web interface is there. I don't know right off the top if it's enabled in CoCo Pi 3, but it was the primary server in the already existing release.
I think it is because I know Ron Klein has shown me some demos in the past. So.
It must be. Cool. It must be enabled. Mine's sitting here. I don't have it turned on at the moment to see if the
Ron Klein would be a good guy to ask because he's kind of in charge.
He
of
was
the
here
Pi
earlier.
3.
I don't know if he's still here.
Hey,
I think he's watching actually.
Okay.
I got a question. How does I have CoCo Pi 3 and I'm able to go on that gosh, I can't remember now.
Probably a share drive.
Huh?
You have a share drive?
I don't know. I'm able to go on that group that has it's a universal. What's the name of it? Gosh, I can't think of it. Gosh, I shouldn't have said anything soon because I don't know.
Is it the Play-Doh thing you're talking about?
Yeah,
okay,
I think so.
Play-Doh. Okay.
Yes, Play-Doh.
Okay.
Errata Online.
Errata Online.
How does that do that on CoCo Pi 3?
Well, the Play-Doh term software does use the DriveWire protocol for communication.
Okay, so we're using that when we do that.
Yes.
When we go online with that.
Thank you for reminding me. That is something that I haven't tested recently. So I should see if it's still working and if it's not working, I should get with Brett and work out whatever the issues are. So.
Okay.
Yes. We have some comments from Ron Klein in the chat too. He said the web interface is enabled by default for Pi DriveWire, and it's set that way for CoCo Pi 3 and the upcoming CoCo Pi 4 for the Raspberry Pi 4.
Excellent.
Yep. Okay. I'm double time now, so
doesn't matter, Mikey. Doesn't matter.
just slap yourself up with that mouse there, and we'll hold you fine.
Yes. No, we're doing great on time. We were thinking that this was going to be a 5-hour show, and then we're doing good.
No, actually, we're kind of rocking.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, right. I've got a question to throw in there.
Oh Christ.
Oh no.
Mikey, are you prepared? Are you prepared, Mikey? I had a crazy idea.
Uh-oh. Well, I like crazy ideas.
So, with HTB DOS, it's an 8K ROM. We have the other 8K area that there are some open spots. Is there a way that you could add an extra command to HTB DOS to sneak DW term into the ROM space in the other 8K bank?
Well, maybe.
All right, that's all I wanted.
It doesn't fit in 8K currently, but there is the 16K CoCo version maybe.
Yadas.
Okay.
Maybe, beloved.
But that's an excellent idea. It's actually not that crazy at all.
Wow. Very cool.
We're disappointed, Dave. It wasn't crazy.
Wasn't that
it?
crazy? All right. Okay, well, we're going to...
There's one thing that a lot of people don't realize about HDB-DOS. There's 2 addresses that are sitting in HDB-DOS for the DriveWire version of it that gives you hooks to the read and write routines for DriveWire. So no matter what speed you're running, you always have a generic address that you can go to that's ready to go if you want to read and write.
Okay,
using
David,
those
I
two
just want to cut you off because we want to get through the rest of the presentations. We
Yep.
can have follow-up conversations in the caboose. But I appreciate that, David, and let's get everybody else through here too. So, but thank you, David. Thank you, Mikey. All right, so our next presentation is another guy from Down Under, a guy who likes to say "crikey" and "good day." Where the hell are you, David? I'm looking for your video right now.
I just turned my video on there.
I just see you right now. I'm spotlighting you. So, David O'Connor, tell us what you are going to be presenting for us on Virtual CoCoFest today.
Well, what it looks like here that I'm going to present a CoCo SDC.
Okay.
I've heard of those.
But I'm actually not.
What's that thing?
Are you telling me you invented the CoCo SDC? That's pretty cool.
Wishful thinking. That's a real winner, this one. But and there is a reason I've got a CoCo SDC sitting here. And it's just the fact that I've got 2 of them, and one of them can only be plugged into a computer at the time. So the other one's just sitting there. All right, that was a rather obscure Escher type introduction. Let me get on with it so we don't waste half the day.
Too late.
Many of you will recognize what that is.
That's a CoCo 3 keyboard, or that's the Ed Snyder keyboard.
No, that's
a real normal.
No, that's a normal CoCo 3 keyboard.
Normal CoCo 3 keyboard. I recognize that. Yes.
In good shape.
Okay. And some people might even recognize what this thing is.
It looks like a bezel.
Bezel from a Model 3.
Come back. And it's
Model 4.
I haven't finished yet. It's all just sitting there, and the keyboard's still, the guts are still in the CoCo 3 case here. But I just wanted to sit it there and actually get it running and see if everything fitted in. Mostly the monitor.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I've been waiting on.
That is a cool demo there.
So the CoCo 3 is wedged inside the case?
Yeah, the bottom of the case is actually sitting up there at the moment.
Oh.
I just found out it's actually got a really good serial number on it too. I didn't realize this is my.
But are you a Model 4 killer?
No. I wouldn't do this to a Model 4. If I had a Model 4 here that was working, it would stay working. I got this case from a guy on eBay who'd parted it out to keep other Model 4s working. And basically this was the leftover case. So he had an empty case there. And he had it listed on eBay, and it was at a reasonable price. And I thought, wow, I've been wanting to add, to make a CoCo in a Model 4 case, because I just love the look of the Model 4 and the Model 3.
Yeah.
I just think, they just say retro computer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, so yeah, at the moment I've got the other CoCo SDC sitting.
Okay.
Just there. That's actually running at the moment. So if I
I don't know if you're planning on doing this, but it might be cool if you had some type of enclosure that's mounted in the floppy spot where you could plug a cartridge into it. Let's have like an extension cord that went into the cartridge slot, so you could like add and remove cartridges.
And the SDC too.
In the SDC, from where the floppy drives are.
That's pretty much exactly what I'm thinking of doing. I'll just reset that now. Get rid of the demo. I've got the SDC running there.
Well, that's the reason you don't have that hole closed.
What was that?
Right, the reason why the hole's on the keyboard's not closed, so you can get to the SD card and the reset stuff. Yeah.
Oh, here, yeah.
Now, is the plan to gut the CoCo and repack it in here, or are you going to keep the CoCo in its case?
No, I'm actually going to take the CoCo out of the case, but I'm not going to destroy the case. I'm going to keep the case, and I'll possibly maybe even put a Raspberry Pi in there or something like that with an emulator. And, you know, these little thumb drive computers and maybe something like that might go in it. But is Darren still on with us?
Yeah.
Darren Ottery?
What do you plan to fill the keyboard area with?
I was just about to raise that, but this CoCo 3 that's in here now, that came from Darren. So thank you, Darren. That's the one that you sent me. Yeah, I've got the original bezel here. So that's the keyboard bezel. But the as you can see here, the
doesn't quite
F1
line
and
up.
F2 keys don't quite line up here, and the brake key is in the way there. So I would need to do a little bit of modification to this, which I'm prepared to do because, you know, you can get another one of those if I ever really need it. So the plan is to shift everything across here, take the guts out of the case, mount the circuit board on the bottom possibly, or I might even mount the circuit board so the cartridge port faces out this way. I'm not sure yet. But I do want to use these because I'm going to use this for my with my synthesizers and music stuff. I'm potentially going to use one of these as a blank panel where I can put in sockets and plugs and stuff for interfacing it with the computer.
Okay.
Or I could use the blank space in the keyboard area to do that, or I could use that blank space to put cartridges in.
Like bring all the rear connectors to the front so you can just plug right in from there, because now you can't access them. Yeah. So your joystick.
Exactly. Where are you gonna put the joysticks? The joystick.
Yeah, the joystick ports. I'm thinking about putting in one of these as well.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I haven't really decided 100% yet exactly what I'm going to do, but what I also do want to make sure I do, I want to keep Model 4 case as intact as I possibly can. I've done a few little mods, and I had to modify the bezel a little bit. But, I mean, I'm probably not ever going to put it back to being a Model 4. I'm probably going to keep it with this as a CoCo 3, so it probably really doesn't matter that much. But especially the outside of it, I want the outside of the case to look, to not have a whole lot of holes drilled in it. Things hacked apart. I want to keep it looking neat and tidy and like it's intended to look.
Neat.
So, I've got in here like CoCo.
Why don't you just put a Raspberry Pi in the Model 4 and run?
Well, I thought about that. I had thought about that as well, but I think I kind of like this idea of having real hardware in it. So this is just a little program I wrote for testing for my composite mod actually when I did that. So it's just a little thing that.
Oh yeah, nice and clean.
Yeah, use it to draw test patterns.
Did you license that from CoCo Man? Because he's right now has the market on test pattern software. So
for sure.
There's a white black border thing here where you can. Basically, this program is just designed for generating video signals that you can use for calibrating an analog. The composite mod that I made.
Neat.
So it's a pretty simple little
very
program,
clean, extremely clean.
I did this 2 years ago though, and I put a CoCo 1 in there, and I had found a TV, but it was black and white, but it was the same dimensions and it fit into the bezel perfectly. And I put a couple of drives in, and it was basically a CoCo 1, and I was able to the keyboard, what is it? Mark Data keyboard fit in the slot for the keyboard, and the rest was blank.
In the bezel.
Yes. Yep. It didn't have
neat.
function keys.
Yeah. Neat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
That's a cool repack. Yeah.
But it would have been a MoCo, not a CoCo.
MoCo, right?
Because it was monochrome.
Well, that's
I do know there was an article. Yeah. There was an article in Color Computer News back around 82, I think it was. Actually, somebody took a Model 3 keyboard and hooked it directly up to the CoCo, including the numeric keypad working. So he had the whole shebang.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
So you might, if you had a keyboard, you might be able to hack that to work on the CoCo.
And that I think that article might be on the archive already too, if you want to take a look at it.
That might be worthwhile looking at, because then I can have all this looking completely original.
Yeah.
I can actually have the numeric keyboard in here as well.
Yeah, and reach out to Ian Maverick. He's in Australia, and he's a TRS-80 guy. He might have parts and stuff for you. Not to mention
Yeah, we'll do.
knowledge sharing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The thing that I liked, the thing I was waiting on the most was this monitor. I wanted to make sure that it was actually going to not just fit, but look half reasonable. And give
Yeah,
the right angle
no,
where
it
you can
does.
see.
It looks really good. It's very clean and
Yeah, like
crisp.
the black bezel on it too. Actually, it fits with the original had a black bezel. So,
Yeah.
Stylistically, it definitely does.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I literally just put that in there just before the show, like half an hour before the show, just set it all together just to see if I could get it to fit. And yeah, I've just got a little piece of foam in the back there, just holding the screen against the front of the case.
Very cool.
And the rest of it's pretty much empty space at the moment. So,
So-
that's the thing with it. There's plenty of room inside to do a whole ton of customization.
Yeah, you could do like a
What-
multi-pack and have a couple of slots in one bay. You could have floppy drives in
Yeah.
another bay. You could bring ports through. There's so many things you can do here.
Yeah.
Do you have a SCART cable for the VGA?
No, I'm running. No, I'm running this out of the because this is a PAL CoCo 3, and the composite signal from PAL CoCo 3s is taken off the RGB board, so that's actually composite you're looking at there.
That's pretty good.
It looks pretty clean.
Yeah, compared
Go
to
back to color bars there. It's like that's really crisp.
wow, I thought it was RGB.
Yeah, it looks like RGB. The composite on the PAL CoCo 3s is pretty good. So, but I will be running it. I'm going to get a Gimme X for this. So obviously this monitor. One thing I wanted to make sure with the monitor was that it had plenty of inputs. So even though it's only a little 12-inch monitor, it's got composite, it's got component, it's got HDMI, it's got RGB, it's got VGA, and it's got HDMI, and BNC.
Wow.
So I'm actually yeah. So
you got it all.
the monitor was originally designed for either point-of-sale systems or for security cameras. So it's equipped with all the extra inputs that you need for it.
Okay.
Look at Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey's holding up the stopwatch. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we are. Thank you so much, David O'Connor, for that
my pleasure.
presentation. Looks very cool. And as you continue to work on that, make sure you come back and share your updates with that.
Absolutely.
Very,
Yeah,
very
for sure.
Cool.
There's a guy in Quebec I know that took an old Macintosh and he put a CoCo in.
Oh, that's another project I'm going to do. I've got an old G4. I've got two G4s here, and I'm going to turn one of them into a CoCo.
Yeah. Our next presenters is the dynamic duo of L. Curtis Boyle and Rob Inman. And we are going to learn what's new and exciting about Beta 5. We're going to learn about how many steps the process is and what the name of the auto exec file is called, among many other things. So, gentlemen, you have the floor, and take your time. And
Okay, Rob will be sharing the screen. I'll just be commenting. This isn't going to be a very big presentation because basically it's what we changed since the test one went out a week ago. So,
okay.
Now, originally I was planning on having a release for CoCoFEST, as many other people were, and I wasn't going to have as much in there as we were going to have now that I've extended the deadline to the end of the month. And then we've also had a few issues where some of the old, original programs, written for 128K machines need some patching to properly work with G-Show, which I'm working on right now, and so was Bill. So, Rob, whenever you share your screen.
And you are muted at the moment, Rob.
Just a second. Let me switch over. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Pretty.
Okay, so walk me through what you'd like me to demo with you.
Well, like I said, there's not too much a demo this round here. The first thing I'll just mention is thanks to Nick Marentes on our testing team. He discovered that I'd completely forgot to cover the Alan DeCock Smash game, which is kind of a breakout game, onto the new images when we reorganized everything. So I totally missed it. So it's on there now, both 689 639 versions. Number 2, Cronus Rift has been fixed to exit cleanly like Rescue and Fractalus does. And there's some minor optimizations on the 689 version, probably not too noticeable. The 639 version is a little bit faster. There's a TFM in there that helps speed up some of the graphics. So for those of you that thought Cronus is a little bit too slow, it's a little bit better now. Not as quite as much as Fractalus. That one's been optimized more. But yeah, you can show that quickly if you want to.
Okay, which is that in arcade or is that in simulators?
No, it's in arcade. Cronus on the lower left there, yeah.
There we go. Okay.
And new icons from Nick. He drew little black outlines to make them stand out more.
Nice.
He's really happy about that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it
Which
right
Nick?
now.
Nick Marentes.
Nick Marentes. Oh, and they just
Nick
it went straight to VDG. See how quickly it did that? Oh.
You pick composite?
I did. I don't know why.
Yeah, those colors are totally wrong.
Just hit clear.
Yeah.
They're laughing at you, man.
No, I'm not. I'm using his catchphrase. It's catchy.
Yes. Here, let's go back. Now my colors.
Did you
are on
exit? Did you cleanly exit out?
Hit S for shell.
Okay.
No, not the resizable. Yeah, that one. And then just type mon type space R.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You could do it through the control panel too, but yeah.
There.
And then EX.
Just hit clear. Look at that, people.
Let's try that one more time.
Good feeling.
Ooh,
That looks better.
That's pretty.
Much better.
I honestly think the CoCo out of the 8-bit versions of Coronis Rift, I think had the best looking title screen out of the whole lot.
Oh yeah, I mean that seems a little. And maybe I'm getting this confused with Rescue and Fractalus, but
I tried playing this. I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah, this one you need the manual.
Yeah, you definitely need a manual.
that's never going to happen.
Now, I'll mention one thing they did here, just for those who haven't played it before. The Rescue and Fractalus and Coronis Rift both use a fractal engine, which is to generate the mountain shapes. The code itself, the actual map is just straight triangles. All the the rough hills and stuff is all done with fractal math. But they improved the engine for Coronis so that now you have shading depending on distance. So you'll see the mountains that are further away are darker green.
Yeah.
And you get brighter as they get towards you. So that was added. Fractalus doesn't have any of that.
That's cool.
Maybe you could backport that in your spare time.
I'll put it right up there. Right up your what, I won't say. But anyway.
It's just another CoCoFEST.
Anyway, it's a fun game. I know Nick Marentes, this is one of the few outstanding games he actually liked back in the day too. So he's actually been my tester for because he played it more than I did.
This is OS9.
That's right.
You guys should see this running at 25
On
megahertz.
steroids.
It's unplayable.
Yeah, I imagine it would be. It'd be like a racing car game at that point.
On the CoCo 3 FPGA.
Definitely don't need a SAM accelerator for that.
Yeah, this one here is running about 20% faster than the original Tandy
Yeah, it looks
one,
decent. I mean, the clip is nice.
Hmm.
Okay.
I
That's
really like
neat.
it. They've used fractal algorithms to draw the mountains too. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the map's actually only a 16 by 16 grid of points with heights. That's all it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And everything else is all fractal math to connect the points together to draw the mountains. Anyway, hit Control C to get out of that, and we'll go on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the clean breakout.
Yeah.
Boom! Look how clean that was.
It's very clean.
Look how fast that
That was fast, wicked fast.
I will mention that Nick Marentes also did a slight modification, drawing an outline on the Rescue and Fractals icon too, upon his insistence.
Okay.
The next one up.
Here's Rescue.
Yeah.
Okay, kind of outlined.
Outlined.
Next up, I will mention a bug fix I did in Jisha. We don't need to demonstrate it, but I found a bug right before we demoed it last week that I'd screwed up when I did. I have an option in there to change the name of the icon because normally it always just put the name of the program, which when we get to the Sierra games eventually is going to be bad because they're all called Sierra then.
Yeah.
So I have a way to override it so you can put in like KQ3 or whatever. When I did that patch, I'd screwed up when you do a generic extension like a GIF or a play a WAV file or something like that. It was just listing the word play for everything because that's the app that launches it.
Mhm.
That's been fixed. Don't need to show that, but it's been fixed now.
Okay.
The next step, Todd Wallace in Discord was wondering about getting an actual proper IBM font. I had made one way back in 1998-99 that I threw in all the little, the drawing bits that ANSI text modes on PCs had, just to get something compatible because we were getting files that actually use that font. I wanted to be able to at least read them without a bunch of weird checkerboard European stuff and whatever. So Todd actually went a bit further. He actually pulled an image of the actual CGA ROMs of the actual CGA font and created a font with that. And he put it up on Discord earlier this week, and it looks so nice. I decided to include it into EOU, and I think you already have some screens set up to show that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just hit clear. So the first screen is going to be a white on blue, 80 column screen, and you'll see the CGI IBM font, and then I'll hit clear again, and you'll see a 40 column PC Junior type screen.
Oh,
that's
neat.
That's white on black.
So this
here
is this is officially font for number 42, right?
X, yeah.
Yep. That's 42X.
Here's the 80 column.
Okay, that looks very CGA-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah. All it's missing is a few scan lines. Yeah, completely CGA.
Yeah, and it has all the high bit characters too. So you have the little outline boxes and shading and all the other stuff that's built into that font. So if you want to convert a GWiz Basic program or a QBasic program or something like that from the original, CGA days.
Okay, you have 80 by 20. Is this 80 by 25 or 80 by 24?
I think this particular one, I think you're an 80 by 24 at the moment, aren't you?
Okay.
But you can do 80 by 25. Though we'll cut the last line off just because the Gimme's stupid bug that it cuts off 199.
It's some pretty good real estate.
And then to make it a bit easier to see on the stream here, you want to switch to the 40.
Alan Huffman is asking, is this a graphics screen? Because it's a font,
Yes.
is it technically graphics?
Yes, that is a graphic screen. That's a 2-color 640 by 192.
Okay.
All right. And
I recognize that. Yeah, that's totally Sierra right there. Yeah, that's the Sierra Online font right there. That's your 40 column mode. Yeah.
This is currently, I think you've probably got it set up in the 320 by 192 by 4-color mode in this case. So you can see the cursor's yellow while the text in the background's black and white. So he's got an extra color still in there too. But
yeah,
looks like a zoomed in Model 1000.
Yeah. It's very nostalgic.
The PC Junior was 40 column, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's
especially in composite mode.
Yep.
But you can run this font on any of the modes that OS9 supports for the Windwing system. So you get 320 by 192 or 200 for 4-color and 16-color, and you can do the 80 column, which is 640 by 192 or 200 in 2 or 4-color. So you guys can mix and match your fonts. The other nice thing about it too is because it's just an escape sequence you sent with a print statement to switch between fonts. So if you want to use this font for text, but you have some special graphical font with some stuff for a game you're writing, you can actually just tell it to switch between while you're printing. You can mix all the fonts together on the screen at once. So go nuts, guys, and write some software. But thank you very much to Lord Dragon / Todd Wallace for doing the work of actually converting that over and then sending it up to us.
That's awesome. Thank you, Lord Dragon. Your Majesty, we appreciate you. His Majesty the Dragon. Yeah, man, that looks really good.
Yep. So I was quite impressed with that. So thanks again. Next up, we got a couple of demos I've thrown on. Bounce 96, which was by Alan DeCock. He did this way back. And I'll let him run it first, and then I'll kind of get an explanation of some of the magic in it.
Oh, it's magic.
So the folder Bounce 96.
Bounce 96.
Okay. And you'll notice I cheated and just reused the icon because I was too lazy to draw one.
Double click?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't crash.
Whoa, holy shnikes, Batman. Look at that thing there. We have color bars behind bars behind a grid with a bouncing ball in front of the grid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, Stevie. I have something else I want to do.
You just hit clear. You just hit clear. Look at that.
Oh, what do you got to do? Yeah.
Oh, where'd it go?
It exited cleanly.
Yeah, it exited cleanly when you hit clear. That's the exit. Now to explain why, let's just keep running. Okay, first of all, it's doing some magical things you don't normally see on it, especially in an OS9 program. The color bars.
It's not sucking.
the color bars you see there are actually going into the borders. These are not just your normal addressable areas. The crosshatch pattern that's your full 320 width by your full 192 height, but it's using the top border, the bottom border, and the left and right borders to do those. So you're doing like palette hacks, like Nick did in Popstar.
Scan line.
Yeah.
Okay.
And 2, this is using a special library set of routines that Alan did, and the actual source code for this is included on Beta 5. So if you guys want to write a real OS9 game or use OS9 to launch a game, the library for this is all included. But basically what this is that Alan came up with a set of code that you can call he's got an enter this mode and exit this mode. What it does is it basically saves the state of OS 9 and then lets you take over the IRQ and FRQ for yourself. And then you can also take over memory after you've allocated it through regular OS 9 stuff. You then have complete control of the entire computer, except for the vector page has to be left alone, that little 256 byte part at the top. But this means you can write a machine language program that completely takes the machine over. If you want to use horizontal scrolling or vertical scrolling or any of the other hardware features that OS 9 normally does not support, you can. Now, at this point, we're not actually multitasking. OS 9 is basically paused in the background while you're running a program like this. And then Alan, just to simulate it, to make it look like it's really multitasking, he has the clear key to be the exit, so it just goes on to the next window. But it's a trick where basically you can now
basically brings it right back to OS 9.
Yeah. Basically, it basically just puts OS 9 back into command there without screwing anything up in OS 9. So if you want to write a game that is like full-on hardcore Gunstar style, you can, and you can launch it from your virtual hard drive. You can have all the data files it needs in there, because one of the problems with distributing stuff on Disk Basic is if you want it compatible with Disk Basic, well, sometimes you have to limit it to a 160K disk, 35 track, single-sided. At the most, you'd be doing the maximum floppy size, I should say, of an 80 track double-sided or whatever. But this way, if you want to make a game that has 120 meg and you have a 120 meg, sound card that you can load up with samples and stuff like that, go for it. Launch it all from the hard drive. So it's a pretty cool trick. Source code included. Have fun with that. He's got the README that kind of explains it. We won't
I have
go
a
through the
question
README.
about this.
Yep.
Can you still access like drives and things while you're in that mode, or is Nitrous 9 completely off on the side?
It's completely off on the side in this particular demo.
You can switch back and forth, because I have actually played with that before from Alan.
Yeah, if you restore, if you use the call that restores the FIRQ and the IRQ to normal, then OS 9 picks back up where it left off. So yeah, you can jump back and forth. It's a little bit convoluted, but it works.
So this is a new ability in
this.
I was just gonna say
Nick first, and then next to whoever was after that.
So this is a new ability in EOU5 to suspend OS 9, Nitrous 9 while...
It's not a new ability. Alan did this back in the 90s, like 1996 is when he wrote the bouncing ball demo that showed it. But having the public availability of the library of routines that he does to do this has not been publicly released before now. And he gave me permission to do so. Who's the next question?
It's me, Mark. I was just going to say, so you're throwing down the gauntlet here for Nick Marentes to like make a
Yeah, that was
game.
so subtle, eh? I don't know if anybody missed that.
Put up the clock.
He'll never do it. He'll never eat that crow.
No, he never will.
Yeah, Bill, you've done a couple ports to OS 9 before, like Shang. I think we should just grab one of Nick's games and just port it over.
Upstar Pilot.
Maybe improve it for the 6 or 9 so it actually runs a decent clip too. So
Upstar Pilot, Funstar.
Yeah, this might be the Funstar launcher. Yeah.
Rob, put the clock up.
Put the clock up.
Yeah. See if
No,
if it's still
Mikey, yours took twice as long as normal, so I'm ignoring your clock.
Okay.
Anyway, go back
Yeah,
to
I noticed
directory.
the timekeeper abused the privileges.
Yeah.
I changed
Actually, we
that.
don't have
I
much
tried
more to
to
demo
stop,
anyway.
but
So.
Stevie told me to keep going.
No, that's good. That's
fine.
good. Yeah. No, we've only got a couple things left to show.
Just take a couple more minutes.
Ray Bounce will be the next one we show.
No, we're ahead of schedule anyway. We thought we'd be.
Now this will take a while to load. This is actually loading 9 graphic screens in, and then we'll
So
page
we are
flip
gonna go
animate them between.
This is from chat.
Yeah,
5 hour
this
show,
is a
so
conversion
it's
to
gonna
OS 9 from it, but this is just using normal window
Yeah.
descriptors. You can do this in basic, whereas normal basic, this basic will not let you have like 9 H screen 2s. This is just using 9 window descriptors. So you get 9 windows running.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got 300 and some odd K of screens to load and allocate and set palettes on and stuff. So it takes a bit to load, but the animation is pretty cool.
Okay. Well, he just uses clear key between each one.
Yeah, it's really cool.
There you go.
And of course,
That's
that's
why I was-
multitasking. You can actually flip to other windows, and it
Yes,
actually this one does not
absolutely.
stop it.
I was going to say I had other stuff to do while we're demoing.
Oh yeah, you're a busy guy.
I'm multitasking.
Doing it.
Now this does suck 9 window descriptors and takes them over for all the screens here, which is one of the reasons on beta 5 we took all the VDG windows out except for one. And now that I've got G shelled, so we can convert any regular window into a VDG window, we've now got 15 window descriptors in there, so you can do up to 15 windows at once.
You have ADHD? Just press clear.
Anyway, I think it's, what is it, enter
Press
to
it
get out of
again.
here? I think you have to hold it down for a second or two.
It's Control C. Yeah, it was Control C.
Okay, there's a key to hold down. I just can't remember which one it was off the top of my head. Now I'm trying to remember, did we show off any of the Sierra games last week?
I do not believe so.
Okay, because we got one installed right now, and I've still got to do some fixing to get it to run on all the boards, but we could show Black Cauldron if you want.
Let's do it. Am I going to need to flip the switch on my switcheroo?
I have no idea. Level 2.
Oh, Black Cauldron is level 2. Sorry.
Yeah. Adventures.
Adventure.
Graphical.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real simple 14-step process.
Hey, but you have to do the same thing in Windows.
Yeah.
Stop. It's simpler than it was.
Was that icon animated? Did I hallucinate?
Yeah,
I thought
know.
I saw
keep asking
bubbles.
that.
No.
It's just a mouse.
No.
That's a sign you've had too many beers so far, Stevie, to get through this. So.
It's a sign we're
But you
approaching
recall,
5
yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
It's a good
And I was going.
That's a Nick
if you
Marentes
have-
icon, that one. He pays me to say that, so.
It's part of the licensing agreement.
Let's do it.
Will you be able at some point to be able to make icon shortcuts on desk view or multi-view?
What do you mean by icon
Shell?
shortcuts?
Well, like
He
a
wants like a-
shortcut, like a folder with all your favorite applications and have a short, like, because OSDime does links, right?
Yep.
So I was wondering if you could have like a folder of favorites and create favorite icons to your favorite things.
Oh, like creating a shortcut folder.
Yeah.
You can. The one
Yeah.
issue, and one of the reasons I split these apart in the first place, is that it's pretty slow because you have to read 2 files for every single icon. And if you ran beta 4, the games directory had 20 some odd icons in it, so it had to read 40 some odd files just to load them in, and it takes a while. So we've been splitting up the directories into genres just to make it so it appears to load much quicker, so you don't have to wait for them all.
Wow.
I'm going to try to come up with a way to speed the whole system up, but that's ways off because that's a pretty big rewrite.
Nate?
Oh, that's cool.
That's playing its little song. Now this I have to fix. There's one thing I have to fix in the Sierra program because they have no way to break out. They actually stop multitasking to play their one voice music, but they don't let you break out of it until it's done.
Oh, wow.
You're going to hear our song.
I've always
better.
hated that.
Yeah, their interface isn't that good. Did you select joystick or keyboard at the beginning there? Do you know?
Can't remember. Here we go. Joystick.
That is the right way to do it.
Yeah, the keyboard
Press the
controls on it
button,
are pretty
left
crappy.
or right, L no. You don't have to switch.
I also
your
don't know if you're in
joystick.
fastest mode. That's another thing I'm going to change too because
Yeah.
the CoCo runs a little bit slower on these. I'm not going to default it to
Let me
fastest
check.
instead of normal.
Check to see. Oops.
Yeah, their
it's-
joystick control in the menu is kind of sucky too. There's a lot of things I've got to
it's
change in this
fighting
series.
I'm gonna just forget it for now because my joystick's interfering.
Okay,
But,
this is cool. It's running at the speed of Ka BOMB right now.
Rob, just use that nice optical PS2 mouse.
Hey, this goat is looking pretty good to me.
Yeah.
After all this quarantine.
Rob, you're oversharing again.
A long show.
We're almost at after dark. So.
All right, very cool, very cool. Do you have more to present? More to
We
tell?
have one more thing to present.
Okay.
Alan Hepburn wondered if this is a cross port, or what? Black Cauldron.
Black Cauldron was not officially released, I don't believe.
Yeah, no, the only
Not
two
by
games that
Tandy.
Tandy officially released were Leisure Suit Larry and King's Quest 3. Gwyn Major, who hosts the Color Computer Archive, ported a whole bunch of others on there, including Black Cauldron. So we've got I think a dozen games.
And a lot of third-party.
Oh,
ones
yeah,
too,
there's lots of
like
them.
fan
Fan-made
fiction
ones
ones.
too, yeah.
My joystick was set to double back mode, so that's why it was. I
You
fixed
got
it.
to double back again.
They can just go quit now, and then we'll just do Rusty quickly, and that'll be the end.
There we go.
I will mention too, while he's getting to that point, that Bill, because he's been away on work for a couple weeks, we're starting to work on the Flight Sim 2, We've got it running now, so it is using a TFM command in the 639, which means it's much smoother at multitasking. But it is frame locked, and we're still trying to figure out how that works properly. But we are planning on speeding up Flight Sim 2 too.
Excellent. Excellent.
If you want to just see it running, I could double click on it because it does.
Yeah, this is not the one.
Well, do you have the updated one, Rob?
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't.
No, this is just a stock.
This is just a stock, but just to show you it launching. There we are.
And then analog and demo mode, I guess. There's a World War I flight sim in there too, where you can actually go blow each other up too, which is
this is cool.
But there's a bazillion keys you got to remember for Flight Sim too. So
very cool.
Actually, while we got a large panel here, how many people on the panel were regular players of either Coronis Rift or Flight Sim 2 or what are the other ones we're working on? Sub Battle Simulator.
Flight Sim 2.
None of the above for me.
All of them.
I was playing this when Meg's Field still existed.
Because I'm not that familiar with them, some of the optimizations we're doing in the code might cause bugs. So if you guys are familiar enough to be able to play them, I would like to include you guys in the beta testers list. Just mention that on Discord on the EU channel that you want to be on the test thing. And then once we get some tests, up-to-date ones of 639 optimizations, I would like to send it to you guys for testing them because I don't have the time to really learn these things fully again and even remember what all the keys are to do things. So
Dragon Bites is saying he played a lot of Sub Battle when he was a kid.
Yep.
Well, if he still remembers, go on the Discord, the Nitrous 9 EOU channel. Just let me know, and we'll send copies of those for you guys to test as Bill and I go through them.
Yeah, and actually, Curtis, I don't know if you have them yet, but I've got a couple other worlds for Flight Sim 2 too.
I don't have those installed. I'd like to because that was rare, and I'd like to have those available for people to try.
Yeah, and I've got them.
Cool. Yeah, I know Japan was one, and there's a few other ones too. But
neat.
We have
So this
who
version
tests
doesn't
Sub-Battle.
exit, but the Bill Nobles version will, right? Or you're working on it, Curtis, right?
Sorry,
For
what was the question?
release.
Hold on. Someone who's willing to test Sub Battle.
Yeah, Dave and Sharon. He's on Discord, right? So we can let him
No,
know.
Tom
What question?
Lindo.
Rob?
What was that, Rob?
I was saying this version on my copy doesn't yet exit cleanly, but you're working on that.
You know, this one does exit cleanly on the real hardware. But they get a really weird key sequence. What is it? Control Alt?
It's Control Shift Clear.
Or Control Shift Right arrow or something like that.
Yeah, it's weird.
This is another one where you need the manual because there's like literally 50 key combinations to remember to play this thing.
That's fine. I can just leave it running.
Yeah, it's a nice
Yeah,
little
Rusty will
demo.
kill it anyway. So
Yeah, well,
This
actually,
thing,
I've
that
got
game really
mine
flies
running-
at 25 megahertz.
I've got mine going in demo mode for 3 days now.
We know you're getting a kickback, Mikey, for promoting the CoCo FPGA.
I got yelled at the other day.
Okay.
Not really yelled at.
Was there more to show, or was that the last one?
One last thing to show is Rusty.
Rusty.
This will be released with Beta 5, and this is another Alan DeCock program that he wrote back in the day. It was a commercial product at one time. He's given us permission to use it. Thank you, Alan.
Yep.
But this is a program to launch programs that are written for Disk Basic from OS 9, from a hard drive or floppy drive or whatever it is. Now, I don't have an icon or anything up made for this yet, because it's just in testing just to make sure it works. It'll launch CoCo 1, 2, or 3 stuff. It has the capability of launching basic programs or machine language programs. Machine language programs are limited to ones that are a single file to load. It won't load like multi-file things. You can run multi-file ones if you mount a floppy and tell it to run off that, but that gets complicated, so I'm probably not going to support that. But anyway, we're going to show the command line version of it for now. So, Rob, if you want to go over to a shell and...
Yeah, just hit clear, Rob.
Yeah, that's all I did.
And then switch to the, what did I call it, Deck B?
What do I do now?
Type
CD space Deck B. I think that's what I can name the folder, isn't it? Then dir. So in this case, we have 2 CoCo 3 programs. The CC3 demo, which is actually a bouncing ball demo with 4-voice music that Alan did back in the day too.
Okay.
And Blocks, which is Chet Simpson, I think his very first CoCo 3 game he ever did, which was a Tetris clone. And then I also just threw in for fun Outhouse Draconian and Donkey King. And you basically just type Rusty space in the bin. Now I will let the panel here say which of these 5 programs would you like to see run?
Donkey.
Donkey. That's fine.
Yeah, Donkey.
Draconian.
Donkey. We got one vote for Draconian. That's fine. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
The vote of car votes for Donkey.
.bin, yeah.
Yeah, sure it is.
Now, this is you're in RGB mode, so you're going to switch you can switch it back to composite when it fires up.
Yep.
Okay.
Just hit enter.
Yep.
All right. Here we
Has
go.
he got an SDC with a? Does he have to hold the shift key down?
Yeah, you will have to hold the shift key if you're running on the SDC with SDC Explorer, because SDC Explorer will steal it back and not let it get to it. So
hold shift while
I am prepared.
Press enter.
Press enter and shift.
No, not
Nope.
yet. Hang on.
Well, you can, yeah.
Now, hold the shift key down. Hold the shift key down.
Pretend you're doing capital Y for yes.
Keep
Yes.
holding it and say yes.
Stand on one foot.
And this is a warning.
Rub your
OS
tummy,
9 is
pat your
about to
head.
die for you to run a disk-based program, because OS 9 will
Yeah.
be completely shut down. You can't come back to it at this point. So.
Yeah, Nick.
That's no great loss.
Message.
It was in the
All right,
way
here we go.
anyway. So.
And hold the shift key down while you wait until Donkey King comes up.
Here we go, everybody. Hold on.
Ooh, and that was fast. Look at those colors.
Hey, let's not.
Ooh, what? How is this even possible?
What is
How
this?
do you flip
sorcery
the
is
right
this?
colors?
That's right.
Well, he's got a switcheroo, so I figure you can just hit the switch and flick it over to the proper color set.
Well,
It's not that sophisticated.
That doesn't work like
Oh, doesn't
that.
it? Oh, okay.
No, it just
It's
switches the
me.
composite.
it's fine.
Yeah.
This is just for demo anyway.
There you go. You still have to do the F1 reset.
You do.
The reason Alan did this in the first place, because he had quite a few people that like playing an occasional game, but usually lived in Nitrous 9 doing stuff, but every once in a while they wanted a distraction like double back or whatever. So he actually set this up that you could launch programs, or you can also fill out your hard drive and make a directory with every disk basic game you've got. And then you can just pick whatever you wanted to play that particular day, as long as it wasn't a multi-load, which is most of the CoCo 1 and 2 libraries. So works pretty good. And plus you get to load it at hard drive speeds there, as you saw.
I'm going to predict this will not make the Game On challenge.
Which will
the score he's about to get
Oh,
right now.
yeah.
I'm using a mouse.
Uh-huh.
You're using a mouse, so that should be
we're gonna remove points from his double back.
But the shift key is necessary because when it tries to reboot, it does a cold start of basic with Donkey King preloaded, but a cold start of basic tells the SDC Explorer by default to fire the SDC Explorer up. So it'll load Donkey King into memory and then immediately kick it out and run SDC Explorer. So that one caveat, and I've got to see if there's a software way I can disable that, and I'll add that code to Rusty if it's possible. Because if you're trying to launch a program from Rusty, you obviously want to run the program. You don't want it to kick over the Explorer. So I'll see if I can actually patch Rusty at some point. I don't know if it'll be in time for Beta 5's release, but to get it to automatically temporarily disable the SDC so you can actually fire the game up without having to remember to hold the shift key down.
Could we add a little oil to Rusty to make it run a little
Yeah, we'll call
smoother?
it Rosie then.
I can.
Well, we could just
okay.
augment Rob's handy thing. Just hit clear
Just
or
hit
shift if you're going from OS 9 to
basic
to run
it's
a
an
program.
easy multi-key sequence combination that requires very little lookup tables and reference
27
charts.
easy to follow steps.
Yes.
And that was actually what I was just about to add.
Just
Is
shows you
with-
so much is possible with Nitrous 9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease
What were you saying there, Bill?
I was just going to say, I was going to add that with Alan's other modification where you can switch back and forth between Nitrous 9 and RS-DOS, you can actually end up making Rusty so that it can return back to OS 9.
Yep, that's true. You just have to add his libraries and wrap the Deck B programs around it, or have Rusty wrap it around somehow to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll let you tackle that one, Bill.
Yeah, yeah, that's not going to be an
You
easy
put
one.
your Rusty in, you put
you know-
your Rusty out, you wrap your Rusty around, and you shake it all about. Yeah,
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
So one of the things that when you was mentioning the SDC and this wrapper, one of the things that you could do is switch the ROM bank in the SDC to a different ROM bank, so the SDC DOS itself doesn't load.
It could, but you're not guaranteed that somebody else is not going to have their ROM bank set up the same way as somebody
Differently.
else. It might kick into like Dragon DOS for all I know.
You just have to document it and say this is the way you need to set it up.
Well, I'm hoping there's a way to automatically do it. If I can mute it with, some other flag to the SDC thing. Just
Does it involve the auto exec file?
Okay, let's not get too technical.
Yeah, let's not
on
get.
Rusty
This isn't
right
a
now.
tech,
Okay.
tech description.
All right.
Now I will mention one other thing, and then I'm done. There is still more stuff coming. Bill and I are working on getting Flight Sim 2 to actually be sped up on the 609.
Nice.
We're working on getting other games like the rest of the Sierra ones on here and getting them working with every memory configuration. We're getting Sub Battle Simulator, so it'll do. There's that other Klondike game that I've got to fix it because it keeps hijacking the high-res joystick interface. There's a couple other demos to put on. Smartwatch drivers will be put on. RSB will be put on here in the emulator, so you can run CPM and Disk Basic all under Nitrous 9.
How is that even possible?
Very slowly, from what I've heard.
Carmen San Diego is another one we'll be working on. So there's a ton of stuff still coming, but those are the ones I'm going to try to get as much of that done by the end of the month. But if we don't get everything on that list done, we'll get as much done as we can. But basically everything you guys have seen the last 2 weeks for sure will be on there, obviously. So look forward to the release at the end of the month.
Great work, Curtis. In all seriousness, you are doing amazing work on this project, and I just want to say thank you. Even though I'll probably hardly ever use it, I appreciate what you are doing. No, I'm just saying, I'm not your typical OS9 user, but I appreciate what you are doing here. And I just want to say thank you for that, because I know there's a lot of people who are users who will benefit from this. For me, it's always going to be an idle curiosity, and I'll tinker with a few of the games, but I'm never going to spend quality time in Nitrous 9. But I appreciate what you're doing, and I want to thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, no problem. And also, once we get you into Basic 9, you might fiddle in there a little bit. I don't know if you live in there, but yeah.
Actually, Steve would really like Basic 9.
I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's never happened yet, but there's always a chance.
Can we talk to your wife for a sec?
Yes, oh my. All right, well, our next presenter is a man who needs no introduction, but we're going to introduce him anyways. He goes by the name of Malfunct, but I believe his birth certificate has something different on there. But and some of us have met him in person. I've met Scott at I believe it was Tandy Assembly the first time I met you at the first Tandy Assembly, Scott. But you've been in the community for a while, and you're one of the few people whose profile pictures, even when in cartoon form, look almost exactly like you do in person. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Scott Wendt, a.k.a. Malfunct.
Hello.
Hey,
hello,
Scott.
Hello.
Hey, Scott.
I think it was back in Tandy Assembly or around that time I got on the Discord, and I was inspired to do this project, and it's taken a while to get around to actually being done. The reason I actually managed to get around to tackling it was the CoCoFEST competition that the CoCo crew was putting on. And so I'll go ahead and shrink my face and bring up my setup. So I think it was David Ladd's mouse board that really inspired me. And the idea was instead of PS2 mouse, what if I had a USB port and could plug in a game controller? And so I spent some time over the last couple of months designing a circuit that would emulate the joystick and could be controlled from an Arduino. That Arduino has a USB shield on it as well. I was working until late last night to get this thing to work to demo it. So we have fun wires to put on there for where I've had the trace connected in the wrong place and had to cut it and repatch it. And there's a wire soldered onto the bottom of it. And the joystick port is wired backwards, so I had to make a special crossover cable to make it actually work. But it does work now. So what I have running is a really simple basic program. That's the test program I used. So you can see that second number is vertical. So if I go up and down on the thumbstick, it'll go from 0 at the top to 63 at the bottom. If I go horizontal, that first number will move. And then if I push the button, it'll go to a P instead of a U, saying the button's pressed.
Try the corners. Can you get 0, 0 and 63, 60?
You can get pretty close. I can adjust that in the software and actually get it to 0, 0 in the corner, but that would mean that the top has some dead zone on it.
Yeah. This
again,
is the same
I
problem.
hacked this together at like 1 in the morning. The software is really rudimentary, but I can adjust all of that stuff in software, so that part's easy. Another thing I'd like to do in software is there's no reason why, with the libraries I have available, I couldn't plug in a mouse and with a modifier have it interpret the mouse, and then if you start it up with the gamepad plugged in, it emulates a gamepad, and it would also be able to handle PS4 and regular PC USB, but that's all a software product. The difficult part beyond software guide. Program is kind of fun, but it wouldn't be nearly as interesting if we didn't have a game to play. So let's pull up a game. And as of last night, this wasn't working. I think I understand why it didn't work last night, but hopefully it works now. So we have Temple of Rom. This is the mini version that.
Oh, neat! I haven't seen this one yet. The small one that Rick did.
And so we press the buttons, and eventually a little guy will come up. There's a little guy.
Neat, yeah.
And so, and I'm way better with an Xbox controller than I am with the old black joystick. So this is going to be a lot easier for me. The mini game is small enough that I can actually beat it. If I don't die to a spider. No, I don't want to go in the portal. I just want to get treasure.
Treasure, 100 points. Cool. Yeah, it's very responsive.
Yep. So I need to do another revision of the board so that I can not have all the extra wires and whatnot on it, and can use a regular straight through cable.
Oh, the ghost! Look out for the ghost! Oh, you got him. Good job.
So the idea is you can, when this is hooked up the right way, just buy the IEC drive cable from Jim's website, and that will plug between this board and the computer. But like I said, I wired up the port backwards in my diagram, and so that didn't work. That's basically it. So you can ask me some questions now while I finish.
I want to see if you beat the game. You're like one prize away. Yay! You beat the game, everybody.
Yes. It's a small enough Temple of Rom that I can actually beat it.
That's cool. That is neat, Scott. That's very cool. So what the problem you're having with your device is the same problem I had using an Xbox controller in MAME, because the Xbox controllers can't hit those corners, because when you look at a Black Beauty, it was like a broken wrist. You know, it could go in any direction. It could go 360 degrees around. So you can literally scrape all the insides of the bowl. With these joystick pots on the Xbox 360s, they're not as loose in the corners, and that's just how that mechanism is. And I don't know that there's a fix for it.
There is. It's pretty easy in software. I basically just use a different divider and just math.
But it's not a global override, is it?
It will work.
A conditional override where when you're just in the corner, then to change the math a little bit in this area.
No, I would just have a dead zone in the far out places. So the corners will become the zeros and the maxes. And if you go past the corner to go straight
it'll
up,
just
you won't
null
get
it out
anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll just be the same as if you were a little.
All right.
bit
So
down.
if the corner is 6, you're going to make 6 0, and you're going to compensate based on that.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's really cool. Listen. I know you work for Microsoft, and so, but I'm an Xbox guy. To me, my two favorite controllers were the Sega Genesis / Saturn controllers back in the D-pad days, and then the Xbox style controller to me is just thumb nirvana, to be able to hold it and work everything and trigger and bumper and button and do all these things from just this comfortable thing. The Xbox controller is it, man. So
yeah, I do hope to support.
You're breaking up a little bit
And whatnot.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry, I don't.
Well, I don't want to get feature creepy on you here, but one of my wish list items would be to have an adapter, because the joystick, the Xbox got 2 analog sticks, to have that feed into both of your joystick ports. And since a CoCo 2 can read 2 buttons per controller, you could technically get both sticks and your 4 buttons, A, B, C, D, all registering on a CoCo. And then we could write games to take advantage of 2 sticks and 4 buttons and play a CoCo game like it's an Xbox game.
That
would actually require some additional ICs on the board.
Okay.
But it's definitely possible. So I don't plan to ever produce this and sell it. When I get it, when I get it working correctly, the plan is to put the Eagle files and the code for the Arduino and everything up on a website somewhere, and people can grab it and build it the way it is or modify it however they want.
Okay.
I'm just going to release it to the public. The goal was just to do it and then have one that works for myself.
Yeah, no, that's neat. Well, listen, if you get it working, I wouldn't mind one. So I'm an Xbox controller fanboy.
Yeah.
So what's the best way to follow your progress on that?
So it's on my blog on malfunct.net, I think it is. I can share in the Discord a link.
Yeah, it's a malfunct.net. I'll put that on the live chat so people can grab that. And you are on Discord as Malfunct, right?
I'm on Discord. I think I'm on Discord as Scott Went.
Oh, Scott Went. Oh, yeah, because I think I renamed you for my purpose, and I think that renamed you for everybody. So I think well, I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah.
How long you been working on that, Scott?
So I have been thinking about it for 2 years, I think. But I've actually been working on the hardware design since Valentine's Day when the competition opened up.
Okay.
And there was a lot of time where I was having trouble with Arduino. It turns out the USB shield uses some pins that I was trying to use for other things, so I thought my Arduino was dead. I ended up getting a logic analyzer so that I could debug some issues on it, a bunch of stuff, so that delayed me. But yeah, most of it was the hardware design because that's what I'm bad at. And then last night I hacked together the software in a few hours.
That's neat. Yeah, it was like for me this week, between trying to solicit and coordinate everybody attending today and trying to get my game ready in time to show off today as well. I've had a busy week too. And if I wasn't in quarantine, I never would have got it all done. So,
well, when I asked for a time slot on here, it wasn't actually working. I was just hoping that I could get it done.
That is the story of our show every single week. We just hope it works by the time it's done.
So that's why I have like wires with a grippy clip on it to patch where a pin was connected wrong. And
that is so awesome. That is the spirit of the cause. Like Henry Reitveld was saying either. It looks kind of messy, but it works. I freaking love it. Is Jim Brain still here? He did come in.
Yeah, he said he needed another 5 minutes or so.
You need another 5 minutes. So how about we do this then? You guys want to do Game On, and then we'll come back to, we could take a break from presentation.
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
David, are you excited by any chance?
I don't know, Stevie.
All right. Well, I'm going to share sound for just a minute so we can do our Game On introduction. And then when you're ready to, actually, I can keep sharing sound the whole time until you're ready to announce next week's game, right, Nick Marentes? You're muted, Nick. Nick Marentes, do you?
Well, did you want me to? Did you want me to talk over the video and stuff?
Well, yeah.
Again?
So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run the Game On intro, and then you can talk for a second if you want, and then we'll run the high score results, and then once I'm done with that, I'll turn off my sharing, so you can then share. So now because I've added so many more things to my Discord, I've got to find it. Here we go. Get ready, folks. It's time for Game On, where we talk about the most important reason for using your CoCo, playing games. And your host for this segment is a man whose name is so nice we must say it thrice. We're talking about... All right, Nick Marentes. We are here for the Game On segment. In case anybody's been living under a rock for the past week, what game have we been supposed to be playing this week, Nick Marentes?
Last week, we were supposed to be playing Double Back, and a lot of people came to the call and did it. We had 26 players submit scores, which is
that's a record.
World record. Yes, I was very thrilled. And in fact, we had a lot of traction early on. Like by Monday, we already had over 10 scores. Like I was really
because we've been averaging an average week was 11 or 14. A good week was 18. So what was the total number? 26. Wow, that's good.
So this one really resonated with the community. I was very happy to see that.
Awesome.
So if we could go ahead and roll the results. Mr.
And this,
Steve.
by the way, this is a production of Rob Inman.
Yes.
So not only is he
Rob
busy,
for the videos,
not only is he busy just hitting clear, but he also happens to put together some pretty kick-ass videos too. Thank you, Rob Inman.
I hit more than clear.
Thank you for doing that. Ah, very nice.
To double back again.
All right, so I don't know if there's any sound, but we're not hearing it.
Yeah,
it's low.
Can we? Oh.
Oh, look at that! Oh, the production value just going up.
Can you hear it?
A little volume. It's a bit quiet here.
Yeah, can you start over with the sound up, Stevie?
Yeah.
There's some audio cues.
Okay. Well, I had lowered it before because the previous video Nick couldn't hear himself with. So we're ready to start this again. All right.
Okay.
Take
One
2.
more time.
We'll do it live.
Fix it in post.
Stomach feeling.
This is cool. I haven't seen this. I want to keep it a surprise for myself. All right. So yes, Double Back by Dale Lear was our game of the week, which is fortuitous. It was his birthday this last week, so it ended up being a happy coincidence that he's no longer with us. But so anyway, number 10, Boat of Car with 25,060.
Hey.
That's John from Migos Retro
Hey.
Gaming.
Pearl.
Number 9,
Pearl.
Ben VR
No.
Drakes, 25,007. Ron, are we going over this there? Number 8, Tom C, 38,610. Number 7, Canadian Retro Things at 39,050. Number 6, Buck Owens, 43,020. And we'll talk more about that, Buck. Number 5, Paul Shoemaker at 46,290. Number 4, Al Pingrice at 51,320. Number 3, Adam Tandy Guy at 56,100. Number 2, L. Curtis Boyle at 147,320. So Curtis and Buck have already been mentioned. So who is number 1?
Really?
David Ladd, 158,050. David did awesome this week. Really impressive score.
I can't
Way
even
to go,
punch when I'm
David.
crouched. Really?
Really?
As soon as it comes before
Coronavirus shame.
Oh, here comes the shame. Hello, back to hell. Wow, that's
harsh. Yes.
So thank you, David Ladd, and L. Curtis Boyle, and Adam Tandy Guy, Alpin Grice, Paul Shoemaker, Buck Owens, Canadian Retro Things, Tom C, Ben VR Drakes, Boat of Car, Mr. Dave 6809, OG Stevie Stroh, Damon Beals, me, Nick Marentes, Bariza, Cat Lord, R. Alan Murphy, Just Mike, I have no idea, Oligar something, Rob Inman, Terry Stagey, Ken Reighard, Mikey, Mark Mosley, Barry Nelson, and Jason Biz. Thank you all for participating and making this our biggest week ever.
Now, Now, Nick, Eddie is mentioning in the Zoom chat here that you forgot my 55,000
Well,
score.
it didn't come through Discord. Well, I'll talk to you, Eddie, about that.
Oh, okay.
And something else I need to talk about is we did have one late entry because we were pressed for time this week with CoCo, with the virtual CoCoFEST. But we did get a late score from Buck Owens, and which was at, and shoot, let me find it. Sorry, I lost the screen. We had a late entry from Buck Owens at 127, 120.
Does that
so
make
would have
him
affected.
Would that have
No,
would he have been the highest score?
No, that was still
Okay.
David. But yeah, if you want to be guaranteed to get in the video, your best bet's to be in by Friday night. Usually Saturdays we're able to fit you in, but this week with the festivities we were not able to do so.
Right, because Rob Inman has to produce this video, and
we
you can
thank you,
tell
Rob. You did
can
really
tell
great
by the
videos.
amount of quality and detail that goes in there. It's not like he can just press a button and poof, it's there. So since we're giving out the results on Saturday, ideally the cutoff you should plan on having your cutoff be Friday night, and Friday night's a very relative term with our global audience, but you get the idea. Saturday morning United
Eastern.
States time is pretty much we can't guarantee that we're going to get you in there. Or at least we'll mention you, but you might not be in the video because it's already being worked on. Good job, Nick Marota. I had fun playing. I didn't play more because I had to work on my game, and
Yeah.
for one of the few times in my life, I didn't let other things get in the way of me finishing something on my CoCo because I'm usually distracted by shiny objects. So I really tried to stay on target with Ka BOMB this week, but I did play at least once, so no shame in my game this week. Now, are you going to announce what game we're going to be playing next week or starting today for next week's challenge?
Yes. Do you want to talk about double back, or do you want to cut this one short?
Does anybody else want to talk about double back? Does anybody
strategies, etc., that kind of thing?
Do you want to do the tips and tricks after you announce the game? I'd like to hear. I'm sorry, I'm just excited. I want to hear the game.
Okay, well, basically, double back. The only tricks really is which allow things to collect, like the horseshoes and roller skates, and circle as many as you can. You get huge multipliers, and that is a trick that David used to get. He got like 50,000 in one circle.
Wow.
With that trick.
Basically, you herd them. You go circling
them.
around the edge so you don't get anything popping up in front of you. And then you just kind of maneuver and stop at places where you get all of the magnets to merge and the roller skates to merge and the spiders, and so they all become one big glob of shapes, and then you circle that whole chunk at once.
Big glob of what?
And there are some there are some play videos that people have done if you want to go and see them in action. And yeah, so thank you very much.
Yeah,
guys,
David
for
did one,
making
I
this week.
did one. I'm not even sure who else all did.
Yeah. All right. So without further ado, let's talk about next week's game. So I figured, for it's been the anniversary since a particular incident occurred, and this is the virtual CoCoFEST episode. So it is with great remorse that I tell you that our game of the week. You know what? I want to share.
Please do. It is with great remorse. The suspense is killing me.
Color script set, isn't it?
Color scripts it?
Sorry, I thought I was sharing already. I would have saved
It's not one of those
build-up.
crappy OS 9 games, is it?
I thought I was sharing already. I would have saved the dramatic build-up for.
The longer you take, the more dramatic it becomes before we fall asleep anyway. So
It's good because we're running short on this show.
And Nick doesn't multitask like OS 9 does.
just hit
so-
clear,
All
Nick.
right.
Just hit clear.
So- so you ready?
My violin.
We're ready.
You can see my screen.
Yes, it says
the game of
CoCoTALK
the
Live.
week will be Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Oh, participation levels are going to plummet.
So, I need to explain something about Nightmare Highway. So as you know, there are two versions. There's the free version and the CoCoFEST version. Both editions will be allowed. You will get a slight advantage with the CoCoFEST edition in that there's extra scoring opportunities. So if you would like to pick up the CoCoFEST edition, you can head on over to Can Make It and buy a digital copy for the low price of $5, and it's worth at least one of those dollars.
Oh, at least.
Or you can get
Absolutely.
you can get the CD version for $10, and Ken will send you the electronic version right away. So if you choose to get the CoCoFEST edition, that's where you can get it. Otherwise, you can play with the free version. And hopefully we get a great turnout. And
extra games for the CD version.
Extra games as an alleged bonus.
Extra, yes.
That is
so there
awesome.
you go.
Rob Inman says, Home Publisher 2, The Smell of Fear. Hey, there's Color Scripts it. Hey. All right. So
I like personal.
Either way, you paid too much.
You paid too much. Yes. That's awesome. That is awesome. Oh, what a great show we've had so far. Jim Brain, are you back? Are you here? Are you with us?
I'm here.
Jim Brain is here.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And it was very kind of you to say, you know what? You guys heard me a couple of weeks ago. Nobody needs to hear me again, so I don't need to be on. But Jim, we want to hear from you because this would have been CoCoFEST. You would have been at CoCoFEST, and doggone it, we want to hear you.
Doggone it, we like you.
I can bore with the best of them.
Oh yes, I want to hear Jim Brain.
Well, Jeez, how can you mute him? He's messing me up. I have a couple things to show off today, but I thought primarily one of the things that folks might want to see is when we come to the shows, we really have to pack up our projects and bring them to the show. And so it's a little bit challenging at times because it's not where like folks like myself who do hardware development, we have a hardware environment or a kind of a development environment. This is actually a cave in the basement of the house. And so this is where I kind of make the magic happen. And I thought it might be nice to kind of give a little bit of view of it while I was showing off the projects. I had a couple little cute things to show, and folks can ask questions. I'm happy to expand on anything. I don't want to take too much time. I already told Steve that last time I opened my mouth, it was 40 minutes later before we managed to wrestle control back and do something else. So now I did put it on the phone because it's probably the most portable camera I have. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to turn the camera around. Does anybody know how to do that in Zoom? Or am I? Oh, here it is right here. I got it. I got it.
Jim, we're just setting you up, so when you complain about how long the show goes, we can say, well, there was that time.
I'm still going to complain about it, though. So this is probably the first project I wanted to show off. None of these are, I think, they're probably not earth-shattering projects, but this is I heard a lot of people talking about mice interfaces, and of course, Paul was talking about a computer or a keyboard interface that would convert a keyboard, a CoCo keyboard to USB, so that you could use it with RetroPie and whatnot. This is the other way around, or sort of the other way around, where this particular interface plugs into a CoCo. It could be any CoCo 1, 2, or 3. Right now, it's using one of those flat flexible cables, so it's hooked into a CoCo 3. This one's a little bit interesting because instead of having a keyboard of any kind over it, it actually has a serial connection, and so it's connected to a PC, a Windows 10 PC right here. And so not much to see on here other than if you type keys on the keyboard. So if I type, let's see, Jim Brain, and then I look up at the screen here, I have that on the, right?
That's neat. That's kind of like what Mr. Dave is doing with his Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, it's equivalent. And the value, I guess, of this is that it doesn't require any modification to your CoCo. You just have to unplug your keyboard. I am going to design a version of it that has another one of these connectors right below that, so you can plug your keyboard into the printed circuit board.
So it becomes like a pass-through.
That's right. It'd just be a pass-through. So either you have the serial, or you can use your regular keyboard. Because it's the interesting thing right now is that I haven't quite gotten all the keys mapped, and so if you do go to play a game or something and you realize you haven't got one of the keys mapped, you're kind of done, right? Because I don't have a keyboard here, so I could go ahead and type the key that I haven't got figured out yet. So anyway, that's one of the things, and I used it because some of the times I'm working on projects and I need to type in things that are repetitive, and so I'll see if I can show here. But if you have this available via Serial, and you have a program like this, then one of the things that you can do is you can go ahead and see if I can bring up, where is it here? Going back to this temp. I don't see my temp directory. Oh, that's right, it's on another machine. But you can put a text file here, and then you can, what this program at least will do is you can start sending that text file, and so what it'll do is it'll essentially type it in as if somebody was typing on the keyboard.
Oh, man.
And so if I have small basic programs that I need to test, then it's easier to do that than it is to try to type them in all the time.
Yeah.
This is another thing. I don't have it plugged in right now, but I thought I would show folks. I think I've showed this off in a video or whatnot, or at least pictures, but this is probably one of the least useful projects I've made, although that's a challenge. So if people want to help out and try to better me, that's fine. This is a 1-line by 24 character LCD screen, and it is a cartridge. And so you can plug it into your cartridge port or your MPI, and then you can, through BASIC or machine language or whatever, you can put whatever you want on the LCD screen that's of interest to you. So I primarily put it together as a diagnostic. So
I was just thinking that because you want to do some debugging and see what certain variables or locations are.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'll show the kind of backup here, and folks can see the main. I know it's got a lot of. It's kind of hard to get it all in screen here, but I wanted to show off a couple things I thought were kind of interesting that I've got set up on the oscilloscope. So the oscilloscope on the right.
Real quick question: does that LCD panel, does it have a real-time clock?
No, but it could.
It's not a CoCo project, but it could be.
I know. So over here is obviously the screen, as you saw just a few minutes ago, and notice the blinking cursor.
I noticed the Commodore badge in the bottom of that screen. That's the first problem.
Yeah. No judgment. This is a no judgment zone.
Actually, Stevie, those 1702s are dang good monitors.
Oh, I know they are.
They are, yeah.
I don't know if you can see this.
Yes, we can.
If
we
you
can.
See,
yeah.
So
color burst signal,
right
video
there.
signal.
Yes, that's right. So this is the video signal for the CoCo 3. I've got it piped into my oscilloscope, and you can see right there the where the cursor is, and if I hit enter, it should jump a little bit.
I thought that was David Ladd's brain on floppies.
So that's kind of interesting. Analog's not really my favorite domain, but it is kind of interesting to see the composite output on a home computer of the 80s. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff, the back porch and all those other kind of things that define the NTSC signal. And then over here looks pretty simple. This is the clock generation for a CoCo. So CoCo 1, 2, and 3. The top yellow line is what everybody calls the E clock, and right down below it is the Q clock. The one thing I wanted to point out is you should be able to see on the screen. You would think that the clocks are very just 0 and 5 volts and whatnot, but as you can tell, they're kind of messy. So you can see. Let me see if I can get up close here. You can see they're kind of messy.
Trying to do your homework on the bus.
Yeah.
That's right. So when you hear people talk about, or folks like myself, we're on a call and we talk about clock glitching or whatnot, these aren't actually a glitch. These are because they don't drop far enough down. But this one here is starting to look kind of poor, and that one there, after they get about halfway down, then you start to get worried. So right now, these clocks look pretty clean, but obviously not as good as you would want for like 100 megahertz or whatever. Luckily, these are 1 megahertz or 2 megahertz machines, so we're okay. So anyway, that's a digital scope, and that's a analog scope, and then the machine I've got set up here, you'll notice this big batch of wires that comes up here and hooks to this unit right here.
This logic, yes.
Yes, this is a logic analyzer, and this really is a tool that's indispensable if you're going to do digital analysis. So right now it's set up to free run. So if you look real close here, I'm sure it's running basic. So it's in the main loop. So it's just reading the address and data bus here. A7D3 looks like a loop that it's spending a lot of time in. So that must be the loop where it's just waiting for us to press a character until we hit enter or whatever.
That's a pretty high-end analyzer you got there. Agilent was certainly no slouches.
No, they're pretty. I just got this one probably a couple months ago, right before the challenge started up, and I decided it was time for me to upgrade analyzers. This one is, so these are 2 cables. Each cable holds 16 channels, 16 channels of logic analyzer. So this is 32 channels here, and there's 8 of these cables that are set up in this machine right now. So about 134 channels that you can monitor at once.
This is like an EEG or something. I feel like I'm in a hospital room right now.
It is indeed. But it
for
does
a computer,
you can see right here all the little signals. You can, of course, you can set it up however you want, but you can see exactly what's going on at any moment. And as folks who read some of my CoCo DMA articles and looked at some of the screenshots can see, you can even set it up so that, like right now, it's setting up for 1 line per cycle. So this FFFF and whatnot, but you can also set it up so that it takes multiple scans, like an EEG machine, every 3 nanoseconds. And so I can go down and I can see what the state of the CPU was mid-cycle, let's say.
Wow.
So
that's cool.
Anyway,
so what are you're analyzing data and address lines there, I guess, or?
Yeah, this is a setup I was using for CoCo DMA, and this is actually the setup for the CoCo DMA project. So you've got this big, huge rat's nest of cables connectors right here for the CPU, and the data bus is over here, and then I've got a couple of these things, and then here's the board that has the circuitry on it, and of course the CoCo SDC where I load the software. So yeah, I was looking up to make sure that my actual memory got written with the logic analyzer.
That's amazing.
So
That's
no
really
chance of frying up any of those cables into the new machine, right?
What?
And you're not going to cause. What?
No, I mean, there's always a chance, right? Because like over here, I mean, this is the business end of the CoCo 3, right? So these cables show up in there, and then the whole logic analyzer would be toast.
So do not touch.
That's right. Yeah, do not touch.
What I've discovered is that the leads for that are like hen's teeth. You can get the breakout cables, no problem, but the ribbon cable leads are almost impossible to buy.
Yeah,
well, I'll have to help you out there.
Okay, I'll have to talk to you because I have 3 cards in my 16702, but I only have 2 leads, and I got those by buying an additional card.
We'll find you. We'll get you a set. We'll set you up.
All right, and since I have an extra card, I'll have to ship that your way.
Okay, cool. This is probably the only other thing that I wanted to point out before I show off some more projects. This is it's an AMScope, 4.5 to 200x microscope with a built-in LCD a camera on it. And I don't know if I can show what it looks like in the unit or not. I doubt it. It's probably not gonna.
I see a white light coming through there. Yeah.
Yeah, the white light. Obviously, all of us are. Well, some of us on the panel might be younger, but I'm not. So my eyes are starting to get kind of bad. And if you're soldering little devices like that right there,
forget it. Yeah.
It's very difficult to solder those without something like this. So I invested in that after a little while.
Yeah.
Here's a couple other cool. Go ahead.
What's your main soldering iron?
Oh, I use a Metcal. So I know a lot of people are
Okay.
religious about their things, but I use a Metcal. And then for desoldering, hot air desoldering, I've got a cheapo Chinese hot air desoldering tool, which is what this is right here. And then if you want the solder sucker type of desoldering station, then I have a Pace down there.
Oh, nice.
That I use.
Yeah, cool. Cool one.
So, and I got the little tweezers. So.
And you're a fan of the brass cleaning sponge too, obviously.
Yes,
by the looks of it.
yes, I am. Brass
Mm.
is
They
is
work
best.
so much better. So much better.
Yep, way better.
I showed a couple pictures of this the other day, but here's a CoCo one. I think this is a 64K CoCo one. It's got an Orchestra 90 cartridge in it.
Nice keyboard.
It's playing, huh?
Nice keyboard.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's an aftermarket keyboard. I forget what the name of the keyboard manufacturer is.
Keytronic.
HJL.
Keytronics,
is it?
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, HL had the 4 function keys. The Keytronic had the 1 PF key.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. This unit is serving up video to this little unit, which I
Wow.
don't even know if I can zoom in on that.
We
But that's
can
an
see
inch
it.
and a half. That's
Tiny
an inch
little
and a half.
monitor.
Yeah, it is. But it's the red monitor, and you'll see here if I hit enter, it should go to green.
Yeah.
And there you can
Oh, yeah.
score. And then I have no idea if you can.
Yeah.
you should be
Yes,
able
we
to.
kind of sort of
Right
can.
in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can make
Inverted
it,
text. Yeah. All
Try
right.
80
And then you
columns. No,
can
I'm just
play.
kidding.
80
Maybe the Lightpen would work well on this.
Oh yeah, right.
Well, it's a CRT, so
That's cool.
There. Can you hear it?
Yeah, William
Oh,
Tell
yeah, yeah,
Overture.
William Tell. Yeah.
There you go. So I got this. This is what I understand to be the world's smallest color television.
Wow.
So it's a Panasonic CT101. And I just, first thing after I got it, I decided I had to see if it would be hooked up to a home computer. So
Neat.
there you go.
That's cool.
Well, the other
What,
unit
is it,
I
a
have.
Commodore?
Yeah, there might be one laying around here somewhere. This is the Philharmonic 12, which is the
Symphony
yes,
12.
That's right, the Symphony 12 replica. And I've got it set up here. Hopefully you can hear it.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's courtesy of Chet Simpson, who wrote me some sample code for it to try it out. So because this is all through hole, I'm gonna put the board and the bill of materials and whatnot online, and so folks can build that themselves.
Cool.
Yep. So yeah, but it does. John Strong is gonna have to make a case for it, because those big chips, there was no way to get all that into a game cartridge case. So.
Okay.
Now,
Are you gonna
question
offer
for
any
you,
sort
Jim.
of-
Huh? What'd you say?
A question for you, Jim.
Yeah.
Does that actually sit in the same address spaces as the original Symphony 12?
It does. It's
Okay.
exactly the same. It is.
Because I used to own one.
The only thing that's different on this one is I made because the Symphony 12 was designed during the CoCo 1 2 days, and so it uses the 0.89 megahertz. Well, no, it doesn't use the 12-volt rail, but it uses the clock frequency of the computer
CoCo.
to drive the sound. Well, obviously, if you're on a CoCo 3 and you change it to fast mode, then all your sounds are going to be twice as high in pitch, right?
Yeah.
So I put a jumper. I don't know that you can see there, but I put a jumper there, and I put a crystal there, so that in the event, I mean, if it's set normally to use the crystal, and that way, no matter what speed the computer's at, it'll always run the same frequency on the Symphony 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's that, basically a stereo D to A converter audio cartridge?
I don't think I'd call it a D to A. These are actually 80s style.
AY3.
The AY 8912, so it uses 4 of them.
These are
Oh,
10s.
they're the actuals. Yeah, right. So it's actually got sound
Yeah.
chips on board.
So each one has three tone channels and 1 noise channel, if I remember correctly. And then these 2 are hooked up to the right channel, and then these 2 over here are hooked up to a left channel. So essentially, you have 6 voices per 12 voices total, 6 voices per side, and then 4 like drum or whatever you kind of noise channels.
Percussive, yeah.
That's
right.
neat. That's a freaking sound card on steroids, man.
Yeah,
it is
what I was
pretty big.
asking.
I actually used to own a Symphony 12, and they were awesome.
And what's the de facto player for this? Like Lyra, or what else would support this? Would Musica output to this, or?
Curtis, I'm going to have to lean on you on that.
What's the question?
Actually, Lyra and Musica both used it.
Okay. So there's
Yeah,
probably
and it had
some
its own
off the-
software, too,
There's
if
some
I remember.
off-the-shelf stuff we can get on the archive to drive this, probably, right?
Yeah, Lyra supports 8 voices on it, if I remember correctly, if you have the right driver for it. So,
got it. I was going to point out one more thing I forgot to mention. So, the monitor is so small. Panasonic shipped it with a magnifier. You can slide onto the unit.
They used to do that with the first Nintendo handheld too. The what was that thing called?
Yeah,
The
Game Boy.
That's right.
The Game Boy. Yeah,
That's right.
Shades of the movie Brazil.
That's right.
That's a really
couple
cool
other things
setup
and I'll
you got there, Jim.
I'm sorry.
Zoom.
I was just going to say that's a really cool setup you got there. Really cool workshop.
Well, it makes it real easy to set up things and try them out, especially with all this equipment here. And I was just telling somebody last night, when I did hardware, when I was my degree's in computer engineering, and so I did some hardware design when I was in college. But in college, this was a $15,000 piece of equipment, and this was probably a $7,000 piece of equipment, and that didn't even exist. So, nowadays all this stuff's like, this was like $300 and this was $300 and that was everything's like $200 or $300. So it's much more,
You can actually
possible
do it.
for hobbies.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep. Same thing with my workshop. I got a Tech 7603, 2 tech scopes. One of them's got 4 channels of analog input, and the other one's got a 7D20 digitizer. Back in the day when they were out, that was $20,000 worth of scope, and I got it for $150.
Hey Jim, did you have to beef up the wiring in your basement to support all this stuff?
They did not. However, there is a pretty big draw. This particular desk right here probably is 15 amps just by itself. And so luckily our basement is set up with a lot of different circuits for commercial stuff or whatever. And so it made it easier for me to tap into the appropriate amount of power. But yes, definitely. And of course, the home computers are definitely not known for their energy saving traits, right? This is one more thing I was going to show off. This is a so everybody, well, I don't know that everybody knows, but a lot of folks know that I manufacture the 8 megabyte flash cartridge called CoCoFlash, and it's all surface mount. In fact, I think I have one I'm laying around here, a board I can show folks. But obviously, it's a nice unit and whatnot, and I have actually almost sold out of them, so I'm gonna have to make a new batch. But I know there's some value in having a through hole, some sort of project that folks can do on their own. And so this is a 512K flash cartridge, so it can be loaded by anybody. And it only takes 4 chips, and it's all through hole. And so I'm going to be putting the plans for this online, and so folks can, this will be under open source. And so if folks want to build a flash cartridge on their own without having to spend that much money, or they just, kind of want to have something so they can put some of their favorite games on it, right here, this is an option.
What size is it?
512K. So
half a meg.
Yeah, half a meg.
And the regular CoCoFlash was what, 8 megs?
Yes, it is.
So
yes,
this could be a CoCoFlash Junior.
CoCoFlash Junior, that's right. CoCoFlash Junior. Maybe I'll just call it that. Call it that. One project I'm working on right now, and I know Brian and others have been touting the MIDI Maestro, which is the MIDI cartridge that I'm working on. Let me turn a light
That's
on
cool.
here.
I'm really waiting. I'm really keen on that one.
So the MIDI Maestro is under production and should be reaching its buyers here pretty soon. It was going to be handed out at the CoCoFEST, but obviously we're not all together, and so it'll have to be shipped out. This is a prototype of a version of it that includes, somebody had asked if it was possible to put a flash capability on the MIDI Maestro as well, so it could carry its own MIDI application. And so this is a version. It's pretty much the same unit as Brian Schubring and I worked on. It just has the addition of some flash chip.
So
flash
would that
memory.
theoretically boot up into kind of like the Orchestra 90 did, where you boot up into a player?
Yes, that was the whole idea.
Okay.
So for folks that are doing a performance and just want to have something already ready to go, then it would just automatically boot into that.
Neat.
And if somebody wrote the appropriate piece of software, it could not only boot into that, but they might be able to load their MIDI files directly from Flash as well. In which case, they would need to bring a disk drive at all to the performance. So.
Well, you could just put a USB port on there. We can plug in our own sticks to expand the storage, right?
That's true, yeah.
So if somebody came by and visited your place, they'd have to have like $500-600 on their pocket to cash in on some of the goodies you have there.
You know, I would just kill Jim and take everything out of us.
That's right.
Shame.
Gosh.
One of the things that makes it nice to do development, of course, this is my main development environment here. So you've got the dual monitors on the bottom and then the laptop on top. But the nice thing about some of the newer equipment, like the logic analyzer, is it has the ability to be viewed on your PC, and then here's a PC view of the oscilloscope. So if you need to take screen capture or whatever, you got an opportunity right there.
Cool.
Amazing.
So there you go.
Is that one machine Windows based? It looks like a Windows screen.
No, it actually is. It's supposed to look like Windows. Actually, it's Unix. So that is an HP logic analyzer, and so it runs a version of HP Unix called HPUX. And then there are various what they used to call windowing systems. And so the windowing system that's running on there to provide the graphical interface is called FVWM95, which was supposed to be a replica of Windows 95. And so that's why it has that Windows 95 look and feel.
What's that running in the background behind you there on the right hand side?
Sorry, on the right hand side.
Yeah. Sorry, your left. Sorry, it's my right. Yeah, that's
right here.
The white dot moving on the green screen. I'm curious.
Oh yeah,
that was.
That's when the software you were listening to with the Symphony 12 or the Philharmonic 12. That's just the screen output that Chet puts up there to show every time it hits a new note. So every time it hits a new note, so you can see it here. It's moving the cursor every time that it moves to a new. It's a sample system, I think, and so every time it does a new sample, it moves the cursor across the screen.
Neat.
Okay.
There you go.
Mikey, you had a question?
Very cool.
No, I was just saying I used to use FVWM95 on Linux way back in the day.
Well, now you can remote into this machine from the internet.
Wow.
So if you remote in, you can control my logic analyzer if that's of interest to you.
So if you see some spurious results on your analyzer, go looking for who's hacking in.
Can you plug it into my project? Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw this out that we're probably going to skip the caboose because we're coming up on 8 minutes away from a 6-hour show. And it's been a great show. It's literally been nonstop, back to back to back.
It's literally been a CoCoFest.
It's literally been a CoCoFest. But there can be too much of a good thing. So I don't want to beat anything to death. So whenever we're done, we're going to roll the credits and then we're going to end the show. I was actually thinking about maybe even closing with the national anthem one more time because it was so damn good and maybe not everybody heard it at the top of the show.
But is Dave still here?
Yeah.
What about tomorrow's show?
And you need the Australian anthem too.
See you here at 9 a.m., Ron.
Yeah, I mean, CoCoFEST is...
Well, just wait for us. We'll be here.
Yeah.
So we're having an after dark tonight.
Listen, anything is possible. Anything is possible. But let me just start by going back over who all was on the show today. So we opened up the show with D. Bruce Moore's National Anthems. Our first presentation was Darren Daz Ottery with his Blue Monday cover that was sequenced on a CoCo. We had Nathan Byrd show us Daggorath online.
Awesome.
Norm Lamoureux via Facebook. We showed off his Rainbow Fest 1989 video. That was very cool.
Cool.
We got to see Ka BOMB by Steve Strowbridge. Brendan Donahe and his lovely daughter Morgan were here just doing some FYI on the CoCoVGA. Ken Reighard introduced us to the Nightmare Highway music video and a brand new CoCoThoughts.
Awesome.
Rick Adams, Temple of Rom 2 level design and coding demo. That was very cool. We saw from Ben Drake's in Explore VR the Project A teaser 2. Nick Marentes showed us a very riveting video of him eating Vegemite, right? So we got to see what he was doing on the CoCo.
Where was I?
Right. Henry Reitveld, we got to see the whole inside of his arcade one-up cabinet running CoCo emulator. Jason Reighard showed us a thing or two about a thing or two. Round Delvaux showed us CoCo Max 2 and 3. David Ladd and Mark Overholzer talked about the PS2 mouse adapter. Erico showed us his new Outhouse Semi-Graphics 4 looking game that runs on Windows. Eddy Szczerbinski and his Lightpen demo. D. Bruce Moore with the CoCoFEST 20th anniversary book and a bonus Joey and CoCo multimedia presentation for the show. Paul Fiscarelli with his keyboard encoder and joystick adapter. Michael Furman talking about DW Term version 0.2 and PyDriveWire version 0.5 Charlie.
Mikey.
David O'Connor with his CoCo 3 repack and a Model 4 case.
Very
L.
neat.
Curtis Boyle and Rob Inman demoing off EOU Beta 5 Test 2. We had Scott Wendt, a.k.a. Malfunk, showing us his cool Xbox 360 USB adapter running on a CoCo. And last but not least, we got to see the inside of the mad laboratories of Jim Brain and Retro Innovations. Now, how much would you pay? But wait, there's more. No, so I can't tell you how thrilled I am with how well today went. You know, I put out a call to ARMS saying, hey guys, let's have a virtual. This was actually Ron Delvaux suggested this a while ago. Hey, what do you guys think about a virtual CoCoFEST? And we're
Was it a day that we found out it was postponed?
And so Ron Delvaux mentioned this a while ago. What do you guys think? And my first thought was, well, listen, we get together every Saturday anyways. But then I really started thinking about it. I really started asking around, and I was surprised on how overwhelmingly positive people were about wanting to do this and not have this opportunity go to waste. And so I want to thank all of you who presented today. We were averaging about 70 people watching us live, which is a record for this show. We have 60 people watching us right now, still 6 hours into this.
Wow.
And
Thank you.
and this, I would say, this was nothing short of a huge success. And so, and that success is attributed to everybody here and everybody watching, because we said, you know what, we want to make lemonade from this situation, right? So this has been the best 6 hour glass of lemonade I've ever had. I want to thank all of you. So anybody have any last words before we roll the closing credits? Curtis Boyle.
I have one thing to say to Ron. I kind of poo-pooed the idea when you first said it, and I was completely wrong. You were right.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either, to be
He's
honest.
sorry.
Yeah.
It did, as Stevie said, it
We
turned out
all
much
should have
better than I
thought about
expected.
it.
It's an awesome show.
That's
But
all right.
we all
What's that?
should have thought about it.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Yeah. Patrick, what are you holding up there?
Oh, I didn't get to sell any of these.
What is it?
That's the original Fest 232.
16550 serial board.
Wow.
Did you find
Yeah,
the
and I
driver's
didn't
software
make
yet? Or you still
any
looking?
mistakes on this at all.
Ah, nice. Yeah.
RS-232.
Yeah.
Oh, you've woken up David Ladd now. See what you've done.
Yeah.
I can't figure out where to put the ROM, though.
No.
And you'll hate this, but thank you, Stevie, for arranging this all week, working so hard to get people and put together all the itinerary, and you did a real fantastic job. And thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. And
I say thank you. You deserve everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
And Stevie, thank you for not rage quitting over an entire 6 hour show. That's impressive.
Yeah, and Grant was saying, I'm surprised Stevie hasn't complained about being hungry.
Yeah, no kidding.
I did. I had lunch before we started the show, but yeah, this has been a marathon. But it's just been nonstop. So there's been, other than a few little tiny glitches, this has been just content after content, and I appreciate everybody for trying to keep the train moving and keep the time going.
You glossed over Ka BOMB too. Ka BOMB's looking pretty good, looking really good too.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you're.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once you port it to Nitrous 9, I'll actually try it.
Can you have Nitrous 9 kill itself before launching?
Oh, absolutely! That's the best thing Nitrous 9 ever did was commit suicide. So.
There's got to be something wrong happening now.
Why is that? That
one is no. Oh, that's the ugly one.
I'm sure there's a bigger window you've got there to prop up with that thing. So
yeah, absolutely.
I can do a car door.
Yeah.
Oh, so to everybody in the live chat, we appreciate you being out there. It's just been too much to try to keep on top of to be as interactive with you all there today, but we appreciate you there. We do this every Saturday. Today was just like any other CoCoFest. It's a bunch of guys getting together talking about what they love, right? And so this was like any other CoCoTALK. This episode was like any other CoCoTALK that we have every week, because every week we put on the best damn show on the entire freaking internet, and we'll be doing it again next week too. So let's go ahead. Am I sharing sound? I don't know if I'm sharing sound, but we're going to go ahead and share sound right now. We're going to play the closing credits. I'm not going to run the caboose bumper. I'm just going to play the outro, and then we'll come back for final thoughts after that. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTALK at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reighard, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reighard, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
Greetings, all you 2020 virtual CoCoFesters. I invite you all to rise, take off your hats, and join with me in singing our national anthems. Are you getting up? Just because we can't see you doesn't mean you shouldn't stand up. Okay, true patriots, please stand. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare
bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. CoCo forever!
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
Oh man, Bruce Moore. I
Good
get the
one,
chills.
Pipes. Awesome pipes.
Very well done. Beautifully done.
I guess I have to learn the Australian one now.
Is there one?
Yeah.
What is
can't
it?
believe
Is it come from the land
it's
down
called-
under? Is that what it is?
It's
Waltzing
either that or
Matilda.
Waltzing Matilda.
Oh, all right. What a perfect ending to a perfect show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I want to thank God for all things that are possible. I want to thank Tandy for creating the color computer. I want to thank all you guys here for being crazy CoCo nuts and helping us have the best CoCo talk ever until the next CoCo talk. All right, guys, we're going to press the button. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
And
It's awesome.
I would like to say thank you to everyone.
God
You
bless
have a
us,
great evening.
everyone. Yes, yes, yes. And happy birthday, CoCo, 40th
Thanks, chat room.
anniversary.
That's right.
Yes.
One side.
All right, we're pressing the button, Frank.